hearing will please come to order. The chair recognizes Senator Mitchell.
Good morning, Colonel North.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning, sir.
Colonel, this should be the last day of your appearance, and I'm sure you're relieved at that.
I am, sir.
Right. Questions last week were mostly about the facts. They're important, but it's also important to consider some of the broader policy and legal issues. One of the purposes of the committee is to consider the relevant laws, see how they worked or didn't work in this case, and recommend changes in those laws if appropriate. Another is to try to find out how and why these important policy decisions were made and whether we ought to change the manner in which decisions are made. And I'd like to try to do that at least to some extent this morning, and so perhaps out of all of this we could all learn something. Now, you said last week that you've obeyed the law. You haven't claimed, and I understand you don't now claim, that you are in any way above or exempt from the requirements of the law. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And you agree, don't you, that every American, whatever his or her position, must obey the law?
I do.
And that's true even if a person doesn't agree with a particular law?
Yes, sir.
Now, if a law is properly enacted and is constitutional, but that law is in conflict with the president's policy, domestic or foreign, which is controlling, the law or the president's policy?
Well, certainly, as I have indicated in my earlier testimony, the law is the law. And as you have also indicated in my testimony, I do not believe that any of us are above the law. And certainly in this case, while I am not a lawyer and do not profess to be able to play the various issues pro and con, I continue to believe that the president's policy was within the law, that what we did was constitutional in its essence, that the president's decisions to continue to support the Nicaraguan Democratic opposition in the way that they were carried out from 1984 through my departure in 1986 fully fit within the strictures of the particular statutory constraints that were contained in Boland. And so I don't see, Senator, that there is a distance at all between what was passed and what we did. Certainly there are folks who can argue the constitutionality of Boland as to whether or not the Congress has the authority to tell a president that he can or cannot ask a head of state or send his agents, in this case myself, out to talk to foreign leaders. It is my understanding of the Constitution and the laws that there is no separation between what we did and the Boland constraints. And my going out to talk with foreign heads of state or foreign leaders or to arrange for non-U.S. government monies to be used, that met the rigorous constraints imposed by Boland.
Right, and I of course have not suggested that. I've only asked, and I believe you've agreed, that if a properly constituted law has been enacted and it's constitutional, that even though it conflicts with the president's policy, the president I've only asked that, and I think it's rather an unremarkable question, that when a law of the United States is properly enacted and is constitutional, even though it conflicts with a president's policy, the president, all members of the executive branch, and indeed all Americans must obey that law.
I have no debate with that whatsoever, Senator, but what I would not want to leave the record lacking on is the fact that I think there are many people who debate whether or not the issue of Bolin, as it's interpreted by a number of different people,
I'm not debating
apply.
that now. I'm not debating that, and I think the record is very clear of your view on that. Now, as I said, one of the purposes of this committee is to find out how and why these important policy decisions were made. And I speak now particularly with respect to the sale of arms to Iran. And so I'd like to ask you a few questions about that. You've testified that the Iranians with whom you dealt in both what have been called the first and the second channels included officials of the government of Iran. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Now, you and the other persons meeting with the President on this matter were aware, weren't you, that the President had been highly critical of the Iranian government. In a widely reported speech in July of 1985, just a month before the first shipment of arms from Israel to Iran, which the President agreed to, the President described Iran as an outlaw state run by the strangest collection of misfits, Looney Tunes, and squalid criminals since the advent of the Third Reich. To your recollection, during the meetings you attended with the President, with others, did anyone in your presence specifically point out to him that his representatives were dealing with officials of that same government of Iran, point out that statement to him, and point out the at least apparent inconsistency in the two and the problems that might cause for it?
That particular issue was not addressed in the meetings that I attended with the President on this matter, but what I think is important is that we clearly attempted to establish contact and ultimately the objective of a strategic dialogue with pragmatic or moderate or less unreasonable elements of the Iranian government, and even, if we could have, people who were willing to bring about a cessation of terrorism,
a more pro-Western view of the world, an end to Shia-sponsored revolutionary fundamentalism, and ultimately secure the
relationship between the United States and Iran to the point where we could bring about an end to the Iran-Iraq war. The characterization of the Iranian government I don't take any issue with, but the fact is that there are people in their government of differing political philosophies who see the long-term benefit to their country as well as to the rest of the world in achieving the kinds of things that we set out to ultimately achieve.
Well,
the problem that is created is matching one set of words with another set of policy goals that were not publicly stated.
Yeah.
And yet I see nothing inconsistent with the fact that the characterization of the Iranian government, as the President made it vividly clear, does not in any way prevent trying to establish contact with a more reasonable channel within it.
Right. Well, in fact, the President's publicly stated policy at that time was not to provide arms to Iran and to work actively to keep other nations from doing so. As you'll recall, in 1984, the Secretary of State had branded Iran a country which has repeatedly provided support for acts of international terrorism, and by his action, he placed Iran on a list of countries to which American arms could not be shipped. And the President's publicly stated policy on terrorism was that there would be no negotiation, no payments, no ransom of any kind to obtain the release of terrorists. In fact, I think in about the same time as he made the speech on Iran, the President said, and I quote, "America will never make concessions to terrorists. To do so would only invite more terrorism. Once we head down that path, there will be no end to it." Now, my question is, am I correct that every person dealing directly with the President on this matter was a member of the executive branch and therefore subordinate to and totally dependent upon the President.
When you say this matter, you're referring
to Iran, the
Iranian
advising him on the issue of the sale of arms to Iran.
To my knowledge, that's correct. I do not know of any others that specifically talked to the President regarding our Iran initiative. But in the records I turned over to the committee and in some of the documents that were removed from my office and provided by the White House to this committee, it is very clear that there were a number of other initiatives ongoing, some by members of Congress, both houses, both sides of the aisle, who had an interest in some kind of dialogue with the Iranian government for the purposes that were identical to the ones that we pursued, perhaps more vigorously than some would agree. But nonetheless, there were a number of other initiatives undertaken by private Americans, by senators, by congressmen, to get to a faction within Iran that would be more moderate. I would also take issue, Senator, with one of your comments. To my knowledge, we have never said, nor should we say, that we will not negotiate. We have a policy of no concessions. We have a policy that is very clear, and I still do not to this day believe that we made concessions to terrorists. We were dealing, again, in hopes of establishing a dialogue, a strategic dialogue, with elements within Iran that could bring about a more pro-American, pro-Western, anti-terrorist philosophy within that country.
Well, and I understand and appreciate your point of view, as I'm sure you understand and appreciate that there are others who would characterize these events different from you do. But the point is that every person advising the President was his subordinate. And when the finding authorizing the sale of arms to Iran was signed by the President, it specifically directed that no one in the Congress be notified of the covert action. You recall that, your testimony to that effect. And you said that the reason for that was the concern over leaks and the problem that because it might be leaked, it would jeopardize the action. And you've, in the course of the last several days, expressed very forcefully that point of view. I raise that because there's another point of view on that same issue that hasn't been expressed, and I'd like to do that now because I think we ought to have the benefit of all points of view on this as we consider what we should do about this law, which is very difficult. Now, in our democracy, public policy is made in public. It's the product of open, competitive debate. There are two reasons for that. The first is that the American people have a right to know what their government is doing and why. And the second is our belief that if all points of view are heard, especially opposing points of view, the person making the decision is more likely to make the right decision, the decision that's in the national interest. Open debate is one of democracy's greatest strengths. Its absence is one of the great weaknesses of totalitarian societies. And I believe it's one of the reasons why freedom is going to win the worldwide struggle in which we're now engaged. Now, when covert action is necessary, as it is from time to time, obviously there can't be an open debate. And that's a real loss, especially to the decision maker who's deprived of the full range of opinion on an important issue. So the law tries to compensate for that, at least to some extent. It requires the President to notify just 8 of the top congressional leaders, 4 from each party. He either can notify the intelligence committees or, at his option, he may choose to notify just 8 of the top congressional leaders, 4 from each party. Now, the reason for that law, at least one reason, is to give the President the benefit of different points of view. Each of the congressional leaders is elected independently of the President, is therefore not subordinate to and dependent upon him, and more likely to give the President the frank advice that any President needs in making these very difficult decisions. Now, of course, the concern which you expressed about leaks is a real one. There have been leaks by members of Congress.
And I believe every member of this committee joins me in dismay when a member of Congress leaks sensitive information. But let's be clear, the fact that a few members of Congress leak doesn't mean that all members of Congress leak, just as the fact that some members of the administration leak cannot be fairly said to mean that all members of the administration leak. Now, obviously, not just in these matters, but in life generally, every time you tell one person a secret, you increase the odds that the secret won't be kept. And so there has to be a judgment. How much benefit does the President get from the advice of independently elected congressional leaders against how much the risk of leaks increases by their knowledge? Now, let's apply that to the facts of this case. Many people in the executive branch of our government knew. Private American citizens, some without security clearances, knew. Some Israelis knew. Some of them government officials, some private citizens. Some Iranian officials knew. Some Canadians knew. At least one Saudi Arabian knew. And Mr. Ghabanifar, an Iranian citizen who you said is an Israeli agent and who you and others have described as a liar and a cheat, he knew. In those circumstances, how much would the risk of disclosure have been increased by telling 8 of the highest elected officials in the United States Congress? And against that, how much did the President lose when he was deprived of the independent advice of those 8 officials? Every person will make his or her own judgment on those questions. I just want to say that for myself, I'm convinced that if the President had told these independent public officials of his intention to sell arms to Iran, to swap arms for hostages, to pursue a private policy that directly contradicted his public policy, at least some of them, maybe Lee Hamilton or Dick Cheney or Bob Dole or Bob Michael, some of them would have said before the fact what the American people have said after the fact. Mr. President, we respect and admire your concern for the hostages, but it's a mistake to sell arms to Iran. It's a mistake to swap arms for hostages for you and for the country. Don't do it. Perhaps then the President would have chosen another course. We'll never know, but I thought it important that at least that point of view be expressed, a point of view which has not been expressed so far with respect to that provision of the law, which I believe to be an important one. Now, that whole area of covert operation is one which this committee will have to explore in detail, and I'd like to get into that and ask you some questions about that. Now, you made a strong statement in favor of covert action. General Secord made a similar statement when he was here. Let me assure you, there's no dispute on the need for some covert action. I know of no member of this committee who favors prohibiting all covert action. We all recognize that there are going to be circumstances in which the United States simply must conduct covert actions in the national interest. But the problem is that covert actions, by their very nature, conflict in some respects with democratic values. You've said that covert actions require secrecy and deception. Our democratic process places a high value on the very opposite characteristics of openness and truth. So the real question, and the much more difficult question, is how to conduct covert operations in an open democratic society in a lawful manner in which public officials are accountable for their acts. And so my first question is, do you believe that the President has unrestricted power to conduct covert action?
within the limits of the constitutional authority to prosecute the foreign policy of the United States, the President has a very wide mandate to carry out activities secretly or publicly as he chooses.
Well,
I do not believe that the things that we did in pursuing the two principal covert actions we've discussed and some of the subsidiary activities that were pursued as a consequence of the revenues generated were in any way prohibited. And the fact is that the President, since the founding of the Republic, has always held that he could send his agents, he could discuss things and negotiate with foreign leaders, and to do so within the framework of the constitutional authority as the head of state and the commander-in-chief has widely been held to be within his presidential purview. There are certainly those who can debate whether or not a certain period of time is appropriate for notification given the constraints of Hughes-Ryan and the National Security Act, and I am certainly not going to sit here and debate them with you. My sense is that we are going to agree to disagree at the end of this hearing on how wide and perhaps even how deep the presidential authorities go.
well, let's look at the current law, which I think we can agree isn't working very well. And you said last week there must be a better way. If there is one, it's part of our job to find it.
When I was saying that there must be a better way, Senator, I hope I was responding to a question on notification and seeking the advice of Congress.
Well, I want to get to the law. And first, the law requires that the President personally make a finding that the action is important to the national security of the United States and authorize it before a covert action can occur. Do you agree with that provision of the law, that the person...
That is my understanding of the statutes pertaining to covert action.
Right. Do you agree...
Well, let me, if I may, just continue.
Oh, all right.
It is my understanding, again, and I don't have the statute in front of me, but it also applies to the fact that the President need do so when he is going to use appropriated monies for the pursuit of one of those covert actions. And again, I do not have the statute before me, and I'm not sure that it pays to have a professional lawyer and experienced jurist debating with Lieutenant Colonel infantry officers on this issue.
Well, it's an important issue, and you've been involved in covert actions. You held a high position in the government,
I would even debate that part with the Senator.
All right. Do you agree that no covert action should occur unless the President first finds that it's necessary and specifically authorizes it?
Well, again, I want to go back to what I just said a moment ago. It was, and I'm leading with my recollection unrefreshed, but the law provides that the President does or makes a finding in the case of covert actions which will expend taxpayers' monies.
Is it your, you've said that twice now, is it your contention that the President could authorize and conduct covert actions with unappropriated funds? Is that the point you're trying to make?
Yes.
And in such event, to whom would the President be accountable?
To the American people that elected him, Senator.
Since
and
he
that's
couldn't...
one of the issues that came up the other day, that no elected official knew A, B, or C. And my point is that the President is the highest official in the land, answerable to the American people, and ultimately under the Constitution, answerable to the people through a variety of means. Re-election,
Right.
they can vote him out of office. They chose not to do so.
But of course, if by definition covert action is secret and he doesn't tell them about it, there's no way the American people can know about it to be able to vote him out of office on that basis, is there?
But in fact, that's the issue I tried to raise in the letter that I wrote well before I ever met counsel. When I was talking about the Jay treaties, it was not that President Washington in any way was not cooperative with the Congress. He simply refused to lay before the Congress all of what had gone on in the negotiation of those treaties. That was debated again in the 1930s in the U.S. versus Curtiss-Wright Export Corporation. The Supreme Court held again that it was within the purview of the President of the United States to conduct secret activities and to conduct secret negotiations to further the foreign policy goals of the United States.
If I may just say, Colonel, the Curtiss-Wright case said no such thing. It involved public matters that were the subject of a law and a prosecution. You said this isn't the appropriate forum to be debating constitutional law, and I agree with you. I just think the record should reflect that the Curtiss-Wright was on a completely different factual situation, and there is no such statement in the Curtiss-Wright case.
Well, I disagree with you. I think it's a little unfair to have a debate with
I just said
Colonel North
there's no
over
point in debating
law.
it. Yeah, and
I think the
let
key,
me get to this specific
if I
covert
could
action.
suggest, sir, if you ask him what he did, what the facts were, and what his understanding was at the time, rather than get into a general debate about what the law is, it might be more helpful to the committee.
Colonel, you testified earlier about the Contra resupply effort and your role in it. You said, and I quote you, this was a covert operation run by the U.S. government. You said we were conducting a covert operation, and you testified that Director Casey described it as a full-service covert operation. Now, under the law, for any agency of government other than the Central Intelligence Agency to conduct a covert operation, three things must occur. The first is that the President must specifically designate that agency to conduct covert operations. The second is that the President must make a finding authorizing this particular covert operation and finding it in the national interest. Now, in this respect, I'll start with these two. You've already testified that the President did not make a finding authorizing the Contra resupply covert operation. Is that correct?
I have seen no finding.
Right. Did the President specifically designate the National Security Council to conduct covert operations?
I have no specific knowledge of that, as I have testified. I've told you what I know about the decision process that obtained in that case.
And the third thing that the law requires is that Congress be notified, and as you testified, that did not occur. So my question...
Senator, if I may, not to interrupt, and respectfully so, but the law, as I understand it, requires that the President notify the Congress in a timely manner.
Right.
That has not been noted. And second of all, that it is in regards to operations involving the use of appropriated funds. And I think those are important omissions that have not been entered in the record.
All right. Then let me go back to the first two then. Since the law and President Reagan's written instructions required that before the National Security Council could conduct a covert operation, the President had to specifically designate the National Security Council for that purpose. And secondly, since the law requires that before any covert action could be conducted, the President must specifically authorize it. Since you've testified that you conducted a covert operation, and since you further testified that the President neither designated the National Security Council to conduct covert operations, nor did he make a finding authorizing this covert operation, what was the legal basis for your activities with respect to this covert operation?
Well, to go back once again to Curtiss-Wright, because I do believe it does speak to the issue of what the President can or cannot do with his own staff, and I believe it does talk to the issue of conducting secret diplomacy. The fact is, the President can do what he wants with his own staff. the National Security Council staff is not included within the constraints that are depicted in either the executive order or the NSDD as an intelligence agency. And thus, in neither case does the law provide that the President had to do what you are saying he had to do.
Well, I hand to you a copy of President Reagan's order.
You're referring to NSDD 159.
Yes, right. This is the first page of an order signed and approved by President Reagan. And the first sentence of paragraph number 2 reads, in accordance with Executive Order 12333, the Central Intelligence Agency shall conduct covert actions unless the President specifically designates another agency of the government. Now, that is not limited to other intelligence agencies. I think a fair reading of that can only mean that no agency of government can conduct a covert action other than the Central Intelligence Agency unless the President specifically designates that agency for that purpose. You have testified that as a member of the National Security Council staff, you conducted a covert operation. And my question is, did the President specifically designate the National Security Council staff for that purpose?
Again, I think we're going to end up agreeing to disagree, Senator. I think what I have said consistently is that I believe that the President has the authority to do what he wants with his own staff, that I was a member of his staff, that Mr. McFarland was, and that Admiral Poindexter was, and that in pursuing the President's foreign policy goals of support for the Nicaraguan resistance, he was fully within his rights to send us off to talk to foreign heads of state, to seek the assistance of those foreign heads of state, to use other than U.S. government monies, and to do so without a finding. I would also point out again that that language right here in paragraph 2 of the NSDD extract that you have is taken directly from the executive order.
That's right.
An executive order signed by the President. This NSDD was signed by the President. If the President chooses to waive his own executive orders or chooses to waive the provisions of his own NSDDs, which do not have the force of law, it is fully within his rights to do so.
But the President told the Tower Board, and I quote, the President told the Board on January 26, 1987, that he did not know that the NSC staff was engaged in helping the Contras. And therefore, the President could not have waived the provisions of the orders as you've described, and could not have so designated the NSC if, as he said, he did not know that the NSC staff was engaged in helping the Contras, could he?
You're asking me to speak for the President and what he said to the Tower Board, and I have not talked with the Tower Board, nor was I there when he did. The fact is, as I have testified for 4 straight days, and I think there's no one on this committee that would debate it, kept my superiors fully apprised of just exactly what I was doing. They were, and I was, a member of the President's staff. The President has since said, I believe publicly, that he was aware of what was being done and that, in fact, it was at least partially his idea. There is no doubt that the President wanted a policy of support for the Nicaraguan resistance pursued, and I did so to the very best of my abilities.
Well, I think you are right. We will agree to disagree. So I take it your position is that your understanding of the President's general knowledge of what you were doing represented, from your standpoint, a specific designation by the President of the NSC to conduct such activities, and with respect to a finding, I gather it's your position that no finding was necessary in any event.
That is, sir.
All right, thank you. I would just note again that there is another point of view that should be expressed, which is that the law and President Reagan's own orders has specifically set forth the means by which covert actions would be approved and conducted. They represent an attempt to balance the difficult and conflicting interests of conducting covert operations in a democracy. And I think that the only way covert actions can be conducted in a manner consistent with democracy is if those laws and orders are followed. And I simply think it's obvious in this case that there is at least a question about that. So we'll just leave it to disagree.
If I may just respond to that briefly.
Go right
Senator.
ahead, Colonel, yes.
As I have also testified, I came here to tell you what I did and what others told me to do or allowed me to do, or however one wants to characterize it, not so much to take positions on this or that aspect of the law, because I am not a lawyer. I think what's also important is that we believed, certainly I believed, that what we were doing was consistent within that, the constraints of the various statutes and laws. And lastly, I have told the committee that as early as June of 1986, I, not the Tower Commission, proposed in a public speech to the American Bar Association that there were indeed problems, and recognizably so, in the conduct of covert operations in a democracy. And if nothing else, we can agree on the fact that there is a need for an appropriate way of conferring with the Congress. And I suggested as one means of doing that the formation of a very discreet joint intelligence committee with a very small and professional staff that would allow those types of advise and consult conferences to occur between the executive and the legislative branches.
I'd like to turn now to another area of your testimony, and that's the plan you described for you to take the blame for this matter. You said Mr. Casey called it the fall guy plan. Over what period of time did your discussions with Mr. Casey occur about this plan? That is, as best you can recall, when did it first come up and when did you last discuss it with him?
My sense of the discussions with the director on that aspect of it, it probably began in the early spring of 1984. It was a time in which the money for the resistance was running out, and as members of the intelligence committees know, appeals had been made to the intelligence committees for the release of certain monies that could be applied to the program. It was seen that that was not to be forthcoming. And at that point in time, when alternatives were discussed and we eventually decided to pursue availing ourselves of offers from foreign governments, it was seen that there would need to be someone who could, as I put it so bluntly, take the fall. Right. My sense is that that occurred off and on periodically as we discussed various initiatives over the course of time between early '84 until the end of my tenure, right up at the last days before I departed the NSC in November of 1986.
Now, you testified that the purpose of the plan was to limit the political embarrassment that might result. I'm sorry, you're shaking your head, no?
No, I mean, it was not only to limit the political embarrassment.
That was in part.
In
part. That was a purpose, all right. From disclosure of these events, and my question is, when you said that, did you mean either the sale of arms to Iran or the use of proceeds from the sale for the Contras or the Contra resupply effort, or all of them?
All of them.
All of them.
In fact, one must recall that it goes back to the spring of '84, before there was any Iran initiative, and the discussion was you needed to have the plausible deniability, which ought to be a part of any covert operation.
Now, did you ever discuss this subject with anyone else, either in or out of Mr. Casey's presence?
Well, I discussed it with Admiral Poindexter and Mr. McFarlane. And I don't recall whether Director Casey was there for all or any of those discussions necessarily. But I certainly did talk to both of them about it.
Do you know, of your knowledge, whether Mr. Casey discussed it with anyone other than Mr. McFarlane and Mr. Poindexter?
I don't know.
Right. So, to your knowledge at least, the only 4 people who were aware of the plan and who participated in discussions about it were you, Mr. Casey, Mr. Poindexter, and Mr. McFarland. Is that correct?
Well, I have also been asked questions about, did I say it to such and so or another witness or whatever, and I suppose that I did.
Something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that later. I'll ask you about that now. In a recent magazine article, you're quoted as telling friends beginning in 1984 that the day will come when I have to resign in disgrace from the administration and take the heat for the president. Did you ever say that or something like that to anyone?
First of all, I'd like to make sure that you understand, Senator, I haven't read a magazine article or anything else about myself in some time, except as other people bring it to my attention. And second of all, I've seen my words mischaracterized, misquoted, and ascribed to other people for so long, I wouldn't want to indicate that I actually agreed with anything.
Well,
but I'm sure that I said something like that
to people
at various points in time. I certainly said it to the committee.
Now, did the suggestion that you be the fall guy originate with you or with Mr. Casey?
My guess is it was probably Director Casey. I mean, I've tried to describe the relationship I had with the director, and at some points it was that of a teacher or a philosophical mentor, and in some cases it was that of an experienced hand in intelligence matters, or in some cases just getting the job done. And I would guess that Director Casey was the one who pointed out that there would come a time when there would need to be, if these activities were exposed, somebody to stand up and take the heat for it, or those kinds of words.
So your recollection is that it was Mr. Casey who was...
I'm not sure that Director Casey ever said, and it's got to be you, Holly. It was probably Holly saying, well, when that happens, it'll be me.
And you also said, though, that at one point Mr. Casey said that you might be too junior a person to be the fall guy, that there wouldn't be plausible deniability then.
Well, I think...
Excuse me, may I finish the question? And he suggested that Admiral Poindexter might have to be a fall guy. Do you recall that testimony?
I'm not sure that I'd recall that kind of thing happening right toward the end. I mean, that wasn't at some point during the earlier phases of this activity. I think it was after the revelations of the McFarland trip and the press queries about it here in this country. And at some point, probably after the first week of November, talking with Director Casey, or in that time frame, Director Casey indicating that, you know, you're not big enough, buddy. It's probably going to go higher.
And my question is, did you or anyone else ever tell Admiral Poindexter that he was under consideration as the fall guy?
I don't recall a specific conversation, Senator, that I said, boss, it's now you, not me. I do recall, again, right toward the end, discussing with Admiral Poindexter the fact that it was more likely that both of us would leave.
So did anything ever become of that suggestion, or was that...
We both left, sir.
You both left, so it may turn out that Mr. Casey was more correct than he realized at the time.
He was right about a lot of things, Senator.
Yeah. During your discussions with Mr. Casey, Mr. McFarland, and Mr. Poindexter about the plan, did a question ever arise among you as to whether what was being proposed was legal?
In which case? Across the board on all activities?
No, on the plan, the fall guy plan. I'm limiting it to that now.
Oh, no. I don't think it was. I mean, first of all, we operated from the premise that everything we did do was legal. So, and therefore, the fact that there would be somebody who took the blame, as it were, was not inconsistent, I don't think, with any of the rest of what we did.
So your answer is no, there was no discussion or consideration
I do not recall
about
any discussion about the legality of some guy standing up and saying, I did it all and I'm gone. I don't recall any discussion.
Did a question ever arise as to whether what was being proposed was appropriate, since it necessarily involved false statements by high public officials?
No, in fact, I'm not sure that they are false. I think you have before you the culprit who did all these things and has come here and testified to that.
Well, of course, you didn't intend that there would be such an investigation and such testimony.
I surely hope that there wouldn't be,
Right.
Senator.
In fact, you said that neither you nor anyone else anticipated the possibility of a criminal investigation, and that but for the criminal investigation, you were prepared to go through the plan, resign in disgrace, and take the heat for the president.
That's correct.
But you said that because of the criminal investigation, you changed your mind and decided to protect yourself.
Exactly.
Now, after you changed your mind, did you tell Mr. Casey that you had done so?
I had no discussions with Director Casey on the day that my mind changed, and that was the 25th of
Right.
November, and never talked to him again, unfortunately.
Right. And after you changed your mind, did you tell Admiral Poindexter or Mr. McFarland that you changed your mind and that because of this pending criminal aspect, you no longer intended to be the fall guy in the fall guy plan?
They probably learned it when I appeared here, sir.
Probably not a happy day for Admiral Poindexter listening to your testimony last week.
I don't want to characterize
No,
how
no.
the Admiral feels. I have not talked to the Admiral in months.
Right. And that really you've answered my questions, and it was, as I understand your earlier testimony, that there simply wasn't any discussion about whether it was legal or appropriate. You assumed the legality of your actions.
Yeah, again, I want to emphasize the fact that it wasn't so much for any political motive on the part of any of the participants, so much as it was an effort to protect the detailed knowledge of what had transpired and protect the covert operations themselves. And again, none of us, to my recollection, ever discussed a legal propriety aspect to the whole thing.
By then, however, Congress had resumed aid to the Contras, and the covert action was no longer necessary, was it? Indeed, it had been terminated. What would be the need to protect that action by making up a false story about it?
Well, I'm not sure how the false story aspect really obtains in this case, Senator.
Well,
To have this guy stand up and say, I did it, and have the finger pointed at him and let him go protects the people with whom I worked in Central America and elsewhere, protects the lives and safety of people inside Nicaragua, protects the people in Europe who worked with us on these activities, protects the lives of people who worked in the Lebanon with us, the lives of the people inside Iran who worked with us, the lives of the American hostages. I mean, if one could prevent those things from coming out,
my question,
ultimately we'd be well served.
my question was limited to the Contra resupply effort, which of course was only indirectly related to the hostage situation. But I want to, my time is nearly up, and I want to make some closing observations, because you have, as I indicated, expressed several points of view with respect to which there are other points of view, and I think they ought to be expressed, and I'd like to do that now. You've talked here often and eloquently about the need for a democratic outcome in Nicaragua. There's no disagreement on that. There is disagreement over how best to achieve that objective. Many Americans agree with the President's policy. Many do not. Many patriotic Americans, strongly anti-communist, believe there's a better way to contain the Sandinistas, to bring about a democratic outcome in Nicaragua, and to bring peace to Central America. And many patriotic Americans are concerned that in the pursuit of democracy abroad, we not compromise it in any way here at home. You and others have urged consistency in our policies. You've said repeatedly that if we are not consistent, our allies and other nations will question our reliability. That's a real concern. But if it's bad to change policies, it's worse to have two different policies at the same time. One public policy and an opposite policy in private. It's difficult to conceive of a greater inconsistency than that. It's hard to imagine anything that would give our allies more cause to consider us unreliable than that we say one thing in public and secretly do the opposite. And that's exactly what was done when arms were sold to Iran and arms were swapped for hostages. Now, you've talked a lot about patriotism and the love of our country. Most nations derive from a single tribe, a single race. They practice a single religion. Common racial, ethnic, religious heritages are the glue of nationhood for many. The United States is different. We have all races, all religions. We have a limited common heritage. The glue of nationhood for us is the American ideal of individual liberty and equal justice. The rule of law is critical in our society. It's the great equalizer, because in America, everybody is equal before the law. We must never allow the end to justify the means where the law is concerned. However important and noble and objective, and surely democracy abroad is important and is noble, it cannot be achieved at the expense of the rule of law in our country. And our diversity is very broad. You talked about your background, and it was really very compelling, and is obviously one of the reasons why the American people are attracted to you. Let me tell you a story from my background. Before I entered the Senate, I had the great honor of serving as a federal judge. In that position, I had great power. The one I most enjoyed exercising was the power to make people American citizens. From time to time, I presided at what we call naturalization ceremonies. They're citizenship ceremonies. These are people who came from all over the world, risked their lives, sometimes left their families and their fortunes behind to come here. They'd gone through the required procedures, and I, in the final act, administered to them the oath of allegiance to the United States, and I made them American citizens. To this moment, it was the most exciting thing I've ever done in my life. Ceremonies were always moving for me because my mother was an immigrant, my father the orphan son of immigrants. Neither of them had any education, and they worked at very menial tasks in our society. But because of the openness of America, because of equal justice under law in America, I sit here today a United States Senator. And after every one of these ceremonies, I made it a point to speak to these new Americans. I asked them why they came, how they came, and their stories, each of them, were inspiring. I think you would be interested and moved by them, given the views you've expressed on this country. And when I asked them why they came, they said several things, mostly two. The first is, they said, we came because here in America, everybody has a chance, opportunity. And they also said over and over again, particularly people from totalitarian societies, we came here because here in America, you can criticize the government without looking over your shoulder. Freedom to disagree with the government. Now, you've addressed several pleas to this committee, very eloquently. None more eloquent than last Friday when, in response to a question by Representative Cheney, you asked that Congress not cut off aid to the Contras for the love of God and for the love of country. I now address a plea to you. Of all the qualities which the American people find compelling about you, none is more impressive than your obvious, deep devotion to this country. Please remember that others share that devotion, and recognize that it is possible for an American to disagree with you on aid to the Contras and still love God, and still love this country just as much as you do. Although he's regularly asked to do so, God does not take sides in American politics. And in America, disagreement with the policies of the government is not evidence of lack of patriotism. I want to repeat that. In America, disagreement with the policies of the government is not evidence of lack of patriotism. Indeed, it's the very fact that Americans can criticize their government openly and without fear of reprisal that is the essence of our freedom, and that will keep us free. Now, I have one final plea. Debate this issue forcefully and vigorously, as you have and as you surely will. But please, do it in a way that respects the patriotism and the motives of those who disagree with you, as you would have them respect yours. Thank you very much, Colonel. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
The session will stand in recess for 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Senator Tribble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North.
Senator.
At the outset, let me thank you for your testimony over the past week. And I want to tell you as well that there are many of us on this panel that support Ronald Reagan and that believe in the Contra cause. I should note that there's been absolutely no evidence of wrongdoing on the part of our president. And I, like you, believe that the essence of the American experience is the pursuit of freedom at home and around the world. That's why we must oppose the Marxist tyranny in Nicaragua. And that's why we must help young Nicaraguans fight for their freedom as well. Now, the last week has not been an easy one for any of us. It's been a time of probing questions and honest answers on your part. And you've done well. You've captured the imagination of the American people. And you've done that, I think, because you've told the truth fully, candidly. Because you're a man who is obviously doing his duty as he saw it. Because you're acting with the knowledge and authority of your superiors. And you've also demonstrated an amazing ability to get results in a city so often tied in knots. I know it's been a difficult time for your family. But I believe these hearings are necessary. Anyone who values truth, the Constitution, the rule of law, must be troubled by what we've heard over the last 10 weeks. But when public policy is taken private, when government attempts to operate outside of established channels, there are no checks and balances. There's no accounting or oversight. And as a consequence, people, good people, in policy get into big trouble. And that's what we've seen. President Kennedy used to tell a story that I believe captures the spirit of these hearings. In June of 1780, there was a total eclipse of the sun. At noon, it was as dark as at midnight. And in those days, as you know, people attributed this kind of happening to the Day of Judgment, to the coming of the Lord. The Connecticut legislature was meeting in Hartford, and the members were thrown into chaos, and there were motions to adjourn. The Speaker of the House, Colonel Davenport, silenced those motions with his gavel, and he spoke these words. He said, "Gentlemen, I don't know if the world's coming to an end or not, If it's not, there's no reason to adjourn. But if it is, I want the Lord to come and see me doing my duty. So therefore, I will entertain a motion that candles be brought into this chamber so we may enlighten this hall of democracy. Our duty is to light a candle so the American people can see and judge what has gone on. It's not an easy job or a happy one, but it's one that must be done. Now, an obvious problem when public policy goes private is that the distinction between the public good and private ends is often blurred. Private citizens may be motivated by profit and pursue interests that are inconsistent with the goals of the United States. Now, Colonel North, it's clear to me, and it's clear to the American people, that you're motivated by ideals, by love of country, and not the pursuit of profit. You've spoken eloquently and powerfully about that before us. But I'm not sure the same thing can be said about everyone involved in your activities. So what I'd like to do, with your help, is to ask some questions about the financial aspects of the enterprise, directed by Mr. Hakim and Mr. Secord. Last Wednesday, you testified that you understood Hakim and Secord would be compensated, and I quote, at a just, fair, and reasonable compensation. Is that correct?
I'll take your word, Senator, that that's what I said when I said it, and that's certainly what I felt and what we had talked to.
Now, the evidence from Mr. Hakim himself and from his records establishes that he and Secord amassed over $8.1 million in the bank accounts. Did you know those huge sums of money were being socked away?
Senator, my recollection is that what I testified to is that I did not know the magnitude of the funds that were remaining in whatever accounts. I didn't know the names or numbers of any but one, and that was the Lake account, which I also provided, for example, to the State Department for use by Brunei, and I provided it to representatives of another country for the monies that they were providing to support the resistance. I think I also testified to the effect that I had asked on a number of occasions to General Secord, who after all was the man that I engaged in this activity at the suggestion of Director Casey and with the approval of my superiors, that I had asked on a number of occasions that General Secord set funds aside for other activities. I testified in executive session as to what some of those other activities were. And I have not gone back to say that if I had added up all of those other activities, it would have come out to be $20 million that I'd asked him to set aside. I don't know what the final tally would be. The important thing is that I did not know that there was that sum remaining. I do not know the purposes for which that sum was set aside. I did not know the accounts or the names or numbers on any of those, and I certainly never considered that a penny of that was mine. And I have also testified that were I to be the adjudicator of where that money went, after all the bills were paid and all the liabilities were covered, I would send that money, every nickel of it, to the Nicaraguan resistance, which was indeed the original purpose for setting up all of those non-U.S. government entities.
Now, last week when you testified about this huge sum of money, you used the word shocked, that you were indeed shocked. Is that a fair characterization?
I was, and I would again point out, I believe it was under questioning by counsel, I did not know until these hearings began that there was any such sum set aside. But again, I have not communicated with these people for these many months. I do not know the purposes for which they had established these accounts or even that the accounts existed.
I absolutely believe that, Mr. North. Absolutely, Colonel North. Now let me ask another question. These monies came from several sources. They came from the sale of arms to Iran, and they also came from solicitations from countries and individuals. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Now, is it true then that neither Mr. Hakim or Mr. Secord contributed any capital to this enterprise?
I do not know.
There's no question in your mind, is it, that the money was to be used for governmental purposes?
I'm going to beg to differ with that particular description of it.
Please.
I have said that, and we go all the way back to 1984 when this activity was initiated, that the purpose was for these outside, non-U.S. government entities to assist in prosecuting the foreign policy goals of the United States. It was never intended that anybody get rich. It was never intended that anybody do anything with the money other than support those foreign policy goals. Unfortunately, there seems to be an idea that developed as a consequence of my testimony that there was a government within a government, or that there was a CIA within the CIA, or that somehow these monies belong to the U.S. government. I don't view it that way. I am certainly not a financial expert or a legal authority on those kinds of activities. I saw those foreign entities, the network of companies and the like that were set up, as being there to support the prosecution of foreign policy goals. It was never envisioned in my mind that this would be hidden from the President. I know that there's some debate that apparently raged while I was away this weekend. Thankfully, blissfully unaware of the media coverage, but now apprised of it, that somehow we were going to use these for things that the President wouldn't know about. I will tell you that it was always my understanding that it was a short-term project, not something that was going to go on ad infinitum, and that partially is a question that was raised by Representative Jenkins last week. It was a fix for a short-term problem, and I described to you in executive session some of the activities that were to be supported by these non-U.S. government monies.
I thank you. All my question contemplated was that these monies were to be used to advance the foreign policy goals of the United States.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you've talked about some other initiatives that were contemplated. It is my understanding they were contemplated but not undertaken. Is that true?
We actually, as I told the committees in executive session, we actually started on a number of them. For example, the purchase of the ship was undertaken to pursue a particular activity, so monies were indeed expended on that, and the ship was used for a number of different purposes, as I indicated the other night. There were also monies set aside, at least to my understanding, monies were set aside for the purchase of a particular weapon system, which...
Those monies were not expended, however.
I do not believe they were, but I cannot speak with certainty on that.
I understand. Now let's move to a discussion of prices, commissions, and accountability. Did you or General Secord establish the prices for the arms sold to the Contras?
I established no prices whatsoever. And as I think I testified, and certainly is well known, it was a very competitive marketplace, if you will, to which the Nicaraguan resistance could turn. The only thing that I did was to intervene at the at the suggestion of Director Casey that two particular arms purveyors not be used until the agency was able to determine, one, the source of funding for one of them, I believe I talked to that in executive session, and whether or not a certain European who had provided arms was indeed involved in reverse technology transfer to the East Bloc. He asked me to intervene to keep arms from being purchased from those two individuals, and I did so. I established no prices, I established no levels, I established no amounts of any kind.
And I'm not suggesting you did. In fact, the answer to the question is General Secord did that.
Again, I don't know whether General Secord did that. I viewed those transactions as being taking place between General Secord and those with whom he was dealing. I do know that toward the end of the activity in establishing the Southern Front, that munitions were provided without cost. The stuff that was flown down and airdropped to the Southern Front, for example.
Well, Albert-Hakim has testified before us that it was Secord.
I'm not here to, I don't know the substance of his testimony.
So is it fair to say then Colonel North, that it was Hakim or Secord or someone else who had the responsibility of determining what was fair and just compensation?
Yes.
Now, did Mr. Secord or Mr. Hakim ever sit down with you and give you an accounting of their profits?
No.
Did they ever sit down with the Contra leaders and give them an accounting of their activities?
I do not know.
So what you're telling us then is there really was no financial oversight by you or by anyone else in the United States government.
I have given to the committees the records that I maintained, or those that remain anyway. And you also had from my files a number of KL 43 messages which refer in gross terms to funds remaining in various overseas entities. That is about the level that I had specific knowledge on. I did not do an accounting. I didn't hire an accounting firm to do it. I mean, we didn't bring in the GAO, and I'm not trying to be lighthearted about it. It was simply a matter of things were moving very, very quickly.
Absolutely.
And that kind of accounting was not done.
Obviously, you were a busy man, and you were relying on them to handle these matters. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me ask you this. Under established channels, when covert operations are undertaken by the CIA or by CIA operatives, isn't there strict financial oversight and accountability?
Generally, yes. And I'm not intimately familiar with the comptroller's office at Langley, but it's well enough known that they do a rigorous accounting of the expenditures of funds in the conduct of a covert operation. I would point out, however, Senator, and I think it's important, that there is still a debate ongoing within the Congress and the GAO and the State Department over the accounting of $27 million in Nicaraguan humanitarian assistance funds. It has been widely reported in various media accounts that I was somehow engaged in siphoning money off from those activities. Those reports are untrue. It is a difficult thing to do, and even under the best of circumstances, trying to account for monies like the $27 million is a difficult task. And I am confident that at the end of all of the review of the $27 million in Nicaraguan humanitarian assistance monies, there will still be people who debate whether or not an accurate or sufficient accounting has been done.
Is it fair to say, Colonel North, that under normal and established procedures, when covert operations are undertaken by the government, there is always a strict accounting of those activities, and that here there was not?
Given my knowledge, I think that's a fair statement.
All right, sir. Now let's move on and talk for a moment about the relationship between Mr. Hakim and Mr. Secord. Now, Colonel North, I know you've known General Secord for many years, and you have great respect for him.
I'm sorry, Senator.
No problem. I know that you've known General Secord for many years, and you have great respect for him. But isn't it true you really didn't know much about Albert Hakim, and you still don't know much at all about the business relationship between Secord and Hakim?
I first met Mr. Hakim, I believe, in February of 1984. I came to recognize that this was a man who certainly wanted to assist the U.S. government and a restoration of a relationship with his native land. Correction, I first met him in February of '86, not '84. I don't know the nature of the financial relationship with General Secord or a business relationship that he's had, and I did not necessarily consider that to be a prerequisite of using him as an interpreter for one of our meetings or a series of meetings which occurred in Europe, nor did I see it inconsistent that he would be engaged, after I found out about it, in establishing the European entities and foreign entities, not all in Europe, but some in Latin America, that supported this initiative.
Now, Mr. Secord, in his testimony before us, said the money, the residuals in the accounts belonged to the enterprise and that the enterprise was owned by Mr. Hakim. Did you know that?
No, but again, what I knew was that a series, a network, if you will, of overseas entities had been established to carry out these activities. To the extent practicable, different overseas companies would carry out discrete activities to avoid the crossover of knowledge between various operations. And thus, one of the companies would carry out the purchase of land in a Central American country for the purpose of building an airstrip. They would fund for that airstrip. They would conduct the construction and the like, whereas another company would be engaged in, for example, the delivery of munitions. And that network, as I understood it, was basically laid out for these activities by General Secord, and now obviously with the assistance of Mr. Hakim. But I did not know the details of that relationship, no.
Well, I guess the point that I want to make here is that the money was controlled not by Mr. Secord, a man you knew and trust, but rather by Mr. Hakim, a man that you have admitted you hardly knew. That must come as a surprise.
Well, it does, and that's one of the reasons why I said I was shocked at the magnitude of the money remaining in the various accounts. I am not entirely sure that we're all speaking from the same sheet of music, and that's somewhat tongue-in-cheek the other day, but
well, that has been a
somewhat serious. That when Mr. Hakim describes profit, and I am talking about what Director Casey referred to as self-sustaining entities, I'm not too sure that those are inconsistent. I look forward to the day when I could actually sit down and talk about where those remaining monies go with the people, whoever they are, that control them.
I wish you could spend 10 minutes with Mr. Hakim. I think you could be of great help to the committee. Now let's talk about the future of these enterprises. Did you and Bill Casey or Admiral Poindexter establish plans for the future in the event that Bill Casey had left the CIA or became disabled or died?
No.
What about your reassignment in the Marine Corps? Were there contingency plans for that?
Well, I think one of the things that Director Casey was looking to was not something that was going to be sustaining out through the 1990s in these activities, that he was talking about the use of outside entities to support limited foreign policy goals of the government. I described some of those activities to the committees the other evening in the executive session. It was not the kind of thing that I don't think Director Casey had in mind for outliving even his tenure as Director of Central Intelligence. Although, as I indicated in my testimony, we never got to that point. We were never able to establish the longer term, where is it all going from here. I regarded this as an imaginative solution to some short-term problems. A number of the initiatives that were undertaken that I briefed the committees on the other night assumed that these were immediate, short-term. Once you conducted that activity, you could actually put the company back on the shelf or do away with it. And that's how I saw it being pursued. It was not a matter, as Representative Jenkins and I discussed, I don't think, as a matter of what happens after Bill Casey goes and Ollie North goes, who the successor is that would carry those activities out.
Well, but that really is an important question, is it not? Marine colonels are reassigned.
Thankfully.
Directors of the CIA die. Mr. Secord could have suffered a disability or loss of life. Who really was going to control this operation in the future? Was there any plan in place?
We never got to the point where a plan such as that was developed.
What was going to happen when the Reagan administration came to an end?
Well, I think we all looked to the fact that these operations would simply shut down. I mean, this was not something that would go on in perpetuity. Got that one out.
You weren't going to turn it over to the Democrats then?
You said that, Senator.
That's right, and I did with a smile on my face, and that does not deserve an answer, Colonel North. Now let's move to another area, if we might. Albert Hakim volunteered in his testimony that he was trying to pass money to you and your family. Earlier, a lawyer named David Lewis called the committee and volunteered that William Zucker had asked him to find a way to get money to your wife, Betsy. Now, at first, we didn't follow that up because it was absolutely inconsistent with our image of you. But then Hakim, a man who says that he loves you, testified that he asked Zucker to try to pass money to you. Now, nothing came of those efforts, and we know that you were not in this for profit, and you've spoken very powerfully and convincingly about that. But my question is this. Doesn't it appear that Mr. Hakim and Zucker were trying to compromise you or set you up to gain influence or leverage?
Senator, I did not hear that testimony, and I guess my concern is that this committee not have any reservations whatsoever. I was unaware of any activities beyond what I described.
Absolutely understand that.
Number two, even if that attempt was known to me, and as I described them the other night, there were other attempts at those things, doesn't mean that it works. I don't know the motivation of Mr. Hakim or his lawyer in trying to pursue various initiatives. I do know that having reviewed certain testimony before this committee, that an indication of calls being made or arrangements being made to meet with my wife after the one meeting that I described to you and the one telephone call in June are patently untrue. And thus the characterization of motivations by Mr. Lewis or others, or events by Mr. Lewis and others, are, to my knowledge and that of my wife, totally untrue. Now, I cannot speak to the motivations of those other people who've described other events.
No, I appreciate your reluctance to do so. And the record certainly demonstrates that you acted most appropriately under this situation. However, I ask you those questions because I really can conceive of no other reason for those initiatives. If they were really trying to help you, they would have gone to you directly, it seems to me. And they surely would not have volunteered this information as they did. But I thank you for your answer there. We'll just have to sit back and judge as best we can as the pieces of the puzzle come together. Now let's talk about profits. There's been testimony that Mr. Hakim and Secord were reaping large profits by marking up the arms being sold to the Contras. For example, Albert Hakim has testified before us that during August of 1986, Mr. Secord agreed to a suggestion of Tom Klein's that they maximize the profits from the last sale of arms to the Contras. Were you aware of that?
No.
Now, Hakim has testified from his records that a profit of $861,000 was made on that $2.1 million transaction. Now, that's a markup of about 41%. Were you aware that kind of profit was being made?
No, I was not.
Do you believe that kind of profit is fair or just?
Again, I would have to sit down and go over these issues with General Secord, who was my principal contact, and Mr. Hakim. I don't know what their expenses were. I don't know what the activities were that they planned for the use of those monies. But I certainly did not know that there was anything of that magnitude in that transaction.
Were you aware that the $861,000 profit was divided equally between Hakim, Secord, and Klein's?
No, as I have testified throughout, I was unaware of the fact that these accounts even existed.
Isn't it true that their taking of such outlandish profits is absolutely inconsistent with your goal of helping the Contras keep their body and soul together?
There's no doubt that if it was done for personal gain, as I indicated in my testimony, that I never set out in any of this activity to make anybody rich. I don't know what was envisioned by those transactions. I did not know of them when they occurred, and I did not know the magnitude of any of the use of those in terms of compensation. The only thing that I specified right out at the very beginning is that it was understood that fair, just, and reasonable compensation would be derived by those people involved in the activities. That included the pilots who put themselves at risk and those involved in taken out of their normal discourse of day-to-day events, day-to-day business, would in some way be compensated. That was the sole level of my understanding on it.
I have no question about your motives here, Colonel North, but it seems very clear to me that this kind of profit, $861,000 from a $2.1 million transaction, cannot be categorized by anyone as fair or just or appropriate. You don't disagree with that?
I didn't try to characterize it, Senator.
I understand. Now, was anyone else in the government of the United States aware of these kinds of profit margins?
To my knowledge, no one else was aware of the details of those activities at all.
So you would be the only person, and you were not aware?
I was not. And I do not know of others who may have been.
Now let's move it beyond that and talk about the investment of these funds for private purposes. The testimony also reveals that Mr. Secord and Hakim invested huge sums of your residuals in private business ventures. For example, did they inform you that they had invested $150,000 in Tri-American Arms?
I don't think I ever heard of Tri-American Arms till these hearings started.
So the answer is no.
No.
Albert Hakim also testified that another $100,000 of residuals were invested in Washington timberland, from which they expected to make millions, his words, and that the residuals were also used as collateral for the purchase price of $1.5 million. Did you know about that?
No.
Is that an appropriate use of these funds in your judgment?
Again, I don't even know that those are those funds. What I'm saying to you, Senator, is I was totally unaware of these transactions.
I understand, and I'm not suggesting you knew about it. The record is very clear. I'm representing to you that the record establishes that that's how the money was used. And I'm asking you, Colonel, is that an appropriate use of those funds?
I do not believe that these funds, any of them, should be or should have been used to make anybody rich. You're asking me to make judgments on certain transactions, the source of which I have absolutely no knowledge. And I don't think it would be fair for me to characterize anybody's decisions based on lack of that kind of knowledge. What I am saying, and I will repeat it again, I did not engage in this to make anybody, not myself, not General Secord, not Mr. Hakim, or any of their other people, rich in the process. No one.
The problem is here they were getting rich, and they were investing huge sums of these monies to advance their own self-interest. The record establishes that, and that's the point of this line of questioning. Certainly, these kinds of private investments have no governmental purpose, do they?
None that I know of.
All right, sir. Thank you. Now let's move to another area, Colonel North, and that's one that's of importance to both of us, and that is the democratic resistance in Nicaragua, their fortunes, their hopes, and their future. Is it fair to say that you were doing everything humanly possible to help the Contras, the democratic resistance, in their fight for freedom?
Senator, without going overboard on the statement, I don't think that there's anyone else in the United States of America that worked as hard as I did to ensure A, a democratic outcome, and B, the survival of the Nicaraguan resistance from 1984 to 1986.
Colonel, there is no question about it. Now, this is a peasant army, is it not?
It is indeed a peasant army, but it also includes people of the middle class and even the intelligentsia, if you will, of Nicaragua. It is predominantly a campesino army.
Colonel, I visited those camps, as you have. Now, I remember walking down the long line of these young Nicaraguans, looking in their faces, and every once in a while stopping and asking, what is your name? Where are you from? Why are you here? And you know, the answers were different, and yet the theme was the same. They said, well, I've left because my family farm was taken away by the Sandinistas. Or they'll say, my church was closed, or my priest sent away. Or my brother was taken by the Sandinistas and made to serve in the army. And many said simply, the Sandinistas haven't given us the freedom they promised. These are young men who are laying their lives on the line for freedom. And you care about them. I care about them. A lot of people care about them. I read with special interest one of your prof notes. It's exhibit number 5, where I think far more eloquently than you laid out their needs and your concerns about their plight. Would you reach for exhibit number 5, and would you read that for me, please? I have a copy of it here, if it might, if you would accept my representation, if that's exhibit number 5, and it is your prof note, Colonel North, I think you will. Would you just read it from the start to the finish for me, please? And tell us the date that you wrote that, and perhaps to whom it went, if you can decipher that as well.
This appears to be a note from myself to Don Fortier, with copy on to Admiral Poindexter, I believe. The subject is special meeting on Central America. Will, that's Wilma Hall, mother of my secretary. Please pass to Don. Don Fortier was at the time the principal deputy assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, who has since died. This weekend's trip to Honduras and El Salvador was the most depressing venture in my 4 years of working the Central American issue. There is great anxiety that the Congress will not act in time to stave off a major defeat for the resistance. This sense exists in the governments of Honduras and El Salvador, but most alarmingly is now evident in the resistance itself. The lack of a viable source of resupply has not only affected combat operations, it is now beginning to affect the political viability of the unified Nicaraguan opposition leadership as well. Colonel Bermudez, in front of the Southern Front commanders, El Negro Chamorro, questioned the need for UNO and the drain of scarce resources to support the Atlantic and Southern fronts. While he committed to send 6,000 to 8,000 troops in the next few days, he openly admitted in front of Blank that they would have to come back out in 15 to 20 days if there is no resupply. As known, their most pressing need is for anti-aircraft, but the other things are now running short as well. The entire force is back to 1 meal per day and no more boots, uniforms, packs, ponchos, or weapons are available for the new recruits. New trainees will be turned away effective today. All hospitalization for wounded in action will cease at the end of the week. Troops returning to Nicaragua this week will carry only 70 to 100 rounds of ammunition instead of the 500 that they had been carrying. No new radio batteries are available, so there is no way to pass commands or intelligence. The picture is, in short, very dismal, unless a new source of bridge funding can be identified. While we should not raise specific sources with Blank at all, we need to explore this problem urgently, or there won't be a force to help when the Congress finally acts. Warm regards, North.
Colonel North, on the very day you wrote that note of despair, there was over $4.8 million in the accounts controlled by Mr. Hakim and Ms. Secord. You couldn't have known that, could you?
I did not, but as I testified earlier, Senator, I do not know to this day whether or not those funds were set aside for the other activities that I briefed this committee on.
How many boots could have been purchased, Colonel? How many lives could have been saved if just a portion of those monies had been sent to the Nicaraguan resistance?
Boots run $16 a pair to $30 a pair, depending on where they're purchased. Ammunition, as you know from the charts and information you have, varies in cost. The aviation resupply costs considerably. Certainly, the more money that was available to the resistance, the better their fortunes would be. There is no doubt about that.
And certainly, throughout all this time, a matter of the very highest priority in your mind was helping the Contras stay alive and fight their battle.
It was.
Mr. Chairman, I have no more questions of Colonel North. I want to thank you, Colonel, for your testimony. I do believe you've testified truthfully, and you certainly have helped us put the pieces of this puzzle together. But I would, Mr. Chairman, like to make one personal observation. In the activities of Mr. Hakim and Secord, we've seen private interest riding roughshod over public motives, a cause compromised as individuals reaped enormous profits, and in my judgment, the trust of Colonel North betrayed. All this demonstrates to me the sheer folly of conducting the people's business without checks and balances. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Tribble.
Thank you, Colonel North.
Mr. Hamilton.
Proceeding under the 15-minute rule now, the chair recognizes the Vice Chairman of the House Select Committee, Mr. Fasell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North, I wish there were under different circumstances that I saw you again. It's been now about 6 months or more since you first appeared before the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House of Representatives and stated at that time that no one wanted to tell the story more than you did. And we gave you the opportunity then to take advantage of your constitutional rights, which you have every right to do, and in my judgment you should have done. Now the Congress has provided you this opportunity in the last several days. Your testimony has been remarkable. You, as a colonel in the White House, were largely instrumental in implementing the President's policy. You were exercising executive authority, clearly. You conducted a major covert operation. Ordinarily, it would have probably kept the operations division of the CIA pretty busy. You planned and directed major military operations. I wonder if I could get you gentlemen in front of me to move one way and the other way so the witness can see me and I can see the witness. Thank you very much. As I was saying, you planned and directed major military operations. And acquitted yourself in a fashion that would do justice to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You arranged for the sale of lethal weapons out of the Department of Defense, a matter which is normally undertaken by a whole division of international security in the Department of Defense. You conducted secret, sensitive, important, diplomatic negotiations, which under normal circumstances would have used up a pretty big chunk of the State Department. Millions of dollars were raised to support and implement the President's policies. Their arms were sold, funds were received from governments. Many patriotic private citizens in the United States and elsewhere provided funds. And so there had to be an effort some way to keep track of these millions of dollars and make sure that in some way they went to serve the President's policy. In addition to that, there was an enormous effort undertaken in which you played a very important part to influence the American people in support of the President's policy, to lobby the Congress, to make sure the votes were there for Contra aid. And in the process, Colonel, you probably produced and disposed of more government paper than anybody I ever heard of in my life. As a matter of fact, I think you ought to be in the Guinness Book of World Records on that score. And I don't say any of this disparagingly. Now, all of this was done without the slightest knowledge on the part of the Congress. And we wouldn't have known even today, based on your preference, which, as I recall your testimony, because this was a covert operation and should be done that way, that you were doing everything that was legal in carrying out the President's policy. But if it hadn't been for three events, two of which you had absolutely no control over. One of them was the Hassenfuss plane was shot down in the resupply operation. And that was a sad blow, tragedy. And Casey said, well, son, or words to that effect, you know, this thing's beginning to unravel. We better start cleaning things up. And he was so right. And then someone, probably our adversaries, because they had charge of the information, decided to leak a story about the McFarland trip, and it came out in a Lebanese periodical. And then the unraveling gathered up a lot of steam because every media in the world was then focused on what happened. The third event was, in my judgment, a very unusual event, Colonel. I was probably as surprised as you were. And that was to hear the Attorney General of the United States get on television and say for the first time, well, folks, got to tell you that $30 million, I believe he said, don't hold me to the exact amount, but it was a lot of money. Residuals, funds, whatever, were diverted or were used for the Contras. Otherwise, nobody would have known about that. And I wondered at the time why that was done. Just couldn't believe it myself. As a matter of fact, I made a statement at that time, Colonel. I said, it's inconceivable to me that an operation of this magnitude and sensitivity, involving many countries, millions of dollars, very sensitive operations on behalf of the United States, could be laid in the lap of a colonel operating out of a phone booth in the White House. Or that in some magic way he got hold of some bad torpedo Jews and just started running crazy and running the government on his own. Anybody believe that, believe in a tooth fairy. Well, that's not even a good analogy. Tooth fairy is not bad. I just didn't believe that, and the testimony up to this point has strengthened my belief even more. Now, having said all of this, and applauding your sterling character and patriotism, which millions of people around the country have done, properly so, because you've been a very direct, sincere believer, and you carried out your orders. You did it in a fashion which people understand, okay? But I keep asking myself, how come I don't feel good? And it's not because of anything you've said. It's got nothing to do with your testimony. Except in laying out the mosaic of this gigantic jigsaw puzzle, which under ordinary circumstances might have taken all the elements of the United States government to put it together and make it successful. But here was a man with determination and skill doing the job. And it occurred to me one of the things I didn't like. I don't think any individual in the uniform of the military services of the United States should ever again be put in the position that you were put in, or that Admiral Poindexter was put in, or that Bud McFarland was put in. That's one of the things that struck me immediately, because it does a discredit to you as an individual, to the service which you represent and the uniform which you wear. I haven't reached a total conclusion yet. This puzzle is so gigantic, we're just beginning to put the pieces together. And you've been extremely helpful in doing that. And of course, as you know, that's the main purpose of these hearings, is simply to get the facts officially on the record. All this stuff's been printed, most of it. It's out there. The media got it a long time ago. Congress is way behind the curve. But for reasons historical, for reasons that affect the jurisdiction of the Congress of the United States in playing its role as a co-equal branch of government, so that we don't distort the Constitution of the United States and wind up with only two branches of government. It's important for the Congress to analyze what happened and decide if there's anything that we want to do about it or should do about it. It's also important for the American people to look at all of this and make up their own minds. It goes far beyond Colonel Ollie North, in other words. And so I begin to feel right now that we, the people, in order to form a more perfect union, Colonel North, have instead adopted the values, at least temporarily, of a totalitarian government in an effort to do what we feel is proper and right, and that is to encourage and enhance democracy. But, you know, I'd hate to think, as many of my colleagues here have already expressed themselves, that in the process we have shredded our own democratic fabric. None of us want to do that. You don't want to do it, and I don't want to do it, the American people don't want to do it, this committee and the Congress don't want to do it. Now that's our job, to try to rectify everything from what we have learned, in which you played such a major role. And again, I say, this is in no derogation to you, sir, whatever. Now, I got a little time left, and there's some questions that's still buzzing around in my mind. So let me ask a couple of questions in the time I have left. Have I got some time left, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, before you ask that.
Sure, as long as they don't take it out of my time, it'll be great.
Very briefly. There are just 2 points that I think deserve mention. First of all, I do not believe that we have adopted, in pursuing the activities that I have come here to testify about, the philosophy or the values of a totalitarian society.
No, I meant the methods. You're absolutely right.
But, sir, I beg to differ. I honestly believe that we carried out those activities within the constraints of the law as they were described and put up on that board a few days ago.
Colonel,
and
if
the government of the United States did not want us to act to support the Nicaraguan resistance, then the Congress should have passed a law that forbade it, and I would not have done it, sir.
No, I understand that. You know, I supported the Contras notwithstanding.
I know you have, sir.
So, you know, but anyway, maybe that was a strong phrase, but it still means that we have to adopt tactics. If the only thing we can do is adopt tactics used by the other side, I'm not so sure we won anything, even if we won. Now, that's a philosophical statement, and there's no point in you and I getting into that discussion. But I appreciate your comment. I mean, you're right. I was not talking about substitution of values as such. Now, you worked with Otto Reich and Jonathan Miller. They were the director and deputy director of the Latin American Public Diplomacy Program, which reported to the special planning group on which you sat. Is that correct?
They reported, obviously, to the Secretary of State or some superior within the State Department, but the group did work with the restricted interagency group. That is correct, sir.
Yeah, well, I seem to remember somewhere that Walt Raymond chaired that, and the decision was made to have the LAPD stuck in the State Department, but they really reported to the White House or the NSC. But that's all right. The record will straighten that out. Did you know that Frank Gomez and Rich Miller, operating as IBC, had been awarded by the U.S. government 3 contracts for about $400,000?
It was again, I didn't know that it was 3. I did know that they had a contract or contracts with the State Department and that there was at least a classified provision of that activity. Yes, sir.
Did you recommend the awarding of those contracts?
I don't recall that I recommended it. I know that at one point either Mr. Miller or Mr. Gomez or both acknowledged to me that the contracts were being held up and that they hadn't been paid for the services that they had provided for the State Department. I may have at some point in there inquired with either...
expedite the payments.
Yes, sir.
Did you at any time indicate to Spitz Channel and Dan Conrad that the funds they raised for the Contras should be turned over to Frank Gomez and Rich Miller, operating as IBC?
No, I did ask Mr. Miller or Mr. Gomez, I believe it was just Mr. Miller, to establish an offshore account that could be used to prosecute the goals we have discussed here. And at some point, I am sure that I told Mr. Channel that certain monies that he raised which were to go to the direct support of the Nicaraguan resistance,
Should go to the offshore accounts?
account and then to other activities.
All right. Let's see, I had a couple others here. Do you recall, just off the top of your head, the last direction you gave Gomez and Miller with regard to the transfer out of the Cayman Island account?
I do not recall the last one, sir.
Did you ever ask Roy Godson, who was, as I understand it, a special consultant to the NSC, to help the private fundraising efforts in support of the Central American activities?
For two specific purposes, both of them non-military, both of which we ought not to, I don't think, raise in here.
Right. But the point is, you did ask him to do something.
He did,
Yeah.
I did, and he did.
Now, do you recall a meeting at the White House with Roy Godson, Terry Slees, and Bud McFarland?
Yes, sir.
And
I don't
this-
recall the specific details of the meeting, but
Yeah. But it was in general about your activities in
It was.
Central America.
those were non-military, I would point out.
By non-military, you mean it was a different operation other than the Nicaraguan Contras?
It was in support of the Nicaraguan resistance. It was not.
But
It was a
non-military
non-military
effort.
activity in support
I
of
got
that.
you. Did you authorize Gomez and Miller to deduct about $20,000 for their expenses?
I never got into those kinds of details with them. We did
Oh.
discuss that they would derive fair, just, and reasonable compensation for their services. We never talked about specific amounts.
Were you aware of the fact that John Donahue contributed $100,000?
The name does not ring a bell.
Doesn't ring a
Congressman.
bell with you.
No, sir.
Do you recall any connection with regard to a disbursement to the Heritage Foundation?
It's the first it is the first I can recall hearing about it.
And therefore, you wouldn't know anything about an award by the Heritage Foundation to a Miller-Gomez operation?
I do not recall knowing anything about that, no, sir.
Well, let's
Again,
get to...
if I may just make one more point, on
Certainly.
Mr. Hurdle, it is my recollection that the meetings he did arrange for me in Philadelphia, I believe, and there may have been another one or two down here, were all, again, for non-military purposes. There were specific activities I think we have agreed not to raise publicly here
Right.
that were being supported through
In
those.
other words, it was for the effort, the total effort, but
Yes, sir.
non-military in nature.
That's right.
Now, did you authorize Rich Miller, or anyone else for that matter, to draft letters for your signature which were sent to individuals who were helpful?
Yes, I did.
And were those letters actually drafted by Rich Miller, and did you authorize him to sign it, or did you sign
No,
it?
I believe I signed out several hundred letters to people who had supported the resistance.
Thank you very much, Colonel. You've been extremely helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North, for the past 4 days, really the fifth day now, I've listened to your testimony. You've sat there at the witness table, armed only with that potted plant there at your side, or should I say non-potted plant? I think that would be more accurate. And in some respects, from where I sit, you have shed new light on matters that have come before this committee. You've admitted error, you've accepted some blame, you've provided some helpful explanations of what was going on and why they occurred in the first place. And from what you've said, your motives and your intentions were, it seems to me, from your perspective, were always good for our country. We're always well-intentioned in the best interest of our country, and I think that's important. You've helped take this affair, it seems to me, away from the media. some of whom I think have for months tried to make of it something it was not. Now, having said that, Colonel North, and I didn't say all of them, I said some of them. Now, having said that, and they can judge themselves whether they fit in one or the other category, but I think the American people know. Now, having said that, I don't want to give the impression that I believe that there weren't some mistakes made here. There were. And I think that trading arms for hostages is wrong, and to the extent that the Iran initiative became strictly an arms for hostages deal, which it was not, but nevertheless has been portrayed by certain people in the media debate, I think that was wrong. I also don't feel that misleading or lying to Congress can ever be condoned. You need to know that. As a general proposition, Colonel North, would you agree, however, that we've got to come up with a workable system where the executive branch does not feel that it has to mislead the Congress? Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay, what about drug smuggling? There have been a lot of allegations thrown around that the Contra resupply operation was involved in cocaine trafficking. A news program over the weekend suggested that Rob Owen, who testified earlier, was involved in drug smuggling. Now, is there any truth to that? Can you shed any light for us on that subject?
Absolutely false. Mr. Owen is the last person, perhaps right beside me, that would ever be engaged in those kinds of activities, and when Mr. Owen found any information pertaining to the possibility of involvement in drugs, he told me, and I would tell the appropriate federal authorities, and there were several of such instances. Absolutely false, Senator.
I believe that. I take exception with something you said in your opening statement, Colonel North. You stressed several times that this committee's final conclusion would be apt to put the blame on the executive branch and we would not be willing to share some of that blame ourselves. In that regard, Colonel North, I think you were prejudging us. In my view, thanks in part to your testimony over the past number of days, we may yet stand a chance of understanding the broader foreign policy objectives of the Iran initiative. I'd like to read something from the infamous diversion memo, which I might add says very little about diversion. It's interesting to me that the foreign policy goals in that memorandum don't get much attention, while the 8 lines relating to the diversion have been, it seems to me, they've been dwelled on incessantly. And in that memorandum, you make the following statement, quote, "The U.S. side made an effort to refocus Iranian attention on the threat posed by the Soviet Union and the need to establish a longer
Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North, for the past 4 days, really the 5th day now, I've listened to your testimony. You've sat there at the witness table, armed only with that potted plant there at your side, or should I say non-potted plant? I think that would be more accurate. And in some respects, from where I sit, you have shed new light on matters that have come before this committee. You've admitted error. You've accepted some blame. You've provided some helpful explanations of what was going on and why they occurred in the first place. And from what you've said, your motives and your intentions were, it seems to me, from your perspective, were always good for our country. We're always well-intentioned in the best interest of our country, and I think that's important. You've helped take this affair, it seems to me, away from the media, some of whom I think have for months tried to make of it something it was not. Now, having said that, Colonel North, And I didn't say all of them. I said some of them. Now, having said that, and they can judge themselves whether they fit in one or the other category, but I think the American people know. Now, having said that, I don't want to give the impression that I believe that there weren't some mistakes made here. There were. And I think that trading arms for hostages is wrong, and to the extent that the Iran initiative became strictly an arms for hostages deal, which it was not, but nevertheless has been portrayed by certain people in the media debate, I think that was wrong. I also don't feel that misleading or lying to Congress can ever be condoned. You need to know that. As a general proposition, Colonel North, would you agree, however, that we've got to come up with a workable system where the executive branch does not feel that it has to mislead the Congress? Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay, what about drug smuggling? There have been a lot of allegations thrown around that the Contra resupply operation was involved in cocaine trafficking. A news program over the weekend suggested that Rob Owen, who testified earlier, was involved in drug smuggling. Now, is there any truth to that? Can you shed any light for us on that subject?
Absolutely false. Mr. Owen is the last person, perhaps right beside me, that would ever be engaged in those kinds of activities, and when Mr. Owen found any information pertaining to the possibility of involvement in drugs, he told me, and I would tell the appropriate federal authorities, and there were several of such instances. Absolutely false, Senator.
I believe that. I take exception with something you said in your opening statement, Colonel North. You stressed several times that this committee's final conclusion would be apt to put the blame on the executive branch and we would not be willing to share some of that blame ourselves. In that regard, Colonel North, I think you are prejudging us. In my view, thanks in part to your testimony over the past number of days, we may yet stand a chance of understanding the broader foreign policy objectives of the Iran initiative. I'd like to read something from the infamous diversion memo, which I might add says very little about diversion. It's interesting to me that the foreign policy goals in that memorandum don't get much attention, while the 8 lines relating to the diversion have been, it seems to me, they've been dwelled on incessantly. Now, in that memorandum, you make the following statement, quote, "The U.S. side made an effort to refocus Iranian attention on the threat posed by the Soviet Union and the need to establish a longer-term relationship between our two countries based on more than arms transactions. It was emphasized that the hostage issue was a, quote, hurdle, unquote, which must be crossed before this improved relationship could prosper, unquote." Now, does that statement accurately reflect the objectives of the arms transaction?
It does, and I wrote them, sir.
You bet you did. And there hasn't been much said about that. And in a prof note you sent to Admiral Poindexter dated September 17, 1986, a half year later, you wrote that your talks with the Iranians were going well and that, quote, "They and we want to move quickly beyond the, quote, obstacle, unquote, of the hostages. Sincerely believe that we can be instrumental in bringing about an end to the Iran-Iraq war," unquote. Now, Colonel North, if you had achieved that objective alone, the Iran initiative probably would have been considered a great success, would it not have?
I'm sure it would have, Senator.
That was quite an initiative. That was quite a desire, right?
Yes, it was.
Colonel North, hopefully these hearings can educate the American public of the broad foreign policy goals that were associated with the Iran initiative as stated in your diversion memorandum. In addition to the ones I just referred to was the protection of the northern tier states such as Pakistan, Afghanistan, India. Was that part of what you were trying to do?
It was.
And keep them supporting the freedom fighters in Afghanistan?
Yes, sir.
You bet. And was the protection of the southern tier states such as Israel, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, was that part of your goals?
It was.
An important part, wasn't it?
We thought so.
Could have been disastrous. It still could be disastrous, couldn't it?
There's great potential for that,
Was
sir.
one of those goals to wean Iran away from its support of terrorism
It was.
by opening up a second channel to moderates who believed that it was not in Iran's best long-term interest to continue to foster and support terrorism?
Yes, and for 18 months it worked, sir.
Was the delivery to the United States of captured Russian military equipment a significant part of this plan and one of the goals?
Yes, sir.
Was the lessening of Iranian reliance on the Soviet Union as an arms supplier one of the goals?
The Soviet bloc, that's correct, sir.
Was the elimination of the Iranian support for the Sandinistas one of your goals?
It was, and we clearly told them that.
And finally, if we could have gotten the hostages out, which unfortunately appears, of course, in the end to have consumed all of these broader foreign policy goals, that still would have been an excellent result, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you would have been really happy about that.
I would not have been alone.
In the end, you were mainly concerned about that because you were afraid they were going to be killed, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there are memoranda that you have brought forth that are part of these stack of documents that are taller than you
Yes, sir.
that have indicated that you were terribly afraid that they might be murdered or killed.
Yes, sir.
That's one of the reasons you were so frenetic, isn't it? That you were flying all over the world, running back and forth, working 18, 20 hours a day. Isn't that right?
We did a lot of travel, Senator.
And you weren't the only one concerned either, were you?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
In your view, would these hearings be beneficial if they result in a better understanding by Congress and the American people and the media that sometimes covert operations are necessary, and that if they are to be given a chance to succeed, they have to be kept secret? Would that be a good result of these
It
hearings?
certainly would, Senator.
And do you think these hearings may achieve some success? And I must admit that I may be on a moonshot with this one. Do you think these hearings might achieve some success if they result in Congress recognizing that the President needs to be given some latitude to carry out his foreign policy objectives without 535 members of Congress, many Secretary of States, second-guessing everything the President's trying to do?
Yes, sir.
You believe that, don't you?
I do.
I believe that, too. I think Congress has been interfering far too much in a reasonable foreign policy, although Congress certainly has a role. You agree with that, too, don't you?
There is a role, and that is the appropriation of monies to carry out that policy, sir.
Well, and we can look at the policy and determine whether we think it's good or bad, but it shouldn't be a constant micromanaging of the policy, should it?
Not at all.
Okay, do you feel that it would be a good thing if we finally learned the lesson that the leader of the free world, and if we say that we're the leader of the free world, and if we say we're going to help a neighbor, such as the freedom fighters in Nicaragua, that we better dig in for the long haul rather than cutting and running every other year? Do you think that's a good thing?
Yes, sir.
Maybe these hearings can get that across, too, do you think?
I hope so.
Because that's what you had to face, wasn't it, at the White House? Every time you thought you had things on track, Congress would come up with some other theory or some other different approach. Isn't that right?
It seemed like an annual affair, sir.
And it not only contradicted what you were trying to do, but it sent different messages to the rest of the world. Is that right?
That is correct,
And
sir.
weren't you afraid that the United States might be considered an unreliable partner in world affairs because of what we were doing up here in the Congress?
Yes, sir.
In fact, we are considered an unreliable partner in part by some nations of this world. Is that correct?
By many.
And it's precisely because of some of these things. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you think it would be a good thing if, as a result of these hearings, we start to provide consistent support to the Contras so that they effectively seek to bring about a democratic resolution to the situation in Nicaragua, and to ensure that we won't ever have to send our American boys down there and girls to fight in that troubled region that's so close to our own borders? Do you think that'd be a good result of these hearings?
Yes, sir, it would.
I do too. Now, if we don't support the Nicaraguan democratic resistance and ignore the communist threat that exists right now in Central America, what in your opinion you think might happen in the next 20 years in this hemisphere and maybe throughout the world?
It won't take 20 years, Senator. It will take a whole lot less. The consolidation of the communist regime in Managua will result in the spread of that revolution as they themselves have advocated. You will see democracy perish in the rest of Central America, a flood of refugees crossing the American borders, and potentially the construction of a Berlin-type wall along the Rio Grande to keep people out. This country took over 1 million illegal refugees last year. Just last week, we authorized 200,000 Nicaraguans to stay in this country, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
And they're all going to want to
more than
come here, aren't they, if we don't do what's right now?
You're talking about something in the neighborhood of 10 million refugees, the potential for drawing down on NATO support in order to defend our own southern border. And ultimately, with the consolidation of communism in Central America, the commitment of American troops, the very thing we sought to prevent.
Well, I don't think we've heard too much about that. Glad to hear you articulate some of those things. Do you feel that these hearings may be important if they cause us to finally stand behind the Reagan doctrine and give assistance to the freedom fighters in Angola, Cambodia, and Afghanistan, and elsewhere, where people are really committed to pushing out the communist aggressors who want to take away their farms and their businesses and, of course, their freedoms?
That would be a magnificent outcome, Senator.
if we could. Do you think it would be a good thing if, as a result of these hearings, both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue begin to understand just how counterproductive leaks can be and how they jeopardize lives and national security? Is that right?
It would be, sir.
In fact, one of the points you've made here, one of the reasons that you said you lied, is because you were worried about lives. You're worried about sources and methods and assets and ambassadors and representatives of other nations and our own people as well. Isn't that part of the problem?
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty tough choice sometimes between telling the truth if it means the death of some of our most important assets in the world, or if it means the disruption of some of our most important foreign policies in the world. I have to admit it's a tough choice. I'm not sure that I'm Solomonic enough to have made the choice one way or the other, but I still think it's wrong to not tell the truth to Congress. But I understand why you feel the way you did. Do you think it would be a good thing if the next time the Senate Intelligence Committee does a 150-page secret report, such as it did in this very affair last December, and was voted by the members of the committee not to release, that it not be leaked to the press, and just one segment of the press rather than the whole press? Do you think we ought to, do you think that would be a good thing if we get that across?
It would indeed, Senator.
Well, I think so, too. Do you think it would be a good thing if, as a result of these hearings, if we reconsidered the staging of these kinds of public media shows where we disclose in great detail to our international friends and our enemies our documents, our methods, our secret plans, and the details of our own national security?
I have testified to that end, Senator.
This is what's happening here to a degree.
Yes, sir.
Now, I have to say to you, I think these hearings are very important in spite of that, but I think that's something we have to be concerned about, and I agree with you. In that regards, would you agree that if we must ever have these kinds of hearings at all, they should not be turned into forums where persons, especially those under investigation by the independent counsel, are prematurely judged and accused of criminal conduct?
It would have been nice, sir.
I saw a lot of premature judging in this process, and I kind of resented it then, and I still resent it today. Along these lines, a scholar once wrote, quote, "How individuals who have been pilloried by congressional investigating committees can be guaranteed a fair trial before an unprejudiced jury is hard to see unless the jury be illiterate," unquote. Would you agree with that?
At the very least, sir.
And would you also agree with another statement by the same author when he states, quote, "If the investigative power of Congress is unlimited, the separation of powers and systems of checks and balances must break down," unquote. Is that correct?
That was the position I've taken throughout, sir.
Well, these statements were written, by the way, by one Arthur Lawrence Lyman in the thesis entitled Limited Government and Unlimited Investigation. This was in partial fulfillment. I know that he's going to appreciate my comments before I get through.
I thought I had written them, sir.
Well, let me tell you, they were true then and they're true today. It was in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the bachelor's degree at the Harvard University, April 2nd, 1954, shortly after the McCarthy hearings. And I'm personally happy to say that regardless of what others have done here, Arthur Lyman has, for the most part, conducted himself in accordance with what he wrote 33 years ago. Now, let me just say this to you, and Mr. Chairman, I'll finish with these remarks. I've been a little tough on our committee, but I do respect these people up here, and I have terrific respect for every member of this panel, and for the attorneys and those. But I also have a great deal of respect for you. It isn't easy to sit there 5 days and go through what you've gone through and admit what you've had to admit and express some of the mistakes that have been made. Let me just say this. Based upon what I've seen and heard in these hearings, there are mistakes here. To the extent that this was purely an arms transfer for hostages, I have to disagree with that, if that's all that it was, but I think your answers have shown that it's more. I don't think the NSC should ever operate covert operations. I just don't think they should. And frankly, I don't think that we should have had a diversion of funds here, even though I have to confess, I kind of think it's a neat idea, too, to take monies from the Ayatollah and send them over to the freedom fighters in Nicaragua. What a nice use of those funds, except that you have to be, I don't think it was right. I think it points out the difficulties. It points out the difficulties of the private. It's still a neat idea, I got to admit. And I don't care who laughs. And I think you were right, at least well motivated in your desires to help them, because we weren't helping them like we should up here. We weren't supporting this policy in our own hemisphere. Fourthly, I think these hearings point up the difficulties with privatization of our foreign policy. I'm not saying you should never do it, but they point up the difficulties of privatization. And last but not least, and let me end with this, I think these hearings should not let the Congress escape. By gosh, I think if there's anything that ought to come out of these hearings, it ought to be that we beat our breasts and act very sanctimonious and act like we just would never have made any of these mistakes when we've never had really the responsibility of day-to-day carrying them out. Now, mistakes are made here. I think good people can acknowledge that, and we can all agree whether we supported the policies or didn't. Mistakes have been made, but by gosh, we don't have to beat our country into submission or people like you just because mistakes have been made. I want you to know that it's hard for us to believe it up here, but Congress makes mistakes too. And it's been making mistakes for most of this Iran-Contra and most of the Contra affair that we've had and going on in this hemisphere. Now, whether you believe in supporting the Contras or not, we ought to come up with a consistent policy of support or non-support in the Congress so everybody knows that America stands in a matter of integrity for certain things. Now, I'll just be honest with you, based on what I've heard thus far, with your admission of mistakes, with your admission that some of the things you did you feel are wrong in retrospect, and it's always easier to do these things in retrospect. I don't want you prosecuted. I don't. I don't think many people in America do. And I think there's going to be one lot of hell raised if you are. Now, that doesn't mean they won't. It doesn't mean that sticklers in the law won't pursue the last pound of flesh, but I'll tell you, I don't want you prosecuted. Now, there may be something in the remaining part of this testimony or these hearings that might change my attitude, but as of right now, I don't want that to happen. And I don't think many people who've watched this, whether they believe in what you did or didn't, want that to happen. And I just want to personally tell you, I think you've conducted yourself very well here. And I want to tell you I appreciate having the benefit of your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
Mr. Broomfield is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to say at the outset that the comments made by Senator Orrin Hatch follow my thinking very closely. But actually, Colonel North, I'm particularly pleased to finally see you before this committee. For many months, I've been urging to do everything we possibly can to give you this opportunity to get your story across, and you certainly have done it, and I want to congratulate you on your very impressive handling of the questions that have been directed to you. And I also want to pay tribute to Mr. Sullivan for his excellent handling of some of the difficult questions that you've had to answer. First of all, I've been around quite a few years, and I can share the frustrations that you must have had at least the last 5 years in dealing with a lot of subjects, but particularly the one in Central America with the Contras. I think we here in Congress are just as much on trial as the administration. I really believe that because for some reason foreign policy seems to have fallen apart. There's a lack of trust both on the part of the administration and on Congress. We've got members that think they should be entitled to all information of what's going on. I think there's areas, though, that when you're getting into these high-risk areas, I think we've got to have trust among the leadership of Congress and the administration. I can't help but recall when I first came here, and it was back in the Eisenhower times, and I remember Sam Rayburn talking about how they went about getting approval for the atom bomb. And this was back in 1942. And what they did then, they called in the leadership of both parties, and they agreed that they would put a certain amount of money in the defense budget, and this would be used for research and development for the atom bomb. And no one gave away that information, and by 1945, the bomb was developed and obviously was used during President Truman's time during the bombing of Hiroshima. And I can recall just recently, in the last few years, even with the Reagan administration, you were there, it was on the question of the bombing of Libya. What did the administration do? Well, they called the senior members of Congress to come to the White House before that bombing attack took place. The president was there, the vice president, all the top cabinet people. Bill Casey was there. And they went over the plans. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we knew at 7 o'clock that the bombing would take place. And of course, we were watching our watches as the debate was going on, knowing that time was getting closer. Of course, one good thing about it, the administration, the president, and the rest of them kept us there. In other words, they didn't let us get out in the street and let the information out. But nevertheless, the point that I'm getting at, it was that consultation that I think was extremely important. And I think that's where the administration has made the most serious and grievous error in this whole thing, is the fact that we don't have the consultation between Congress and the administration. Now, I have to say that I agree with some of the members who said that they wouldn't support an arms sales to Iran just for the sake of release of the hostages. I think it was a dangerous mission. But I have to say this, that I think that had the administration been more forthright, I think things would probably have worked out better. What I'm getting at, that I think in these areas of very high risk, and I certainly agree with Senator Hatch that we shouldn't be carrying on covert activities in the NSC. I think that's another mistake that was made. I think if we don't stick to the normal channels, either through the CIA or State Department, we run into the problem of accountability. But what I would really like to see, I'd like to see us get back that when we have these areas where we might call it super sensitive covert activities, at least the very senior members of Congress on both the House and Senate would be consulted before such action would take place. So you bring Congress in as a full partner in these decisions. That's the area that probably troubles me the most about this entire investigation and what has transpired. Of course, I think there has been mistakes made, and I think it's regrettable. And I agree with Senator Hatch. I don't want to see you go to jail because I think you're a great patriotic American, and I'm proud of what you've tried to do. And this has been a very difficult time. I would like to ask you, however, a few questions with respect to the Sandinistas problem. What are the diplomatic efforts, if any, that the United States could pursue to get the Sandinistas to honor the promise they made clear back in 1979 to the Organization of American States to bring democracy and freedom to Nicaragua?
Well, you're asking me to take over the role of the Secretary of State, Congressman Broomfield, and I don't want to be accused of exceeding my mandate again. My sense is that the administration has indeed taken a number of steps to offer a diplomatic opening. The Sandinistas have consistently said that what they want is a bilateral treaty or arrangement with the United States, and then they could go about doing what they wanted with their neighbors. We have consistently taken the position that there should be no such bilateral relationship or arrangement, that in fact Nicaragua's argument is with its own people and with its neighbors, and that we're going to support the neighbors and the people of Nicaragua in achieving the democratic outcome that we believe we have to have in that part of the world. And their neighbors know that they have to have it too.
We've heard a great deal about it, and I think many of us would agree that this off-again, on-again policy toward the situation and aid to the Contras have caused great problems. But as you know, this last year, of course, we got $100 million, $70 million for lethal and $30 million for humanitarian aid. But I'm fearful that we got another program coming up very shortly in a few months, and I think the feeling generally right now is that we might go back to what we did before, and that's a cutoff. And this is what disturbs you probably the most, isn't it?
It is. And I think that that outcome would be disastrous for this country. I have no doubt, as with what Senator Mitchell said, that that is an issue open to political debate, and that good and loyal Americans do disagree, and certainly it does not impugn their patriotism to have an opinion different than mine. But the fact is that the American people have not been given all of the information on what's going on. It is a very difficult thing to get out the straight story on the Nicaraguan resistance and the true perversion of the revolution undertaken by the Sandinistas. Their propaganda machine is very, very effective. And in fact, it is difficult to get the straight story out on either the repression of the Sandinistas, the threat that they pose to their neighbors, or the realities about the Nicaraguan resistance. And I must tell you that from a personal perspective, I feel a great deal of empathy for the Nicaraguan resistance soldier, the men and women who are the resistance. I came back from a war that we fought in Vietnam to a public that did not understand. In my humble opinion, they had been lied to. The American public did not know what we suffered, what we endured, or what we tried to achieve. And I think the same thing prevails for the Nicaraguan resistance today. They have been maligned. Great mistruths have been told about them. And the Sandinistas have been glorified as land reformers and labor leaders and the like. It isn't true. And those facts ought to come out. I can have a great deal of empathy for the soldiers of the Nicaraguan resistance who today find themselves cast as misfits and mercenaries, and in fact what they are is Nicaraguans who want nothing more than the same kind of liberties that we hold dear in this country and are fighting for them with an on-again, off-again policy of support from the United States. And I would tell you, sir, that if we cut them off again, it will have disastrous effect not only for them, but for our foreign policy across the board, because our ambivalence and lack of will be evident not only to our adversaries, but to our friends.
On the basis that Congress does continue to provide some aid to the Contras, will the Contras only be able to keep the Sandinistas regime in Nicaragua from spreading communism into neighboring countries, or will they actually have a chance of bringing about a democratic government in Nicaragua? I think that's a key question a lot of people are asking.
There is no doubt that a combination of diplomatic, political, economic, and military pressure can bring about the kind of democratic outcome this president has advocated since he came into office. And those kinds of things are necessary, and they are necessary in combination. It is not one or two, but all of those measures that will achieve that kind of an outcome.
I wonder if you could tell us the genesis of this whole question of the diversion, how that came up. How did we ever get involved in it? What was the very beginning in your estimation?
Well, I don't call it a diversion. I call it use of the residuals or the results of the transactions within the Iranians. The very first mention of use of residuals came from an Israeli official who was meeting with me in early January. The original express purpose was to pay for the replacement of TOW missiles that the Israelis had sent in August, September of 1985, and for the purpose of supporting other operations. The actual proposal to have funds generated by the sale of munitions to Iran and use funds from that sale to support the Nicaraguan resistance came in a meeting with Munachar Gurbanifar in Europe at the end of January 1986.
Why was it necessary, though, to get into other areas of covert activity outside of the normal channels of where the president has to submit a finding and so forth? Why was that necessary? And you indicated, I think, this morning that it was only a short-term operation. Why was it even a short-term? I mean, what brought that about?
Well, there was no other source of monies for those activities.
Was it the fact that Congress continued to refuse to supply adequate funding for the CIA operations?
Exactly. I mean, Congress had cut off all the use of U.S. monies. In fact, before the rigid proscriptions of Boland in October of 1984, the CIA had long before run out of money to support the resistance.
Colonel, based on your experience at the National Security Council, what is your evaluation of the Department of State in formulating and implementing U.S. foreign policy?
There are good and decent men who work hard every single day to look after the national security of the United States at the State Department. Congressman Broomfield, and you and I know that, and I don't think, given my current status, As a lieutenant colonel in the United States Marine Corps, it would be fair for me to go beyond that.
Well, I just want to conclude by saying that I'm very pleased and honored to have you before this committee. I think you've done so much for our country. I think the American people probably have a better understanding of the problems that this administration has had to face with in the last 5.5 years to have any kind of a consistent foreign policy. And I think it's been extremely regrettable that we've not had what I call a bipartisan foreign policy. I really, frankly, don't know how we're going to get back on track, but I think it's extremely important that we try to work toward those goals. And I would think that there are several things that probably this panel will be recommending, and one of them, I hope that we can make sure that in the future that we don't have any covert activities, at least some members, particularly the leadership of Congress, is not informed on. I think it's very important not to work outside of our normal government agencies. I want to thank the Chairman very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Sarbanes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North, first I want to touch very briefly on a subject you've brought up, and I just want to satisfy my curiosity about it. You mentioned, I think, on some 2 or 3 occasions that one of the things you were working towards in the Iranian initiative was to have a meeting of the Vice President with a very high-ranking Iranian official. Do I recall your testimony correct in that regard?
I did. I believe I also advocated in another document that the Secretary of State should meet with a high-ranking Iranian official.
But here, I think 2 or 3 times you mentioned the Vice President. My question is, did you have any reason for thinking the Vice President would be agreeable to such a meeting?
No, but I had reason to believe that the Vice President would be a good person to do that. And that was based on my experience with the Vice President in 1983 in El Salvador. And if I may, to answer the question in somewhat more specificity. In December of 1983, I went with the Vice President to El Salvador to address the issue of human rights, democracy, and support for the Salvadoran Army in its war against the communist guerrillas in El Salvador. And during that meeting, there were several meetings in San Salvador, one with Provisional President Magana, another one with the Defense Minister Vidas Casanova and the President, and then a following meeting with 31 of the field commanders of the Salvadoran Army. And you will recall, Senator Sarbanes, this was a time of great difficulty, and the death squads in Salvador were active, and the United States government, both in the Congress and the executive, was opposed to those activities as being polarizing and destructive of the democratic process that we were trying to further and that President Magana was committed to. And in that meeting, the Vice President of the United States sat down with a number of men who were violently opposed to our policy. And they were armed men. And his Secret Service detail objected to the meeting, vociferously so, tried to prevent it, and the Vice President himself demanded that the meeting proceed and sat down in a room full of people, many of whom were very, very much opposed to our opposition to the human rights program that we were advocating, the judicial reform programs that we were pushing, and to the democratization process. And the Vice President sat there with those people and told them what must be done in order for the United States to continue its program of security assistance. It is, in my humble opinion, one of the bravest things I've seen for anybody. Certainly the Vice President of the United States was a man with the kind of courage it took to have that meeting, and I felt would be the kind of person who would be appropriate for a meeting of high risk with an Iranian official of commensurate rank.
Well, let me just come back to the question.
That was the question.
Did you discuss the possibility of such a meeting with the Vice President at any point?
I do not recall specifically addressing it with him, no. I do recall putting it in memoranda that I sent forward to my superiors.
And did you discuss it with staff or counselors to the Vice President, the possibility of the Vice President having a meeting with a high-ranking Iranian official as part of this initiative that you were undertaking to make?
I want to just clarify that. I may well have addressed that issue with the Vice President. There was a meeting that was established with the Vice President and an Israeli official during a trip to the Mideast, and I may have briefed the Vice President. I do not recall, Senator, on that proposal.
Do you recall when that was approximately?
I believe it was in mid-1986. I don't recall the specific date, but it was in conjunction with the trip that the Vice President was making. I then was in communication with the Vice President's Chief of Staff while he was over there, and I believe that the Vice President was given a briefing in general terms by the Israeli official, and indeed that issue may have come up. I just don't recall.
All right, now,
By the way, Senator, I would not have objected at all to making that suggestion, because I felt that the Vice President was, as I indicated earlier, a man of courage.
I understand your
carry that
position. I understand your
proposal
position
forward.
and the basis for your making it. I was just interested to what extent the Vice President was involved in this initiative and cognizant of it.
I
Now,
have no specific recall of
let me
addressing
turn
it.
now to exhibit number 326. If counsel, if Mr. Sullivan could provide that to you, I want to ask just a couple of questions about it. And the reason I want to focus on it, Colonel, is because it seems to me that one of the questions we have to face in this hearing is how our policy is to be made. We may agree or differ on the substance of what the policy should be, but we need to be clear on how we're going to arrive at that policy, particularly if people hold sharply differing views about what policy should be. Now, this is a memo. General Singlov testified to this memo when he was before the committee, and what it does is it sets up a it sets up a scheme whereby the United States would provide credits in high technology to, say, country A. Country A would provide advanced military weaponry to country B, and country B would then provide Soviet-made arms, which apparently are what are used in these around the world on both sides in these battles, to a trading company. And then the trading company could then put the arms out, I take it, anywhere it chose, and it mentions here as examples Afghanistan, Angola, Nicaragua, Cambodia, but there could have been others as well, I take it. Are you familiar with this memo?
I believe that this may be a copy of a memo that General, did you say Secord or Singlov, sir?
Singlov.
Okay. That General Singlov had provided to me. I don't honestly recall when that was.
Now, he said he discussed it with Director Casey. Were you aware of that?
No, I don't believe I was.
Well, now, this scheme is in many respects comparable to the arrangements that you had worked out with General Secord and Mr. Hakim, although it eliminates the three-way play amongst the nations, but it nevertheless allows in the end for support to go to these various efforts. And if you turn to the third page of the memo, the one headed results,
Yes,
what
sir.
the results would be of this arrangement, it says, the United States then has at its disposal a large and continuous supply of Soviet technology and weapons to channel to freedom fighters worldwide, mandating neither the consent or awareness of the Department of State or Congress. Now, I take it, in a sense, this is another example of covert operation capacity that you could take off the shelf that Director Casey made reference to. Do you perceive it the same way? I mean, it's a comparable way of, it's an alternative way of accomplishing that purpose.
I have just two observations, sir. This is not my document. People sent me many, many documents, and I would not wish to be held responsible for the mail I received. I have enough trouble accepting responsibility for the mail I sent. And I do not recall that General Singlab and I ever discussed this. I do not recall ever discussing this with Director Casey. And while this may well, and in fact, I don't even know that this was indeed found in my office, but I'm sure that there were many, many things that were found in my office that I did not originate, nor did I endorse just by virtue of the fact that people sent them to me.
Well, Colonel, let me say the committee, just for the record, the committee did find this memorandum in your safe.
I understand. I'm not denying that. I'm simply saying that it is not a document that I originated, that I solicited, that I encouraged, or that I believe I ever talked to the director about.
All right, just for the record, let me just note that General Singlab stated that he believed that it had been discussed with you, this particular memo. In any event, what this memo outlines is really something comparable to what the director, I take it you said as early as 1983, Director Casey said to you he wanted to develop an off-the-shelf covert activity capacity. Is that correct? As far back as 1983?
It is my recollection that that was 1984, early 1984.
And this was the Secord-Hakim operation, whereby you'd be able to direct activities. Well, let me ask you this question. When you purchased the area, purchased the radios for the Caribbean countries, underwrote the DEA agents, all of which have been publicly stated on the record. I'm not going to get to the other activities that were engaged in that were discussed in closed session. On whose authority were those things done?
Well, the authority of the superiors to whom I sent the memoranda asking for permission to do them.
And who would that be?
Well, as you have seen from the memoranda that I sent forward, in cases where I, in my humble opinion, deemed it appropriate that the President be apprised and his authority solicited, I believed I had those authorities. In other cases, I'm not at all certain that it requires the President to make those kinds of decisions. Well, now, in every case, I sent memoranda up the line, talked to Director Casey about it, and carried out what we all believe to be lawful activities undertaken by foreign entities in pursuit of the national security goals of the country.
I'm not trying to get you in the box about legal or illegal activities. I'm just trying to find out where the authorities were coming from, in effect, to take the operation off the shelf and to do these activities. I mean, clearly, there was no congressional oversight over this because it was kept totally hidden from the Congress. And in other words, if you decided to ask Hakim and Secord to do something somewhere in the world with this private network,
just for the record, General Secord was the person I asked.
Secord, all right.
That's correct.
Yeah. From whom would you have to get the green light in order to make the request, or the direction, I take it, to Secord to move ahead?
Well, as I have testified, Senator, I talked to Director Casey. I talked to, before he departed, General, gracious, I just promoted him, Mr. McFarland. I talked to Admiral Poindexter. And I wrote memoranda to that effect, which you have in stacks.
All right. Well, Colonel, I just want to close here because my time is almost up. First of all, let me say to you that we appreciate your appearance before the committee. I want you to know I don't think there's any member of the committee who would not have been touched by your very heartfelt statement about the pressures that were that you were feeling that were imposed upon your family. And I think your concern for their security and your very moving statement in that regard is a matter that touched all of us. And it's regrettable that that problem could not have been addressed in some other way, and that it led to it being dealt with as it was, and the difficulties that flowed from that, and the statement you made about it, the whole letters exchange being a mistake. But we understand the motivation that was behind that. I want to make this observation. You know, we put up in the Capitol and in other places quotes from our respected leaders to draw lessons and morals from. There's one in the Capitol of the United States quoting Justice Brandeis, and it says, "The greatest dangers to liberty lurk in insidious encroachments by men of zeal, well-meaning, but without understanding." And I think the understanding that Justice Brandeis was talking about is that in a democracy, reasonable people can differ on the substance of policy. In fact, that's the essence of democracy. I mean, the thing we fault in the totalitarian regimes which we are opposed is the fact that they don't permit those differences and establish a system for resolving them peacefully. It's part of our system that you have a respect and tolerance for the views of others, no matter how deeply your own policy views may be held, and that a civility ought to exist between us. Others may equally hold strong policy views. In fact, they may even agree with your goals, but disagree with the methods or tactics by which you hope to achieve them. Many of the goals about which you have spoken before this committee, I think are goals that are subscribed to by members of the committee and by the American people. Some members agreed with the tactics you wanted to use, others disagreed with it. In countries where they don't have a process for resolving those sharp differences, they resort to violence. Here we have a constitutional system that established procedures for resolving those differences, and we make our policy through an interaction between the Congress and the President. If one loses in that process, the constitutional system guarantees you the right to come back and to seek to make your policy views prevail. We protect people's right to do that. We recognize they may feel deeply, and they may not prevail as the process works. The other side may prevail. But we guarantee their right to come back. But if we have a system where policymakers are seeking to implement their views, regardless of the decisions that have been made constitutionally, then we're undermining the integrity of the political process. That's the concern about these private networks that go outside of the established way of reaching a decision. Decisions that are very controversial, in which there are very sharp differences. But once we start going down the path of people saying, well, we're not going to respect that decision that's been made through the constituted channels. We're going to go outside of it, shrouded in secrecy. Then I think we're facing very deep difficulties. And that's why I simply close by making the point that the depth of one's conviction and the well-meaning aspect to it is not enough in and of itself. That view has to prevail. Now, you've been very persuasive. You've been persuasive in the past as you've dealt with the Congress and with others. But the essence of our constitutional system, the thing that makes it respected throughout the world, that commands the allegiance and the support of the American people, is that it gives us a process by which we can resolve these sharply held differences amongst ourselves, and we have to maintain that process. The substantive goal does not justify compromising the means we have put into place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The joint hearing will stand in recess on... Mr. Cheney?
Yes, I would like to take this opportunity before we adjourn for noon to express a concern I have about statements that were made yesterday on the Sunday talk shows that have become headlines overnight. And I refer specifically to the New York Times, which talks about a Poindexter memo said to describe informing Reagan, diversion of Iran funds, in no way asserts Admiral Told of plan to use profits for non-Contra projects. The Washington Post, in no way Reagan told of covert initiatives. Poindexter gave briefing on arms profits. Or the Washington Times, which states, committee holds a smoking gun, chairman reveals. Mr. Chairman, I've read that memo very carefully this morning, and I don't find any reference in there at all to the notion of generating profits from selling arms to Iran, nor do I find any reference to the use of those profits in the memo that allegedly went to the President. I would suggest the President could have read it from cover to cover and not have had any knowledge whatsoever of an alleged diversion. I bring this up, Mr. Chairman, not because I like to dispute the distinguished chairman of the Senate Select Committee, but because I think the significance of these hearings and what it means for all of us and for the reputation of the President of the United States is such that we need to be very, very cautious before we make statements that, in the opinion of this member, Mr. Chairman, aren't justified or supported by the evidence. Thank you.
For those who watched Face the Nation, I'm certain they would have gotten my message that there was this document that indicated, according to our witness, that the Admiral had briefed the President. At least the notation said so. The witness also testified that the covert initiatives set forth in this document were to be financed from the residuals or the profits, or whatever you call it, of the sale of arms to Iran. I did not say that the President was briefed. I said we will have to ask the Admiral. First, did he or did he not put his initial on this document saying that I approve the recommendation of Colonel North? Second, when he put the word done, did that mean that the President was briefed? If so, what did you say to the President? Did you tell the President that these initiatives were to be financed? That's why I said that the Admiral, when he sits before us, will have to respond to these questions. This was put out clearly yesterday to make it very clear to the administration that they'll have to answer this. I did not want to suddenly thrust this in their faces. They have now time to come up with a response. I thought I was playing it rather fair with the administration. But it is up to the Admiral now to tell us first, did he brief the President? If so, what did he tell the President?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just that I may understand exactly what this exchange means, I too was disturbed by the headlines that I saw, because I think the implication of the headline and the article was the President had been briefed with respect to the use of residuals in covert operations, which implied that he knew of the existence of residuals. If I understand you correctly, stating now. It's the linkage between the covert operations and the use of residuals that might have been carried forward into that briefing. Do I understand you correctly?
Well, I thought I made it very clear that we would have to ask the Admiral, did you brief the President? If so, what did you tell him?
Well, I think the reason I asked that question, to follow on Congressman Cheney's question, was that I have read that memorandum very carefully, and there is absolutely no reference to the use of funds in that memorandum.
The Senator is absolutely correct.
So that before there was any implication that the President was briefed with respect to them, you would have to assume that the President was given information which was not contained in the memorandum.
We will have to wait until the Admiral comes before us to find out.
Any inference made that the memorandum has within its bounds the information is a false inference. Is that correct?
We will have to wait until the Admiral comes before us. Senator Rudman?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to prolong this very briefly. None of us are totally accountable for how things are written or what headlines are written. I think Congressman from Wyoming, Senator from Idaho, make valid points. I sat next to the chairman during that entire interview, and if anyone wants to read the transcript, at the end of the interview, I turned to the chairman as well as the House and said, of course, the point is, what did Admiral Poindexter brief the President about? The record will show the chairman agreed with that. The headline was unfortunate because the document does not disclose that. The chairman's statement, I think, was accurate. I think some implications were drawn that were not. I thought my comment was important for the very concerns raised here. The chairman agreed with those, and I would hope that everyone would understand that no member of this committee, especially the chairman, who I've appeared with on countless programs, has ever intentionally mischaracterized anything that came before this committee.
I thank you very much, and we will stand in recess until 2 p.m. The hearing will please come to order. I hope that this afternoon we will be able to complete the questioning of the witness before us, Colonel North. According to our arrangement and statistics, we have approximately 5.5 hours remaining in questioning. That is, if all of us discipline ourselves and limit our discourses and questions to 15 minutes. I hope we can do that. However, I believe I should observe that during much of the hearings we've had, at about 4:30, 5:30 in the afternoon, members and witnesses tend to get a bit testy. I hope that we will be able to control ourselves, conduct our questioning in a gentlemanly manner, and close this segment of the interrogation and investigation in a way that we can all be proud of. Please keep in mind that our nation is watching us, So with that, Chairman Hamilton.
Chair recognizes the distinguished majority leader from the House, Mr. Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Colonel North. Colonel, you've testified, I believe, that from 1981 until your dismissal on November 24th by President Reagan, as a staff officer of the National Security Council, you did not undertake any activities except on the express authority or approval of your superiors.
That's correct, sir.
Directing your attention to the period of 1984 to 1986, at that time, it was either Mr. McFarland or Vice Admiral Poindexter that was the National Security Advisor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in all major activities that you undertook, is it fair to say that Mr. McFarland or Vice Admiral Poindexter was your superior?
Yes, sir.
And other than that, your superior as a national security officer would have been the President himself. Is that correct?
Well, that is correct, but I happen to believe strongly in the chain of command, and I reported to my superiors. When Don Fortier was alive and was my immediate superior, I reported through him, or directly as instructed to either Mr. McFarland or Admiral Poindexter.
So there was a chain of command, but it was, in fairness, a limited one between you and the President.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? You received, as you've testified, information from Mr. McFarland that the President wanted you to keep the Contras together, body and soul, as a viable fighting force. Is that true? Is that a correct statement
I
of your
believe that
testimony?
my characterization was that the President had clearly stated that that was our objective as a part of the process of bringing about a democratic outcome in Nicaragua.
But
when Mr. McFarland tasked me to be the person who was the principal action officer, if you will, in that regard. Yes, sir.
Did you understand that that was an instruction which was being passed on directly from the President, or Mr. McFarland's decision as to who should be the operations officer for that?
I clearly understood that to be what the President's desires were, sir.
That he had singled you out through Mr. McFarland for that
No,
activity?
I don't necessarily mean to infer that the President said, look, Bud, I want Ollie to do this and nobody else. I clearly understood that Mr. McFarland wanted me to be the person who was the point of contact.
When did Mr. McFarland give you that instruction? Do you recall?
No, but my sense would be that it was coming off the conclusion of the National Bipartisan Commission on Central America, which had begun in 1983, and by the time that concluded, I, having been the National Security Council staff representative to that effort, clearly had established, perhaps with the designs of others, I do not know, but sufficient contacts with the resistance and with the governments in the region who were being helpful to the resistance.
How were these special implementations of this policy conveyed to you? Did Mr. McFarland task you specifically to do these things, to provide for financial assistance and to provide for military delivery of weapons and resupply and so on?
I would guess that the very first requirement was to go down and establish discreet contact with the resistance, and I did so at a period in time when the CIA was still the authorized entity of the U.S. government to provide that kind of contact. I was introduced to the leadership of the resistance by the CIA, and there came a time when the CIA began to wean itself away as a consequence of reduced funding availability, and that by the time the Boland proscriptions of October, the most rigorous of them that we've now come to call the Boland restrictions, came to effect, I was the person left in contact. Mr. McFarland was the person who turned to me to establish the initial resistance account offshore to which money was sent by a foreign government.
He specifically directed you to do that?
Yes, sir.
And that was the so-called Lake Resources account?
No, sir. That was in 1984. I asked one of the resistance leaders to establish an offshore account to which money could be provided by a foreign government.
Did you specifically direct the establishment of the Lake Resources account?
I don't recall saying that I want it called Lake Resources as a consequence of the discussions I had with Director Casey, with the concurrence of Mr. McFarland. The offshore entities, as part of the overseas non-U.S. government activities, were established by General Secord. I don't recall that anybody in the U.S. government mandated that it be called Lake Resources or anything like that.
You've testified from time to time about your relations with Mr. Casey, Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, as a friend and a teacher and so on. Did you ever consider yourself under his direction as Director of the CIA?
No, sir, I did not.
You were never under the authority of or under the direction of the Central Intelligence Agency,
No,
any
sir.
of its officers or the director?
No, sir.
But sometimes you took discussions with Mr. Casey to Mr. McFarland and recommended policies to him that had been suggested out of your conversations with Mr. Casey?
I did, and with Admiral Poindexter.
And you were always, did you always await their approval before you undertook such actions?
It's certainly my recollection that I did, yes, sir.
Sometimes, however, you acted on the basis of not receiving a disapproval, isn't that correct?
The expression that we used, Congressman Foley, was unless otherwise directed, I will proceed as follows, and I did so.
And there were whatever time lapses you considered to be appropriate before proceeding, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In any of these activities that we've discussed, the establishment of the accounts or the solicitations, the development of the resupply activities, providing of arms to the Contras, did you ever have any direct confirmation from the President that it was his intention that you carry out these activities?
I did not.
So as far as you knew, the responsibility for discussing these matters with the President, obtaining his authority, was on the shoulders of Mr. McFarland and Vice Admiral Poindexter.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? And you believe that they had indeed obtained that authority and
For those issues that would have required a presidential decision, yes, sir.
You testified that Colonel Dutton gave you a photograph album of the resupply effort, is that correct?
Colonel Dutton gave me a photo album that contained photographs of the efforts being made to resupply particularly the southern front, but also the northern front, and to a certain extent the Atlantic front. And those photos contained, or the album contained photographs, as I recall, taken at several different locations in Central America.
Illustrating the resupply effort.
Yes, sir.
And you told Colonel Dutton that you would take it to the top boss, meaning the President.
I told him that after he had shown me the photograph album, I told him that I thought that was something that the President ought to see, because I believed then, as I believe now, that the President should see the heroism of the young men that were assisting in this effort.
Whether the President ever saw the album or not?
I do not know.
You sent it up the line, so to speak, and as far as you know, the President may have seen it or may not. You don't know.
I do not know, sir.
Did Admiral Poindexter say anything to you when you gave him the photo album?
I don't recall that he did. I probably just sent it over with a normal package, probably in an envelope.
Do you know whether Admiral Poindexter ever got it? Did you ever discuss it with him?
As I recall, it was relatively close to the end of my tenure, and we were very engaged with the Iranian initiative at that time. I don't remember talking to him about it again.
The President ever talked to you about the album?
No, sir.
So you don't recall any conversation with either Admiral Poindexter or the President about the album?
I do not.
You told Colonel Dutton, while he wouldn't receive a medal for his work, but one day the President would shake his hand and thank him?
I told Colonel Dutton that I deeply believed, first of all, that he certainly wouldn't receive any medals, but at some point in the future, all going well, the President would receive these people that had worked so hard and so long to support the Nicaraguan resistance. I believe that that's something that could have been arranged had it been successful.
You assumed that the President knew about the resupply?
I'm sorry?
You assume the president knew about the resupply then, that's what...
Well, otherwise I wouldn't have made that kind of a
Right.
suggestion.
Let me ask you about another matter. You had some contact with David Walker.
I did.
Who is David Walker?
David Walker is a British subject who runs a business in the Channel Islands.
He's a security specialist.
I'm sorry?
He's a international securities or international specialist in insurgency and military matters.
The firm that he represents or runs specializes in a number of activities like security assistance and the
Did
like,
you
but I'm
ever,
not
engage
entirely
him?
certain that we really want to go too far in this discussion in a public session.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that there has been a discussion of this matter with the testimony of General Sinlob, who testified, as I recall, that there was a contact between Colonel North and Mr. Walker for the purpose of carrying on certain activities, covert activities, and specifically described by him in a general way in Central America. I'll be guided by the chairman's instruction on this.
Mr. Foley, I have no knowledge whatsoever that I can recall about a direct contact between Mr. Walker and General Sinlob. And while I would feel comfortable in discussing this issue in an executive session, I don't feel particularly comfortable discussing it in open session. I think there are equities that belong to other governments that are at stake here.
May I suggest to my distinguished colleague to set this aside temporarily, and we will check this out with the proper authorities.
I'll do so, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McFarland testified that he told you not to solicit, encourage, or otherwise broker financial contributions to the Contras from foreign countries. You testified last week, I believe, that you could not recall such an instruction.
I don't want to characterize Mr. McFarland's testimony. When I was asked the question, had I been instructed accordingly, I said no. My testimony stands, sir.
So it's possible that there is a disagreement here between you and Mr. McFarland, but your relationships with Mr. McFarland were always on a professional basis. You admire him as a national security advisor, and
I do.
There's no reason for you to be otherwise at odds with his testimony, except on a fair basis of disagreement. Is that correct?
Mr. Foley, I have said numerous times in my testimony that I am not here to impugn the testimony of others, nor do I wish to characterize the testimony of others. I simply will tell you that I do not recall ever being instructed by Mr. McFarland to the directions that you have just indicated.
Colonel North, you've testified that there was above you the National Security Advisor and then in effect the President, except for perhaps one other deputy at one time, and that while you were never authorized directly by the President to carry out these activities that you've testified about over this last days, that you always believed that the President knew and approved. Would it trouble you if testimony or information develops that the President did in fact not know about critical National Security Council actions that you assumed to be authorized?
Congressman Foley, that question has indeed been asked before in this. My testimony is on the record. I don't think it's fair to be asked what troubles me and what doesn't. And as I've already indicated, in some respects, these hearings trouble me. And therefore, I have testified as to the facts as I know them. And I mean no disrespect whatsoever, sir, but I think my presentation of the facts as they were known to me should stand as it is.
Well, you're familiar with the chain of command as an officer. If you found in the chain of command that it wasn't clear who authorized an order or how it was generated from higher authority, you would recognize that as a problem in the chain of command, wouldn't you?
Well, excuse me, sir, that's a hypothetical question. You're just asking him to speculate on what would occur if certain facts were in existence. He's testified to the facts.
Well, I'm asking
he's
counsel
demonstrated no uncertainty about his chain of command. The record is filled with documents which show that he reported to his superiors, and I don't think your question's a fair one, sir.
Well, let me put it this way, counsel. We're trying to discover what Colonel North's advice is with respect to matters that he had an intimate knowledge about. We're trying to discover what went wrong in our national security planning. The committee's purpose here is not to bring this important witness before us, except to learn how we can correct the mistakes and deficiencies of the past. And he's an able officer who's been at the heart of these decisions and actions. And I think it is fair to ask him if he believes in the chain of command, whether or not we have a possible problem in the National Security Council staffing and operation if it appears, as it already, I suggest to you, counsel, has appeared from the President's own statements, that he denies authorizing activities which this officer believed were authorized.
Well, sir, I understand what your purpose is. My suggestion is that hypothetical questions are not the way to approach it. The witness is here to provide you the facts. He's given you the facts. You have to draw those conclusions. That's your job.
Well, in other words, I think, Mr. Chairman, we have a suggestion here that while we can take advice from Colonel North in response to questions about what our policy should be in Central America, on legal questions of the constitutionality of certain acts, and a variety of other things, through the Consul's objections, we're not going to get his answers about what he thinks is an appropriate line of command for national security staff. And
Sure.
It seems to me that that's
We
a
can
little...
talk all day about this, Mr. Foley. I'm just asking that you not ask hypothetical questions, as you did in the form you asked it. Why don't you try asking another question?
I'll ask this question. You didn't at any time receive...
Before proceeding, I'd like to advise my distinguished colleague that I've just been told by the committee counsel that the White House has declassified the David Walker material. So if you wish to use that, proceed, sir.
David Walker is an international arms and security specialist that is a British subject. Is that right?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Did you authorize or have any discussions with him regarding activities inside Nicaragua?
I did.
Did you authorize him to perform military actions in Nicaragua?
I did.
What were those actions?
David Walker was involved, his organization, as I understand it, in support of the Nicaraguan resistance with internal operations in Managua and elsewhere in an effort to improve the perception that the Nicaraguan resistance could operate anywhere that it so desired.
Involved so-called policies of intimidation? Is that what we're talking about?
No. Those were other activities that we talked about.
We're talking about military actions, attacks on military aircraft of the
Yes, sir.
Sandinista government?
Yes.
Did you directly authorize that?
I didn't directly authorize anything. I encouraged Mr. Walker to be in touch with the people who could benefit from that, the expertise that he had.
Did you report that recommendation to Admiral Poindexter?
I did.
Did he approve it?
I reported what I thought was a good idea for certain expertise that the Nicaraguan resistance did not have as a consequence of insufficient training, insufficient operational capability.
Did he ever tell you he approved it?
He never told me not to.
He didn't tell you he disapproved it?
That's correct.
Do you know if the President was ever informed of it?
I do not know, sir.
Colonel North, do you believe that the President knew of the diversion of funds, or the residuals as you call them, from the Iranian arms sales to the president, to the Contras. You testified that you assumed that that was true, but you were told it was not true by Vice Admiral Poindexter and the President. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And yet, at the time you were doing it, you thought it was authorized.
I did.
And it apparently was not authorized.
The President of the United States told me so himself. The National Security Advisor told me so himself. I have no reason to disbelieve either one of them,
Do you
sir.
think it is proper to carry on an activity if the President does not authorize that activity and it's a major national security undertaking?
Congressman Foley, I have, going on 5 days now, testified to the effect that I believed that the President was aware. I fully reported my activities, sought approval from my superiors. I believe that there are certain circumstances in which my superiors could authorize activities. They did so.
Do you believe that Vice Admiral Poindexter is your superior, or Mr. McFarland, when he was the National Security Council advisor, of your superior, has the right to make these decisions in the absence of presidential authority?
Mr. Foley, I have consistently told you that I assumed that when it was appropriate, they sought the authorities that I had recommended and that they had obtained them, and therefore I proceeded.
Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude my time here. Because the Consul's advice to his client discourages his giving us advice, we are left with a decision to make, and the American people are left with a decision to make as to whether or not critical decisions of national security policy of this country, involving far-reaching impacts on our foreign policy and defense policy, can be properly undertaken in the National Security Council by a lieutenant colonel acting in response to the orders of or the acquiescence of Mr. McFarland or Vice Admiral Poindexter, and in the absence of presidential authority. In a few days, Vice Admiral Poindexter will be sitting in that seat, and we'll have to ask this question to him. But I think we're left with a disturbing problem that while every single matter of advice is being given by this officer on foreign policy, on national security policy, on his reactions to legal matters, what he knows most about, the internal activities of the National Security Council and his role with respect to his superiors, he will not, and the advice of counsel, give us his evaluation of whether there is not a deep defect and flaw in that policy apparatus if, in fact, the President did not know and these policies were carried on by his subordinates without his authority.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Please do.
Mr. Foley, what I deeply believe is that it is up to the executive, and in this case the President of the United States himself, to make whatever changes he deems appropriate in the functioning of his staff. I do not believe then, I did not believe then, and I do not believe now that it is within the purview of the legislative branch of our government to mandate those kinds of changes. That if the President sees fit to make changes in the order of his staff, the structure of his staff, the activities of his staff, then it is within his purview to do so.
I would remind you, Colonel, that the National Security Council itself and the staff that served it was created by law, by statute, not just by the President, but by the Congress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you very much. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North. Here.
Sir.
Colonel North, there are a number of items that have been left a bit unresolved in my mind. I'd like to touch upon them quickly if I could. Mr. Felix Rodriguez, also known as Max Gomez, testified before the committee. At one point, you and he were together and looked up at a television screen And you said, you see those guys up there, meaning members of Congress, they're out to get me, but they're not going to get me because, words to the effect, the old man loves me. And I was wondering who the old man was.
I have absolutely no recall whatsoever of that conversation, Senator.
Second question.
I don't believe it ever happened.
All right. Second question, Senator Mitchell mentioned the Washingtonian magazine, which is a fairly lengthy piece, and I think you indicated you don't have the time and did not read that article.
I read the captions on one photograph that was so erroneous as to be unbelievable, and that's where I stopped.
I just wanted to clarify that. At one point in the article itself, it indicated that you had stated that you had had direct access to the President on at least one occasion without logging in, consistent with the record keeping. And that's
I never
false.
made any surreptitious visits to the President, sir.
And also, Time magazine, again, many of us have been victimized by having anonymous sources quoted, and I'd like to just get your reaction for the record. But according to Time last week, it said that someone who was associated with you, on one occasion you held up a copy of the Boland Law and said, this is the law I'm violating and I could go to jail. And I think from your testimony yesterday or the day before, you said that's false.
It's hogwash, sir.
Did you ever have occasion to call the President of Costa Rica to threaten to cut off foreign assistance in the event that he held a press conference revealing the airstrip in Costa Rica?
I did not make the call. The prof's note to which you refer was specifically cast the way it was to protect the other two parties engaged.
So you never made the call yourself?
I did not.
I think you indicated earlier today, in the past 3 or 4 days, that you were prepared to take the hit, so to speak, from the time it started to come unravel, I think on November 21st, when the activity started in your office in terms of the increased shredding. And you were prepared to take the fall in terms of any political damage. But that once on November 25th, I believe that's Tuesday, the Attorney General announced that an independent counsel was going to be appointed and target you, that you changed your mind at that point. You no longer were going to be the fall guy for the administration. Now, at that time, is that correct?
Well, first of all, the concept of a person who would be held responsible and take the political spear, if you will,
that's right,
began way back in 1984. On November 25th of 1986, I recognized for the very first time that someone really did consider this all of what I had done, or at least the Iranian activities in which I had been engaged, to be some kind of a criminal act. And at that point, my perspective changed considerably.
Your mindset, I think you used the phrase, changed considerably, as it should. Now, after that disclosure, you went back to your office on that day and met your secretary at the office, and I think you were with your prior attorney, Mr. Green. Is that correct?
That is correct. And
certain documents were taken out of the office at that point.
I want to clarify the record on that. I had already, after the press conference, I removed documents from the White House, some of which I have just given to the committee in the last few days, and I subsequently removed documents later on in the evening when I returned to the White House.
But I mean, those documents that were taken out at that time that's been testified to by Ms. Hall and Ms. Hall, those documents.
You're talking about the later in the evening?
The ones that were taken out of
Yes.
your clothing. And perhaps I might just get the advice of counsel on this. Could you tell me what documents they were? What were the documents that were taken out or smuggled out that afternoon? And maybe counsel could advise me or the committee in terms of whether he would be able to respond to that.
No, sir, I'm not in a position of answering that kind of factual question.
Well, I asked only to find out whether or not that information or those documents have been returned to the committee or to the NSC. I believe there's some indication that documents were, in fact, returned at a subsequent time, and I was inquiring as to whether those were the documents returned.
My letter of December 2nd, 1986 indicates that documents were returned at that time. The documents which you have that bear the law firm's number stamp in the bottom right-hand portion of the documents are the documents that were returned.
Could I inquire as to whether those documents were for the purpose of either protecting the initiative or protecting yourself in terms of showing that you had higher authority at that point?
The original intent of gathering those documents was to destroy them. When I heard the announcement at noon I removed some of those 168 pages of documents, and the remainder of them are the ones Ms. Hall removed from the office later that evening. And they were all returned to the White House.
Now, Colonel North, as I at least understand this case, and I've been listening to evidence since last November and December, I come away with a picture that you were charged, among many other things that you had to do, with running two essential railroads, as I've described it. Number one, you were charged with getting arms to the Iranians to further relations with the Iranians and hopefully to get our hostages out. And the second railroad that you were in charge of is keeping the heart and soul alive, getting money and or munitions to the Contras. And as it turned out, you had quite heroic undertakings, being engineer, conductor, perhaps even the fireman on both of those railroads. But at some point in time, namely between December and January, those two railroads that were running parallel started to merge. And they merged in the beginning of January of 1986 when you were approached by, I believe, Mr. Neer, who suggested that perhaps you could combine the two efforts and accomplish a killing of 2 or 3 birds with one stone. And then Mr. Ghorbanifar elaborated specifically with reference to giving aid to the Contras. And I think you indicated that you thought it was a neat idea, some members of the committee do as well, that Bill Casey was enthusiastic, that Admiral Poindexter approved, and that you operated on the assumption that the President himself approved. I think that's clear from the evidence. And I must say that that notion has some rather surface appeal, the notion of twisting the tail of the Ayatollah in that fashion. But it seemed to me there were some other considerations, and I was wondering if they were taken into account. You indicated that the Iranians at that time were very distrustful of about everybody. I think you characterized them as being unsophisticated. They were angry at being scammed, I think is your word, by the Israelis back in November of '85. They were sort of on the ragged edge of rationality. They could kill the hostages at any time just by giving the word to their Lebanese captors. But in spite of this, we agreed to a program whereby we inflated the cost of those munitions 300 or 400%, and then we're going to use that residual margin for the Contras and other special programs. And the Iranians found out at some point that they were being gouged, and they complained rather bitterly about it, and then we were left with the only alternative of coming up with some phony price lists rather than try to reduce the price. And it occurs to me that didn't this run the very risk at the time when the Iranians were so sensitive about being gouged and taken advantage of and lied to by a host of people, at that very time that we would risk the lives of the hostages that you were very passionately concerned about, as evident from the record, by combining these two covert programs in that fashion?
It did, and we discussed that at length, Director Casey and I recall at least one occasion where the Admiral and I discussed it. The fact is that we knew that the Iranians would pay even more than we were charging from intelligence that we had gathered. We knew that during the first channel, for example, that Mr. Ghorbanifar had a little frolic and diversion of his own going on, in which he had pocketed at least some for himself, if not for others, a considerable sum, and that even the prices we charged, he further inflated. And so we had judged that risk to be minimum, given that they would basically pay whatever they could to get these items or weapons from the source, whatever source they could.
I'd like to clear up one other item. The money that was generated by the sales of the weapons to the Iranians, they were to be used for the Contras and other special purposes. And I think you've indicated very clearly that you had general control over the disposition of those funds. In other words, you could tell Mr. Secord, General Secord, Albert-Hakim, so much, roughly so much for this program and so much for another, that you had the residual authority at least to control those funds. Did you indicate that yesterday?
Well, again, I don't like to use the word control because I never felt that I actually controlled a nickel of the funds. I did talk not to Mr. Hakim but to General Secord about the fact that, look, we need some money for this. General Secord would frequently point out to me, you've got to stop coming up with these unforeseen contingency requirements if we're going to run this, keep the Nicaraguan resistance alive, continue the Iranian initiative and still do these other things that you come up with on very short notice.
But there's no doubt in your mind that had you directed that amount of money, a certain amount that had to go to the Contras, he would have agreed with that.
Well, again, I don't think it's right to say directed. There were frequently times when General Secord would point out that my expectations were unreasonably high and that I should be more considerate of the fact that there were other expenses engaged in this effort.
There's another point that was made this morning I'd like to at least offer a couple of observations about, and that is there are many covert actions that are carried out by this administration, past administrations, we would believe future administrations as well. And you would agree, would you not, Colonel, that they involve life-threatening, life-endangered situations?
Yes.
And to my knowledge, and I've served on the Intelligence Committee for going on 6 years now, I can think of only one or two occasions in which the administration has not notified the Congress about those covert actions. And you would agree with that statement, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
For the most part, as a general rule, and I found only the one or two exceptions, notice has been given, even when lives were at stake in those particular operations, correct?
That's correct.
And there are larger sums of money in those particular covert operations even than what we're dealing with the Contras and certainly the sales of weapons to the Iranians.
Absolutely.
So the notion that somehow when lives are at stake, Congress cannot and has not been trusted is not the correct perception.
I did not try to leave that perception, Senator.
Well, I wanted to make it clear because I think that we have to analyze or at least ask ourselves, why was this case so different? Why in all the other cases that we're aware of, with the possible exception of one or two cases, would the administration, knowing that lives are at stake, nonetheless comply with the law and notify in a timely fashion, but not here? And I'll offer just a couple of observations for myself. And number one is that this case was different because there was a law on the books that prohibited the sale of weapons to those countries who sponsor or support terrorism. And of course, Iran was listed, if not at the top, then very near the top of that particular list. Secondly, I think what distinguished this covert action from all of the others is that the administration was deeply divided within itself, that we had the Secretary of State who was fundamentally opposed, if we can believe his statements, and I believe he's going to have an opportunity to testify to this. Secretary Weinberger was opposed. Bud McFarlane, when he came back from London, December of 1985, was opposed to going forward. John McMahon, the Deputy Director, was opposed to going forward. So we had some rather deep division within the administration itself. And I think it's fair to say under those circumstances, the last thing the administration wanted at that time was to risk coming to Congress to start a debate about the wisdom over a program which was being rather heatedly debated within itself. But I don't think that the American people should be left with the perception that either the administration doesn't notify Congress, does not trust Congress when lives are at stake, because I think the record is rather clear that they have had a long history of trusting us with very serious covert operations, and those secrets have in fact been maintained. Another question that's been raised is why do we have these hearings? And I've been reading many articles and watching many programs about whether or not these hearings should have been conducted in the first place, but even in the New York Times, an article appeared on Sunday, a very gifted writer thought that perhaps they should be conducted, if at all, in secret. And I'd like to say, Colonel North, that I think that would have been a mistake. I think that you have done an enormous amount of good for yourself, as well as for the committee, and for the country. And I think had these hearings not been public, the millions of people who are now watching here and across the globe would not have had the opportunity to hear your statement about why you did what you did, under what circumstances you conducted yourself, and the rationale that moved you. And I think that has been of enormous benefit to you, and I would suggest to the committee and to the country. I'm also familiar with another Elliot. You were asked about an Elliot the other day. There's another one that I'm familiar with who said that there should be a sudden illumination, that we had the experience but missed the meaning. And I think I'd like to comment just about having the experience and not missing the meaning, because long after the sheer force of your personality has faded from this room, and that may be a very long time indeed, and long after these cameras that are here today are clicked off, I think the American people are going to be left to deal with the policy implications of what has occurred and what's been said in this room. Number one, and this is somewhat disturbing to me, but we'll have to resolve this as a committee or committees in the Congress and in the country. We'll have to determine whether any administration can avoid complying with an established law by going black, as it's been said, or taking it covert. And then once having decided to take a program covert, whether notice can be withheld by a president in his sole discretion until such time as he decides or she decides that the action is completed, which could be days, it could be weeks, it could be months, or in this case even possibly years. Number two, we're going to have to decide whether even in covert actions, deception should be practiced upon Congress by deletion or official documents reduced to confetti while false statements are given to public officials. I think the answer is quite clear on that. Number three, whether those in the executive branch may authorize the covert sale of U.S. assets, inflate the prices to be paid, and then fund programs that were either not known or authorized by Congress and in fact maybe even rejected by Congress. Number four, whether it's appropriate to use private entrepreneurs to carry out covert objectives without specific and very rigid guidelines to make sure that profit motives don't contradict or corrode the public purpose. Number five, whether it's a tolerable practice to authorize a covert solicitation of foreign countries to pay for programs either not authorized by Congress or rejected by Congress. And here, I should point out the record is rather clear that once the discussion started about going to certain countries to solicit funds, it was made clear that certain countries should be stricken from the list because the price would be too high. And secondly, when Elliot Abrams went to a representative from the country of Brunei, he also indicated one of the first questions asked by that representative was, what's in it for us? And so I think we have to keep that in mind. Final point would be whether Congress should adopt policies that deal as severely with members of Congress who reveal our nation's secrets as we would with those who would lie about them. And that, I think, calls for a resounding yes by members of this committee and this Congress. We must deal as severely with ourselves as we would with those who would lie to cover up any covert activity. And finally, I want to just recall the words of General Singlab. I know he's somebody that you admire. He's appeared before this committee. I think we're all satisfied of his dedication and patriotism. And he retired from the Army because he was upset. He was upset because President Carter had declared a unilateral withdrawal of troops from South Korea. Now, a number of us were also upset about it. I recall that Senator Nunn, myself, and several others, we went to South Korea. We met with our troops. We met with the leadership of South Korea. We came back. We went to the White House. We sat down with President Carter, and we pleaded with him not to carry forward that plan to unilaterally withdraw troops from South Korea. And in some small measure, perhaps we were successful because he withdrew that plan. But General Singlab didn't have that option. He was faced with the prospect of having criticized the commander-in-chief, and he couldn't do that and remain in uniform, so he resigned. After his retirement, he said the following. He said, "This administration doesn't want to hear anything that is contrary to the decisions they've already made." He said, that's a bad thing. It's the first symptom of a totalitarian regime when you start rejecting any legitimate criticism, any advice from the loyal opposition. Well, if General Singlab is right, and we have to ask what it means to reject not the voice of the loyal opposition, but the voice of the majority in Congress and the country, because I think that's been clear on the part of a number of us. A democracy demands not only that the rights of the minority be protected, but that the rules of the majority be respected. And that's true even if you and I believe that the majority is wrong. We have to respect the rule of law until we can change the law itself, because otherwise the rule of law will be reduced to the law of rule. And I think that is one of the central lessons of this hearing, and I thank you very much for your testimony.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North, I would like to direct your attention to an exhibit on the wall here, one that you had seen before from that other vantage point. It's the first one. It's entitled Public Law 98-473, October 12, 1984. It's the Boland Amendment, one of the 5 versions that was in effect then. And at the bottom of that exhibit is the signature of Thomas P. O'Neill, Speaker of the House Strom Thurmond, President Pro Tem of the Senate, and the President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. Do you see that up there?
I do, sir.
Now, that was presented to you the other day to make a point. And the point was that the President signed the Boland Amendment, that it is the law, and the President signed it. And of course, if the president signs it, why, who are we not to observe it because it's a law? Now, I was taken aback when I saw that because the purpose, it seemed to me, was to convey the impression that the president was sitting at his desk and someone put the Boland Amendment in front of him and he said, my God, give me my pen, I want to sign the Boland Amendment. Because that's a phony, that's a fabrication, that's contrived. The Boland Amendment is a couple of pages in this. This is the way it appeared to the president. It was brought to him 12 days after the fiscal year was over. The operations of government would have to close down if he didn't sign this. There were military appropriations, Social Security money, the Department of Interior, the Navy would have to bring the ships back to the dock and say to the sailors, hitchhike home. We have no money. We have no money, so we have to sign. Mr. President, you gotta sign this. So what the staff did, and I might suggest if I tried this in a municipal court in Chicago, phonying up an exhibit to make a point that was half true, I'd be held in contempt. But of course, we're in a hurry and we got to get there quickly, so we contrived and fabricated that to show the president signed it. Now I stipulate it is the law. The president did sign this, and by the way, here's his signature. It's the back page. The back page, yeah. And the president had to sign it because that's the way we legislate around here. The only thing we're here for largely is to spend the taxpayers' money, collect it and spend it. And you know how we do it? At midnight, after the fiscal year is over, when there's no time to debate or to understand, and we pass this massive glob of legislation where I challenge anybody in the building to know what's in all of it. I'm sure the chairman of the Armed Services knows what's in his chapter, and the judiciary knows what's in his chapter, but nobody, not even the staff, understands what's in here. And we vote for it because we got to be responsible. But I don't think we needed that shortcut. It seemed to me it was a little deceptive, and I just want to, for myself, nobody else, apologize that this committee, used a little deception on you. I won't ask that this be put in the record, Mr. Chairman. That would be overreaching, so I won't do that. Now, there's another exhibit up there, Colonel North. It's called, well, I call it the Hostage Rescue Act. It's right over there, and it's been the law since 1868. And under that law, by the way, it isn't just an old musty law in the parchments in the archives. This law was cited by President Carter. January 19th, 1981, when he was trying to get hostages out. And incidentally, promised to send $150 million worth of armaments, aircraft spare parts, if we could get our hostages out. So weapons for hostages is not unique with this administration. But in any event, he cited that law, and it seems to me correctly that under that law, if you assume that the Hezbollah is under the influence of Iran, and obviously you did, and the NSC did, because you were dealing with Iran to free the hostages. But under that law, it seems to me you don't need findings, you don't need LOAs, you don't need anything except the president's determination to get the hostages out. Now, the one thing he can't do is make war. And he does have to report to Congress as soon as practicable, but I assume that was when the hostages were released. But in any event, since we are so punctilious on the law, I think we keep missing that so much, and I just keep bringing it back to call your attention to it. Now, we've heard that a free nation cannot operate in a shroud of secrecy. That is one of the great testaments that we've learned from these hearings. A little bicentennial note again, because I'm kind of into the bicentennial. Our Constitution was fashioned in secrecy. It was shrouded in secrecy. Nobody was permitted to the debates. And the Bill of Rights was born in secrecy. That's one of the problems. We don't really have many notes. We've got Madison's notes which are incomplete about what really went on in the Constitutional Convention. And the greatest triumph in diplomacy since I've served in Congress was Camp David. It was Jimmy Carter bringing Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat together, putting them in a room, locking the door. Secrecy, secrecy. So secrecy has its uses. I'm told that the Senate met in secret its first 10 years. Maybe it was the first 6. I'm trying to research it, but somehow or other they met in secret. A plan that I wouldn't recommend today. Now, you've been accused of shredding the Constitution, and that's serious.
I don't believe that was one of the documents that I shredded.
Well, I would say I'm sure you didn't shred that as a document, but symbolically. I have heard many a media person and some legislators say you shredded the Constitution. Now, you know, the preamble to the Constitution's an important part of that, and I heard my friend from Florida, Mr. Fasell, talk about we the people in order to form a more perfect union. Those are powerful words. And as you go on down there, it says to provide for the common defense. Then it says to secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. Now, if anybody thinks that a new Soviet client state on the land bridge between Texas and the Panama Canal is a threat to our national security interests, it would seem to me that he would take very seriously the presence of the Sandinistas and what they're doing down there. And again, it would seem to me that if that conviction possesses you, as it does me, I might add, that one has at least some ambiguity about the Constitution and violating or shredding it when you take steps to keep the Contras. And by the way, I don't mind the term Contras. I know that's a matter of some dispute. It depends what you're against. Contra tyrannus, as Jean Kirkpatrick has said, is a noble phrase, against tyranny. And so I refer to them as the Contras, but I don't think you have shredded the Constitution at all. I think you have paid attention to an obligation to provide for the common defense and to secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. Now, I want these hearings to be comprehensive, not just picking on a few administration people who have been implementing a foreign policy gone awry. I want to really find out what happened and who's to blame. Now, there are enough prosecuting attorneys here to make the points that they have well made, and I don't disagree with all of them, but it seems to me there's more to be accomplished here in these hearings. And I take as my text something Robert McFarland said, and I quote, "The policymakers who created conditions like this must bear some of the moral responsibility for the failures that follow." And that seems to me very important. Senator Mitchell, a dear friend of mine and someone whom I've come to know and admire, said, quote, "You don't claim you are above the law, do you?" I remember that, and you said no. Now, that's a distinctly American notion about no man is above the law and no man is beneath it. Dolts and things like that. I love this place. I love this place, and I love the people who are here. And in trying to make it better, I make the distinction between the institution and trying to improve it. So when I criticize the Congress, please understand it's out of a sense of filial love and not contempt. Now, if we don't like a law, Colonel, and you guys ought to learn this at the NSC and then the administration, you just exempt yourself. You see, we exempt ourselves from OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Act. We exempt ourselves from the Ethics in Government Act. No special prosecutors are going after us. We have our own committee of our own brethren that'll take care of that. So we are exempt from the equal opportunity, equal employment opportunity. None of that, because we're political people. The Budget Act, waive it, pass it, kid the people and waive it. Every time something comes up that's in excess of the budget, pay no attention to it. The Public Law 95-435, which was passed some years ago, says that we can't spend any more money than we take in. That is as ignored as the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. And someday I hope the legal scholars on this committee will find time to do a paper on the 10th Amendment and why it is atrophied and ignored. Now, if we can't ignore the law or exempt ourselves from it, we play games with the process. Do you know how we got our pay raise? Now, the senators voted no. Terrific. And by the way, thank God we got the pay raise. I'm happy. I need the money, and I earn the money. But you know what we did in the House? We waited under the guidance of the stage director over there, the Speaker, till 30 days had elapsed, until it was vested. It could not be unvested, and then we got a vote on it. We waited till it was locked in, and then we voted, and we could all tell our constituents, I didn't vote for that pay raise. That's the way we do things. So there's much to be learned from watching us. Now, let me, and they don't watch us close enough, let me put my own views on record, Colonel North. I think lying to Congress, I think arms for hostages, arms to Iran, I think operating the Contra support operation out of the White House was wrong, and I think the failure to confer with Congress was wrong, and we're paying a fearful price for that. But having said that, I think a few more points need to be made. Now, why was this different? Why did you have to lie to Congress? Why was this different from other covert actions? Well, you know, it's very simple when you have a covert action that everybody agrees with. Isn't that correct? When you get a controversial one, then you have a whole different problem. Is that not so?
It is.
In other words, when you have a liberal Democratic Congress, God bless them all, the people elected them, and that's democracy and all that good stuff, and you have a conservative Republican president, you've got a recipe for gridlock, don't you? You have scholars on this committee will find time to do a paper on the 10th Amendment and why it is atrophied and ignored. Now, if we can't ignore the law or exempt ourselves from it, we play games with the process. Do you know how we got our pay raise? Now, the senators voted no. Terrific. And by the way, thank God we got the pay raise. I'm happy. I need the money, and I earn the money. But you know what we did in the House? We waited under the guidance of the stage director over there, the Speaker, till 30 days had elapsed, until it was vested. It could not be unvested, and then we got a vote on it. We waited till it was locked in, and then we voted, and we could all tell our constituents, I didn't vote for that pay raise. That's the way we do things. So there's much to be learned from watching us. Now, let me, and they don't watch us close enough, let me put my own views on record, Colonel North. I think lying to Congress, I think arms for hostages, arms to Iran, I think operating the Contra support operation out of the White House was wrong, and I think the failure to confer with Congress was wrong, and we're paying a fearful price for that. But having said that, I think a few more points need to be made. Now, why was this different? Why did you have to lie to Congress? Why was this different from other covert actions? Well, you know, it's very simple when you have a covert action that everybody agrees with. Isn't that correct? But when you get a controversial one, then you have a whole different problem. Is that not so?
It is.
In other words, when you have a liberal Democratic Congress, God bless them all, the people elected them, and that's democracy and all that good stuff, and you have a conservative Republican president, you've got a recipe for gridlock, don't you? You have a controversial program that cannot get the consensus that's necessary, and so it's a recipe for gridlock. Nothing will happen. And those are the problems that we have to deal with here in our Central American policy. Now, the consequences, Colonel North, of what happened has damaged the administration, hopefully not terminally, but seriously damaged it. Our policy in Central America has been damaged. We have embarrassed 10 countries, at least 10 countries, who helped to keep the Nicaraguan resistance alive while Congress played Hamlet over what to do to support or not to support. And I think of little Brunei, the one country we're permitted to mention. Brunei is an enclave on the northwest corner of the island of Borneo with less people in it than Shreveport, Louisiana. And yet, it contributed $10 million to protect our interests in Central America when Congress was unwilling to do so. And Brunei doesn't want anything from us. Nothing. They don't need anything from us. But we have embarrassed them, and we embarrass ourselves when we do that. The end doesn't justify the means. We have heard that sermonized often, and it's a useful ethical statement, I suppose. But I'll tell you, that phrase, the end doesn't justify the means, doesn't seem to me to establish the moral context for every tough decision someone in government has to make. The incident of August 6, 1945 at Hiroshima, where President Truman decided to drop a nuclear weapon, killed 150,000 people, but the purpose was to save perhaps 1 million people for the invasion of Japan. The classic high school ethics question, 10 people on a raft, it's going to sink unless you throw one over, nobody wants to jump over. What do you do? What do you do? Well, the end doesn't justify the means, doesn't help you there, does it? So the moral choices that you have to face as to keeping faith with people who have relied on you and who are out there with their lives in the mountains of Nicaragua, or obeying one of the 5 versions of a very ambiguous law that is attached to a military appropriation, is a very tough moral choice. But it isn't simple, and many times you end up with having to take the lesser evil. And I think that ought to be realized by people who are so quick to condemn and to give you the phrase, the end doesn't justify the means. I ran across a fascinating article the other day written, and I, believe me, this is beautiful. It's written by Tom Braden. Now, Tom Braden was in the CIA years ago, and he wrote an article. It's in the May 20th, 1967 Saturday Evening Post. I'm glad the CIA is immoral. Now, he says, back in the early 50s, when the Cold War was really hot, the idea that Congress would have approved many of our projects was about as likely as the John Birch Society's approving Medicare. That's interesting, that doing things without Congress's assent back in those days. But here's the most interesting thing he says, and I think this is quite true and worth remembering. He said the choice between innocence and power involves the most difficult of decisions. But when an adversary attacks with his weapons disguised as good works, to choose innocence is to choose defeat. So long as the Soviet Union attacks deviously, we shall need weapons to fight back, and a government locked in a power struggle cannot acknowledge all the programs it must carry out to cope with its enemies. Now, there's so much more that I would like to go over with you. My time is up, and it's a shame because council got 2 days each and we get 15 minutes. But let me give you a quotation that you might carry with you, and I quote, A strict observance of the written laws is doubtless one of the high duties of a good citizen, but it is not the highest. The laws of necessity, of self-preservation, of saving our country when in danger are of higher obligation. And that same person said, quote, "On great occasions, every good officer must be ready to risk himself in going beyond the strict line of law when the public preservation requires it." The person who said those things had a little bit to do with the founding of this country. We have a monument to him called the Jefferson Memorial. So I think it's worth understanding that. And let me close by just saying that you, Colonel North, are a reproach to many of us. You are a dangerous person. And the reason you are is you personify the old morality, loyalty, fidelity, honor, and worst of all, obedience. Obedience is so out of step with today's spirit of the age, zeitgeist. Obedience is just the opposite of what defines the modern man, which is rebellion. And so the notion of betraying freedom fighters bothers you, whether they're at the Bay of Pigs or whether we're taking off from the roof of the embassy at Saigon on April 25th, 1975, or whether leaving them to fend for themselves in the mountains of Nicaragua. So you've got a few more mountains to climb, Colonel North, but remember, everybody remembers Billy Mitchell and nobody remembers who his prosecutors were. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Not wishing to be accused of muzzling my dear friend, I did not interrupt. I wish to advise the House members that a vote is now in progress. Senator Heflin.
Colonel North, one of the purposes of these hearings is to get the facts. And in my judgment, there are still some missing facts. And I want to try to spend my time exploring some of those missing facts, if they be missing. You have testified and told us of the dire need of the Contras after the humanitarian aid of $27 million had ended, which it ended on March the 31st, 1986. And thereafter, we made a trip to Central America, and I quote from Exhibit 4, which is a prof note from Colonel North to Colonel McFarland. And also not a good weekend. Went to Central America to try and reassure our friends, both governments and resistance, that we would get funding through Congress. Meaning by that, I assume that you hope to be able to get some military and aid at a later time, and there was optimism as of that time that it could be coming. Then you state, in the 4 years that I've been working on this effort, it is the most depressing session to date. There's great despair that we may fail in this effort, and the resistance support account is darn near broke. Then on the 22nd, in Exhibit 4, which as I understand is to Mr. Fortier, you again, in a prof note, state that the entire force is back to 1 meal per day. No more boots, uniforms, packs, ponchos, or weapons are available for the new recruits.
Senator, I'm lost on your exhibit, if you would, sir.
I believe this is Exhibit 5.
Right.
My purpose is to show that as of that time, that you not only stated that there was dire needs, but wrote contemporaneous prof notes to emphasize the great need. You go on in this and say that all new trainees will be turned away effective today. All hospitalization for WIAs, which I understand is wounded in action, will cease at the end of the week. Troops returning to Nicaragua this week will carry only 70 to 100 rounds of ammo instead of the 500 they have been carrying. No new radio batteries are available, so there is no way to pass commands or intelligence. The picture is, in short, very dismal unless a new source of bridge funding can be identified. And then in another exhibit, Exhibit 8, which has already been mentioned, which is a memorandum that you have prepared along with Mr. Burkhart. It went to Admiral Poindexter and then was to be used with a meeting with the National Security Planning Group. State there in the beginning, the resistance itself is increasingly desperate as available supplies are depleted. As of May 1, no further medical supplies or clothing are available. By mid-June, the outside support the resistance has received will be consumed, and no further significant support appears readily available. Now, in that memo, it was for the purpose of bringing to the National Security Planning Group various options, including the options of trying to convince Congress that you might take $15 million from the appropriation to DOD and give it to the CIA for humanitarian assistance to the resistance group. And on page 2, it states that an immediate reprogram of $15 million from DOD to CIA for humanitarian assistance to the DRF. These funds would reduce our subsequent request from $100 million to $85 million. This action would require approval in the House, Senate Intelligence Committee, Armed Service Committees, and Defense Appropriations Subcommittees. We can make a good case that this humanitarian assistance, and in parentheses $5 million per month through August of 1986, is essential to maintain the option of DRF pressure, and so on. Now, reading all of that, and at the time in your statement, is it fair and accurate to state that after the humanitarian aid of $27 million ran out, that the Contras were in dire circumstances as to the need for food, clothing, medical supplies, arms, ammunitions, and all other necessities to carry on a resistance movement?
That is, the facts in there are those facts that, as I knew them, as supported by intelligence that we were receiving, and as reviewed by my colleagues.
All right. Now, did Mr. Elliott Abrams go with you on this trip that you mentioned in Exhibit 4 to Central America in mid-April 1986?
I don't recall, sir.
You don't recall. Well, anyway, Mr. Abrams testified about the Contra needs at this time for bridge money until the $100 million in military and humanitarian aid could be authorized. And he mentioned that it would take something like $3 million a month. Now, you mentioned in this Exhibit 8 that I've just read that $5 million a month. Well, do you agree that from $3 to $5 million a month was needed for humanitarian assistance? And we can, I suppose, and military during this period of time, from the time that the humanitarian aid terminated March 30th until the $100 million was appropriated and was available?
Yes, and furthermore, the war had been prosecuted at a rate of about 1.25 to 1.5 million a month in the intervening years. The fact is that for the resistance to continue to accept the new recruits that were volunteering, and these were people who were not enticed in any way except to know that there was a place where they could go to take up arms against the communists in Managua, these people were walking into the base camps by the dozens and otherwise would have to be turned away. And so the estimate was you would need between 3 and 5 million a month to allow the resistance to continue to grow at its natural rate, to train them, field them, equip them, and send them back into combat.
And how much would it take to keep them as they were at the status quo?
I guess you could live at about, 1 to 1.5 million a month. The fact is, Senator, I think it's important that the government of the United States, when it finally came back and provided the kind of support that we've been talking about, put up $100 million for a year's worth of help.
All right, so, well, that's true, and that was on October the 16th, 1986, when it was approved, and I would assume that military and humanitarian aid after that was signed by the President, became available shortly thereafter, something like November 1.
But Senator, something else that's important, and I believe you have testimony separately, is that even though that was signed into law in November, it was after I had left the NSC and in January before the first supplies actually arrived on scene.
All right, so well then, I'm trying to get the period of time that we were looking at. If it was at that time, it would have been from about April 1 until after you left in November, which would have been close to 8 months that you really had a situation there in the dire consequences, and there was a great need for some type of financial assistance to help them in their movement.
Yes, with the completion of the expenditures of the principal overseas backers, which was well running out by this point in time, was a serious concern.
If they needed then, say, 5 million times 8 months, that's 40 million, or 3 million times 8 months, 24 million, or say we get down to 1 million, they would have been in need, the basic thing, of at least 8 million during that period of time. All right, so now...
Senator, there's just, and I'm not trying to interrupt your train of thought here, but it's also important to know that shortly after I wrote this memorandum on May 16th, both houses voted to approve the $100 million. And I believe it was both during June and maybe July, but by the end, certainly mid-July, both houses had indeed voted to approve the $100 million, and yet we were still desperate to get those bills conferenced and sent to the President for his signature.
All right, so now on May the 16th, 1986, which is Exhibit 10, I believe, of your exhibits, you make a note on the second page. You should be, this is a prof note from you to, I believe, Admiral Poindexter. You should be made aware that the Resistance Support Organization now has more than $6 million available for immediate disbursement. Some other things there. Now, at that time when you made that on May 16th...
I'm lost on the note here, sir.
Well, it's on the second page in a paragraph. Down, I reckon it's really the...
I got it.
So you should be made aware that the Resistance Support Organization now has more than $6 million available for immediate disbursement. Now, where is that $6 million, in your judgment, at the time you made that, was that to come from the Hakim Secord Enterprises Lake, or where?
I believe, and I'm trying to recall without a whole lot to remind me here, but I believe that this would reflect the transaction that came to be known as the Hawk Parts shipment, in which there was money placed in what has come to be called the Lake Resources account, and therefore available at that point in time. Now, as I've also testified, I was accused frequently by General Secord, and I did not talk to Mr. Hakim about these issues, but I certainly did talk to General Secord of being overly ambitious in my prognostications as to how much was available for certain activities. But I believe that the reason I put this in this particular note is I had just been informed that the deposit had been made.
Well, according to the financial records of the Secord-Hakim, various groups and organizations, that's true, that just about that time was when that deposit, as of that date, there was something like over $11 million balance in it. But that was to come from the Hakim Secord group, that money of $6 million. That's what I'm...
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes, my sense is, if I can recall the time frame right, is that $6 million would have been derived as part of the Ayatollah's money that had been placed in the account to pay for the parts that we were due to ship in May. This is just prior to the trip to Tehran by Mr. McFarland.
Well, now, we have run from April 1 on till after you leave, of the records of the Hakim Secord companies, their records, and our auditors have gone through from that period forward, and we can find no expenditure or humanitarian aid whatsoever coming from the Hakim Secord group. There was $632,000 for arms, and the rest of their expenditures, and they expended something like $3.5 million, I reckon, altogether, are in relationship with transportation-related expenses. In other words, there was no humanitarian aid, no military aid for arms or ammunition from the 1st of April on, and that their expenditures were in connection with aircraft transportation-related expenditures. Now, during this same, I'll ask you this, were you led to believe that they were supplying humanitarian and military aid in addition to transportation-related aid to the Contra movement at that time?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question. I understood, and I believe it to be accurate, that not only was Lake Resources, but the other offshore accounts, the ones that have been identified as Mr. Miller's, were indeed sending monies, that General Secord's organization was providing boots, clothing, uniform items, packs, parachutes, and the aircraft support to deliver that, and that they were also flying ammunition and the military supplies necessary to support them.
Well, at the same time, the auditor's review of the accounts of the Calero accounts, that from April until the period that you left the government, would reflect that he received very little money and very little American influence donated money, in particular after July of 1985. I believe it was a meeting in Miami about that time. But that the records of the Calero accounts from April 1 to after you left would reflect that the donations that he received during this time would have amounted to approximately $1 million, including the donations from Channel and Miller and their companies. Now, according to those accounts, it would have indicated that from Hakim and Secord for humanitarian and military ammunition, that there would have been a total during this period of around $1.632 million. There was $632 that was paid for arms. Now, granted that they could have made money on exchange rates, and they could have had some credit for buying arms on credit or some humanitarian aid needs on credit. But it would appear that during this time that from either Calero, Hakim, and Secord, Miller, and Channel, that there was inadequate money for the Contras to have existed on. Now that gets down to this. Do you know whether or not there could have been another source of money which could have been used to support the Contras from April 1 until the time that you left the government?
There are none that I know of positively, Senator. We did have reports of other countries having been approached directly by the resistance leadership and other foreign donors, as well as perhaps other Americans who donated directly and simply gave it to Mr. Calero or one of the other resistance leaders or made deposits directly to their accounts. But again, I am not familiar with the facts on that, but we certainly had some indication that they were receiving other reports. Some of those reports caused us to look very carefully at the possibility of drug running. We found absolutely no evidence during my tenure at the NSC that any of the resistance leaders were themselves or their subordinates involved in drug running. The only one case that we actually had some information on, I reported in the executive session as to who those people were, and that was not any of the main resistance organizations.
I see my time is up.
The hearing will take a short recess, 10 minutes. The hearing will please come to order. Chairman Hamilton.
Mr. Rodino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Colonel North.
Good afternoon, sir.
Colonel North, I have some questions. They're pertinent to this inquiry, and I believe they're important for us to have responses to, if you can respond, if you do have recollection or you do know. When you met with the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General Jensen on January 6, 1986, regarding the January 1986 finding, to your knowledge, was this the first time the Attorney General knew of the Iranian initiative?
Well, to my specific knowledge, yes. I had, as I believe I testified earlier, Mr. Rodino, we had worked on an earlier version of the finding, which I believe was transmitted to the White House by Director Casey at the end of November, somewhere around the 25th or 26th of November 1985. I had worked with Mr. Sporkin of the Office of General Counsel at CIA on it, and it was my understanding, perhaps faulty, that it was in the process of working on that finding that the Attorney General had come across or found or made note of an earlier determination by then Attorney General French Smith to the effect that arms sales can be conducted in accord with a presidential finding, and further that the retroactive or ratification language that was included in the November finding had been run by the Attorney General. And since, in my experience, other findings were cleared by the Attorney General's office, this one had been too. And thus, when the finding was signed by the President, that finding had been, by my reckoning, at that point in time, cleared by the Attorney General. I do not recall specifically addressing that prior finding with the Attorney General and Mr. Jensen when I met with them in January. My principal focus on the January finding was to include within it the language of the broader objectives, as I have earlier testified.
How did that meeting come about, that January 6th meeting?
My recollection, Mr. Odino, is that it derived from an earlier meeting in December at which I was led to believe all of the cabinet officers were, I think it was around December 6th or 7th. I was in Europe, or at least had gone to Europe, to meet with the Israelis and the Iranian intermediary, Ghorbani Far. I believe there was a meeting held either in the Oval Office or in the residence with the President, and I was led to believe the Attorney General was at that, at which there was a full review of what had transpired up to that point. Coming back from the rather unsuccessful trip with in which Mr. McFarland met with Mr. Ghorbani Far, the next thing that really transpired was Mr. Neer showing up on the scene with an emphatic proposal that this should continue, that the initiative was worth the risk, and the new finding, if you will, the January 6th, and then maybe it was the 7th, but anyway, there was a version of the 6th or 7th that was then handwritten in words that had been left out of it. The President then signed another version of it, I think on the 16th or the 17th. And it's my recollection that I personally carried that over to coordinate with the Attorney General, because that was our standard practice, to have the Attorney General look at the findings and make sure that they were within the law. And my recollection is that I hand-carried it to meet principally with the Attorney General, and as I recall, Mr. Jensen was present at that meeting.
Did you brief the Attorney General on the initiative?
Well, yes, my recollection is that I covered with him, and again, it's not a very specific recall, that I probably had the finding itself and probably my draft cover memorandum, which I would have prepared for Admiral Poindexter's signature and transmission to the President. But I don't recall that specifically, but that would have been the normal practice, sir.
And when the Attorney General read the January finding, was he surprised to learn of the Iran initiative?
I do not recall any expression of surprise, no.
The reason I asked that question, Colonel, is because we know that it was the stated presidential policy at that time to the contrary, and that had been stated, I think, in December of 1985.
I understand that, sir, but my recollection is that I was at least told that the Attorney General had been part of the larger cabinet group that met with the President back in December.
But the Attorney General himself didn't ask any questions or make any comments regarding it?
Well, I'm sure that there were questions asked, but I do not recall the essence of the conversation.
Did Lowell Jensen ask any questions or make any comments?
Again, I'm sure that he did, which was normal under those circumstances to have queries made about it, but I do not recall the substance of the conversation, sir.
Colonel North, you've testified here that you had no recollection of meeting with the Attorney General on Friday, November 21st, 1986, just after he met with the President and just before he began his weekend inquiry. Now, Robert Earl, who was on your staff at the NSC, has testified, and we have a deposition, and if you want to, we'll refer you to the pages of that deposition on pages 63 and 66. He said that you spoke with him, Earl, in your office after meeting that day with the Attorney General. And I want to read you what Colonel Earl's testimony to the committee on this point is.
Could we look at that, sir? The exhibit? Would you refer the dates again, sir?
The date was concerning a meeting with the Attorney General on Friday, November 21st, just after he met with President and just before he began his weekend. And Robert Earl is supposed to have made this statement concerning you and what had been said after a meeting of that day with the Attorney General. And as you will note, Colonel North, Colonel Earl testifies that you told him that you met with the Attorney General on November 21st. And according to Colonel Earl, at that meeting, you asked Mr. Meese if you had 24 or 48 hours, and the Attorney General responded that he did not know whether you could have that much time. And it was later that day that you altered and shredded documents. Does that refresh your recollection, that deposition with Colonel Earl's testimony?
Excuse me, Congressman, if I might. You said that we were being given pages 63 and 66. We have only pages 65 and 66. Moreover, it appears that we need the earlier pages in order to understand the context here. Obviously, for example, the very first question on the pages you just gave indicate that there were earlier related questions.
The pertinent testimony occurs on page 65, which you have, in which it is stated that he mentioned that he had said to the Attorney General, or asked the Attorney General, can I have or will I have 24 or 48 hours? He didn't say both, he said one or the other. I can't recall whether he said 24 or 48, but he asked for that. And he told me that the Attorney General had said something like that. He didn't know whether he could have that much time, something like that. Again, I am not quoting. That's his deposition. You have that page.
I do have the page, and I believe I testified about this earlier. I do not specifically recall a meeting with the Attorney General on the 21st. I do recall discussions with the Attorney General's office and maybe the Attorney General himself on the issue of an investigation that was ongoing regarding Southern Air Transport and our concerns that pursuing that investigation was going to create a liability for a potential hostage release. I indicated to the Attorney General that Southern Air Transport was being investigated by, I think it was the FBI and perhaps Customs and maybe even others, regarding its support for the Nicaraguan resistance as a consequence of the Hassenfuss aircraft shoot-down. And they were also engaged, as we all now know, in support for the Iranian initiative. And our concern was that further exposures on the Iranian initiative would jeopardize both the hostages and the second channel. And we, right up until the end, were hopeful of another hostage release. I don't recall specifically what that conversation refers to.
You don't recall?
But I do remember asking for more time from the Attorney General before turning the Justice Department or FBI or whatever investigations were ongoing with regards to Southern Air Transport back on again.
What I'm trying to get at, Colonel, is to be able to determine whether or not what Colonel Earl told us at that time that you were requesting, 24 or 48 hours, is a fact, or whether it's not a fact. And he told that to us, to this committee.
Well,
I direct your attention to page 66, where he says he's not positive about it, sir.
Well, he may not be positive about it, but he did say that that's what he recalled.
Well, I can assure the Congressman of this, that if this discussion, which Colonel Earl refers to, and I, took place, I'm certainly not saying that it did not, that it is probably referring to Southern Air Transport, and it is certainly not referring to do I have more time to shred documents? Because I'm not, I want to answer that very clearly. I never addressed the Attorney General or anyone else whether or not I had enough time to shred.
In other words, you did not ask for 24 or 48 hours more.
For me, no, sir. For Southern Air Transport, I certainly asked for more time.
Let's move on to something else, Colonel. We've heard testimony that during the interview with the Attorney General on November 23rd, 1986, after you were confronted with a copy of the diversion memo, you asked if they found a cover memo. Do you recall that?
I recall that that has been raised several times here in this.
Was there a cover memo, Colonel?
I honestly don't recall, Congressman Rodino. It was not uncommon for me to put cover memoranda on my memos, and you have certainly seen many of those in which I did. There were also occasions when I did not. And it was not a question asked in subterfuge of the Attorney General. It was simply a straightforward, bald question by a person who was surprised that the document still existed. And I don't mean that lighthearted. I mean very seriously, it was an honest, straightforward question. I just did not remember.
Well, the reason that I asked, Colonel, is because reference was made to the fact that you did refer to a cover memo, and I wondered why you would refer to it if such a cover memo did not exist.
Well, again, I was inquiring was there a cover memo with this document? They had found a document that I truly did not believe existed anymore, and they had put it before me in that Q&A session that they had, and I asked the question, was there a cover memo with this? Because obviously it is an incomplete memorandum.
Well, let me ask this, Colonel. Since you've been very honest and truthful with the committee in telling us that you've shredded a number of documents, did you shred any cover memo, any of the 5 documents that have been referred to and testified to?
I do not recall specifically shredding that cover memo or any other. I shredded many memoranda in that period of time from early October through the time of my departure.
Colonel North, Mr. McFarland has testified that on November 23rd, 1986, on Sunday morning before your interview with Attorney General Meese, you told Mr. McFarland that there was a memo describing the diversion that may cause a problem. Is that a fact?
I don't recall that part of the conversation. What I do recall assuring him, as I had assured others, to include Admiral Poindexter, that the documents pertaining to the use of residuals to support the Nicaraguan resistance had been taken care of. I assured him of that fact, and I assured Admiral Poindexter, and in both cases I was wrong.
Did anyone tell you on Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, or Sunday morning, or at any time before your interview with Mr. Meese, that the diversion memo had been found by attorneys from the Justice Department?
No, sir, they did not.
No.
In fact, they didn't tell me until well into the interview with Mr. Meese.
Colonel, you have phone logs which indicate that on November 24th, 1986, at 11:15, you spoke to Brad Reynolds, the Assistant Attorney General, for 15 minutes. Could you tell us, if you recall, what he did say? And I refer you to your own phone log, which describes that you had a conversation of 15 minutes at 11:45.
Could I see that? That may help refresh my memory, sir. I can. Yeah,
I'd just like to know, Colonel, if you recall from your fact that your phone logs state 15 minutes, that you recall just what your conversation might have been, what he said to you?
I do not recall a conversation with Mr. Reynolds at any time after I left the Attorney General's office on the day before the 23rd. I think, first of all, that is, as I recognize it, my secretary's writing, and what my sense of looking at what's on this piece of paper, this means is that Tom Green is the one who called, that he had talked to Brad Reynolds, that perhaps the call came in at 11:45, and that perhaps he was seeing or talked to Reynolds for 15 minutes. I have no recall of a conversation with Mr. Reynolds
in other words,
after Sunday the 23rd, sir.
In other words, though that log has Brad Reynolds, you did not talk with Brad Reynolds?
No, sir. I'm not denying that I talked to him. I probably talked to a lot of people that day. My point is, sir, that my recollection is I did not talk to Mr. Reynolds, that I did talk at some length with Mr. Green, and I note that Mr. Green's name is above that, and he was at that point in time my counsel.
Let's ask you whether or not the Attorney General ever suggested that you get an attorney, and if he did, when and why?
I do not recall the Attorney General suggesting that. I do recall Director Casey suggesting that several times. And my sense of the first time he recommended that was shortly after the Hassenfuss airplane went down, and he talked to Mr. Furmark. And he specifically told me at that point in time there was very much likely to be a civil suit and I would be named in it. And he suggested at that point in time that I get counsel. There was also a suggestion at some point later on that same month that there might be an inquiry by the Attorney General's office. I believe that reflected as in my testimony earlier that there had been a request for an independent counsel, but that had been turned down by the Attorney General's office. And that independent counsel action pertained to my role in supporting the Nicaraguan resistance.
You do know, Colonel North, that Richard Miller, Michael Ledeen, and Robert McFarland all testified that you told them that you had been advised to get an attorney.
Yes, sir. As I just testified, and as I testified earlier, Director Casey suggested that to me in early October, and then several times thereafter. But that my understanding of why he was recommending I seek counsel pertained to...
No, but I'm asking, did the Attorney General advise you?
I do not, sir. The Attorney General, to my recollection, never once recommended that I seek legal advice, ever.
Did you tell anyone from the Department of Justice from November 21st to November 24th, that is Friday through Monday, that you had consulted with an attorney?
I don't recall telling anyone in the Department of Justice that, although Mr. Green did tell me that he was going to talk to some people at Department of Justice. It may have been Mr. Reynolds that he was going to talk to. Our effort at that time was to ensure that the hostages and the second channel could indeed have time to get out, and that indeed may be what Colonel Earl is referring to in the conversation. It may have been the Southern Air Transport, it may have been the hostages in the second channel, as we were taking every effort to ensure that those people who needed to get out of Iran could, and that the hostages, if we were going to get any more out, could indeed be rescued.
Colonel North, when Admiral Poindexter told you that the President did not know, that was a result of your having asked him whether or not the President knew?
Yes, sir. My recall on that is that on the 21st, the Attorney General had told him, I mean, this is the way it was conveyed to me, that he was going to conduct a fact-finding inquiry into the activities that had occurred in 1985, specifically the August, September, and then November transfers of Israeli equipment to Iran. and that as a consequence of that, during our discussion of that inquiry, in which the Admiral told me to lay out everything, I told him that I had destroyed the references to the use of residuals to support the Nicaraguan resistance. And I specifically asked him, as I remember it, by the way, does the President know about this? Since it's my recollection that he had said the President had asked the Attorney General to look into this. And he at that point said, no, the President does not know about it.
Did Admiral Poindexter tell you that he had talked with the President and learned that he didn't know?
No, as I remember, it was a very brief conversation, and I think basically just the way I described it to you as I remember.
Did you ask him whether or not the 5 memos which you had sent forward requesting that the President be advised had been sent forward for President's knowledge?
No, because I had already, what precipitated this conversation was my assurance to him that those memoranda no longer existed.
Was this a surprise to you?
I think so, yes. But by that point in time, I was, 1, exhausted, and number 2, I suppose nothing much surprises you after that point.
Did this, Colonel North, at this point, then send a flash through your mind that now you were the fall guy, that this was what was being said to you?
No, not at all, because in that same conversation, I told the Admiral again that I thought I ought to go right away, that I ought to leave now in an effort to defuse this thing. Director Casey had, by that point, suggested to me that it was probably going to take someone above my pay grade, as he put it, or above my level at the NSC or within the administration to take this on the nose, as it were. And I thought that we at least ought to make an effort to diffuse it at the lowest level possible before it worked its way up. I don't believe I related to the Admiral what Director Casey had told me about him.
Colonel, moving on.
Excuse me, Congressman, I don't mean to be offensive, but I noted that you started at 3:45 and the red light is on. It's been 25 minutes. Unless we adhere to the time, we'll never get out of here.
As I indicated to you in our telephonic conversation, there are certain members here who have received special allotments from others who are not present.
Well, that'd be perfectly all right, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps you could tell us to begin with.
And, so that's why we have this extra time.
How much time is the Congressman designated?
Proceed.
Excuse me, sir. You told me that some people were going to get an extra 5 minutes, and I perfectly well understand that. Can you please inform us how much time?
The determination of time, I'm certain you will agree, is up to me as chair, and I try to be very fair.
Well, it is, sir, but the red light is on, and I took that as a clue that the time is finished. Now, we're not going to get out of here unless we adhere to some regulations about time, and I respectfully request that we try to limit the amount of time.
Who's next? Senator Boren.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North, as I've sat here day by day, I've had a question in my own mind that I'm sure has run through your mind over the last several days, and that is, will anything good come from these hearings? The reason I've asked myself that question is the same reason that you've raised some questions about it. If we end up, after all these hearings, with the country more divided than ever, more fragmented in terms of what this country ought to be doing, more polarized, we end up having simply diverted time and attention away from serious economic problems, and being from a state like Oklahoma, I understand the economic challenges that we're facing. We end up with a lot of pain for a lot of families and a lot of people around this town, and we haven't learned anything from it in terms of something that will benefit the country in the future, then I think we'd all have to say that it hasn't served a useful purpose. So I think we all have a real determination here. I'm sure it's a determination you feel, having gone through this painful process, that we try to learn some lessons
from all of this that will help the country in the future. So we won't have these kinds of confrontations again in future years. We won't have concerns about the rest of the world watching us have this kind of confrontation, concern about allied countries having sensitive information being divulged about them. So we won't go down this same path again. So every day I try to ask myself, have we learned something that we can apply to help this country in the future? I'm sure you hope that through these proceedings the American people have learned about the situation of Central America. As a supporter of the Contras, I hope that they have learned also about the strategic importance of that region and why we cannot afford to create a power vacuum in that region that will be filled by communist forces and those hostile to our country. And I would hope we would have also learned a broader lesson. I had to ask myself, how is it that a person like Colonel North has ended up sitting before this Congressional committee with this kind of inquiry being watched by the world? Because you projected yourself as a person that cares about this country, has deep love for this country. You've convinced me of that. You've clearly convinced the American people of that. I'm not surprised by that. I'd heard about you before from people, for example, when you came to defend a young Oklahoma Marine who had been falsely accused of wrongdoing during the Vietnamese conflict. So I don't think people that know your record are surprised about that affection that you have for this country. So I had to ask, how has it come to this? And I have to believe that your appearance in these proceedings are really a reflection of something that's gone wrong in this country over the past 2 decades, perhaps. And that is, we lost sight of something that we used to always believe in this country. It was called a bipartisan approach to foreign policy. We had an old saying, we might fight among ourselves about domestic politics, but politics stopped at the water's edge. When we spoke to the rest of the world, we spoke with a united voice, and the congressional leaders and the presidents would get together and work toward that end. I guess the greatest example we've had in modern times was the kind of cooperation that we had between President Eisenhower, Republican president, and Sam Rayburn, the Democratic Speaker of the House. And they worked together, not because there were some rules or regulations that required it, but because they each understood the importance of it. We don't have a cabinet form of government here or a parliamentary system. In a parliamentary system, there's no division of powers. The executive branch and the legislative branch are really melded together. The members of the cabinet are also members of parliament. And so you don't have this split that can develop in the kind of system that we have under our Constitution, where you have the President and he is Commander-in-Chief, but you also have the Congress, and they're empowered to declare war and they're empowered to appropriate the funds that are necessary for the carrying out of foreign policy. And I'm convinced that Mr. Rayburn and President Eisenhower worked so well together because they both understood that. They understood the history of our government. They understood our form of government. They knew that where the powers were divided, if you're going to have a united front to the rest of the world, you had to work harder than ever. You had to make a special effort to get together and to speak together with one voice. When people talk to me, my constituents talk to me, they say, you know, we don't understand. Aren't you all working for the same people? Aren't the people in the White House and the people in the Congress all trying to work for the American people? When are you people going to stop being Democrats and Republicans or members of Congress and members of the executive branch and get together and work together as Americans for the same country? Then we'll have continuity in foreign policy. We won't have a stop-and-start policy, and we're going to have to do that. The President can start a policy, but he can't continue a policy, not unless the Congress is going to support it and appropriate money. So if we're going to speak with one voice, it seems to me critically important that we get back to that old-fashioned concept of bipartisan foreign policy, because each has a role to play. And Eisenhower and Rayburn, when they met together, they met each other halfway. It takes two. The President has to understand the role of Congress. He has to be willing to meet the Congress halfway. The Congress has to understand the role of the President. They have to realize you can't have 535 commanders-in-chief, that you have to have continuity of policy. So I think that the fact that you're here, that we're in these circumstances, that we're having to have these kinds of hearings is a reflection, basically, of the breakdown of that concept of partnership, constructive partnership, all of us working together as Americans to try to serve this country, partnership between Democrats and Republicans, the executive branch and the legislative branch. And it's going to take both. Doesn't mean the President always gets his way. Doesn't mean the Congress always gets its way. It means they're going to have a meeting in the middle, then come out as Eisenhower and Rayburn did and announce an American policy to the rest of the world. We're trying to do that. I want to report that to you in the intelligence committees. I happen to believe very strongly that we have to have covert operations sometimes. We have to be able to operate in secret. We have to be able to keep those secrets. And I think you've expressed appropriate concern as a witness that those secrets must be kept. We have instituted new procedures in the Intelligence Committee to make sure that those secrets are kept. We lock up the documents. We don't let them out of the room. We don't even let members take their notes out anymore. Senator Cohen and I have gone to the leadership in the Senate, both Democratic and Republican, and received a commitment that if a single member of our committee leaks classified information, their resignation as a member of that committee will be demanded. And of course, there are procedures in place for the President under current law. If the President does not want to tell the entire intelligence committees of both the House and the Senate, as you know, the President can notify only 8 people: Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader of the Senate, the Minority Leaders of both Houses, and the Chairman and Vice Chairman of the 2 committees. And we're working very, very hard to reestablish the kind of mutual trust that is going to be necessary for us to be able to start policies and sustain policies and speak to the rest of the world with a unified voice. So I want to make it clear that I don't disagree with you that we have to have covert actions, secret actions. Secrecy must be maintained, but we must also have accountability. We need to have accountability to make sure that the money is spent appropriately as was intended. In this case, you've said to you as one person you couldn't possibly keep up with all the funds, for example, in this operation. If we've been able to do this through regular channels, through the CIA, with the proper accountability, we would know where all the money is and how it was spent. We have to have accountability also to make sure that the President signed off on it, that the objectives are being properly carried out. And so we're working very, very hard. We've been in conversations with Mr. Carlucci and others at the White House between the intelligence committees in the last several days to try to come up with a positive new approach. So we have to have covert actions, but we have to have accountability. And we also have to have a sharing of information between at least the leaders of the Congress and the White House if we're going to rebuild this kind of bipartisan unified approach. I would just like to ask you, as we consider how we conduct foreign policy, especially covert operations that have to be kept secret, how do we do that while preserving the democratic values and institutions that we hold so dear? And do you think we're on the right track in the way we're trying to develop this relationship of absolute candor and absolute trust between the executive branch and the intelligence committees of both the House and Senate?
Well, as you've described them, Senator Boren, I agree with the noble objectives, and I think I have testified there too during my 5.5 days here before you. I continue to be concerned at the size of the committees. I think that the larger the group of people involved, the larger the staffs, the more likely it is that we will end up with a compromise. And that certainly, while the provisions of the law allow only the big 8 to be notified, it would be, by my opinion, appropriate that we've got experience in working with the Congress and the executive branch of a joint committee, and you know the one I'm referring to. A very small, very professional staff and a small committee that worked very closely with the administration on carrying out policy on nuclear matters. And my sense is that that is an idea whose time has come. There is no doubt that we can do it better. And there is no doubt that there must be the ability to confer and to obtain the monies that are necessary to conduct these activities.
Well, I agree largely with what you've said. I'm not sure I agree with the Joint Committee for this reason, that because of the appropriations process and other responsibilities, my fear is that committee might not have sufficient influence with the committees of the two houses to keep other committees in both houses from again invading the jurisdiction. And that we might end up inadvertently with more committees, several committees again asserting jurisdiction. But I think the important thing is we're compartmentalizing our staff so that not even all the members of the staff know about these various operations. They only have a knowledge of one or two operations on a need-to-know basis. I think the important thing, though, is if we're going to have this bipartisan approach and this partnership in the future, wouldn't you agree, we have to concentrate on this method of consultation and the rebuilding of mutual trust between the two branches of government.
I couldn't agree more, Senator.
Now, one other item has disturbed me as I've listened, and this perhaps grows out of my experience as a former governor. Occasionally people would call me on the phone when I was governor and they'd say, "Governor, we're getting ready to do something because we were told you wanted it done." But I just wanted to clear it with you because it didn't sound quite right, or we wanted to make sure. And sometimes those things that were getting ready to be done by someone in the bureaucracy were not things I wanted done at all. Somebody had simply come to those people and said, the governor wants this done. I didn't even know about it. Now, as I've listened to you, and you've indicated that the president told you on the phone he did not know about the diversion. And you've said, and I believe you, that you sincerely believe that this was an approved policy to use the residuals. The president had approved this policy. Now, if those indeed are the facts, do you have any suggestions for us as to what we could do? Because I think this is an area we need to think about. We've talked, frankly, with the White House about making sure that in the future significant orders are put in writing so that the people who have to carry them out will either hear it directly from the president one-on-one, or that they will be placed in writing so that people out in the bureaucracy won't be able to go around saying the president wants this done and have people carry it out without the president knowing. Here the president's been damaged by this situation. There's a political crisis that's developed over it, and how do we protect future presidents from having that situation develop where people might be going around carrying out things, thinking in all sincerity that the president wanted it done, when in fact the president might not have known?
Well, I think while we may have agreed on the last point, we will agree to disagree on this one, because I think that those are clearly matters for the executive to resolve within the executive. And although certainly the National Security Council itself was created by the National Security Act of 1947, the National Security Council staff was not. There was an executive secretary appointed by that act, and the staff has grown to meet the needs of various presidents and will continue to do so.
I don't think we do disagree. I think we agree on whether the president's setting up his own standards about how to do that, but how would you do it?
Well, certainly I will never be president. And as I indicated before, I am not running for anything and not running from anything, and I want to make that clear again. But my sense is that if we required that the president reduce every word to writing, that every single authority ever sought by the president had to be reduced to some kind of official format, we would never have been able to succeed in things like Achille Lauro, because the timing on that was so quick that it couldn't have been done otherwise.
I certainly agree with that. I think the president has to be able to turn to someone immediately and give an order. We don't want to tie his hands from being able to do that and have it carried out. But on something like this that went on for a relatively long period of time, how could we change the procedures to make sure that an Oliver North, let us say, or someone else in the future, who's carrying out a policy in good faith that he thinks is the policy of the president or the order of the president, can really know for sure that it's the policy of the president, the order of the president?
Well, again, I think it goes back to your original proposal, that there must be the kind of sense of trust that exists between the executive and the legislative, that those things are indeed conferred by appropriate agents of the executive to discuss those things with the Congress.
The joint oversight process, both executive and legislative, then would make sure that it was being carried out appropriately. Let me turn to the CIA briefly, and as you know, I have institutional responsibility there, and there are some questions that I would like to ask in that regard. And I might say, Mr. Chairman, that Senator Tribble has indicated to me that he would yield me 5 additional minutes of his reserved time to carry forward with this line of questioning. I've had a theory, and I shared it with you briefly in executive session for some time. Mr. Casey, as an individual, was willing to get involved in things and take risks, but he had a great love for the Central Intelligence Agency. He was determined to make sure that that institution not involve itself in anything that might place it in jeopardy, and that he went to great lengths to try to insulate the CIA as an institution from doing anything that might be improper or questionable as far as the law was concerned. In fact, Mr. Gates, in testifying before the Senate Intelligence Committee, indicated during our hearings that on October 9th, 1986, he had lunch at the CIA with you and with Director Casey. So it was Mr. Gates, yourself, and Director Casey, and that at that lunch, Mr. Gates asked you whether the CIA was involved in your private supply operation and private fundraising operation for the Contras during any period of time in which that was banned by law. And he indicated that you answered that the CIA was completely clean, speaking about it as an institution, and that you had worked very hard to keep it that way.
That's correct, sir.
Now, was that on orders or direction from Director Casey that he wanted to keep the CIA as an institution totally insulated and apart
Yes.
from this operation?
Yes, and there was no contact that I had with any CIA officer that Director Casey was unaware of.
Now, did anyone at the CIA assist in obtaining money for the Contras from any third countries?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Did any of the CIA officials ever send you names of countries or make any suggestions to you about countries to contact?
Other than in the discussions with the restricted interagency group chaired by the State Department after the law was passed authorizing State Department contact, other than that, no, sir.
Did Mr. George ever make any comments, or was that after this time? About
As I
possible
indicated
third
earlier,
countries?
the Director of Operations and I had a number of discussions that dealt along the periphery of these things, and I have turned over to you my notes on those.
Did you ever tell anyone in the CIA other than Director Casey about the residuals being the source of funding for any of the Contra operations?
Not specifically or directly, no. But as I indicated in my earlier testimony, there are no doubt people who had suspicions relatively early on, even before Mr. Furmark's approach. That's as a consequence of the intelligence that we talked about the other night.
Yes. But you did not explicitly inform any other individual at the CIA?
I explicitly tried to deceive a number of people at the CIA as to the actual source of those.
So
I do not recall specifically addressing those matters to anybody.
So my view that Director Casey intentionally set up Mr. Gates, for example, to be the deputy in charge of day-to-day operations of the agency and to keep him more or less insulated from this other operation, you would say is an accurate description of the way Director Casey was trying to operate. Now, there was a period of time in which it would have been unlawful for the CIA to have provided intelligence directly to the Contras. And Rob Owen testified that you were giving intelligence information to the Contras during this period of time.
I was.
And where did that information come from?
Both from the CIA and the Department of Defense.
Well, now, did you tell anyone at the CIA? And of course, it would be perfectly lawful for the CIA to give you intelligence as a member of the National Security Staff.
That's why we did it that way.
But if they had known that you were, if they gave it to you knowing that you were simply going to hand it on to the Contras, then that would have been illegal during that period of time.
Again, I'm not trying to...
Well, let me rephrase it. In fact, Mr. Casey, I believe, Colonel North, if I could rephrase the question, maybe the council's advice would not be relevant. Mr. Casey, as I understand it, told you that he would hope that you would do it that way so that you would not put the agency in the position of having given it to you knowing that it was being sent.
That is correct. But as I have indicated in my earlier testimony, I had numerous discussions with people at CIA and the Department of Defense, particularly Admiral Moreau, which certainly could lead one to the conclusion that there were other people who were aware of what I was doing.
Who were the people at the CIA that had conversations with you that were of a nature that would have given them knowledge that you were involved with the resupply and that you were passing intelligence on to the Contras at that time? If you could tell us by title rather than by name.
Well, again, those conversations are recorded in the notebooks that I provided to this committee.
Was the Director of Operations, Deputy Director for Operations one?
He and I had conversations that are recorded therein.
Were there all of those that are recorded in the notebooks are the ones, that's the list as far as you know in terms of those?
No, as I indicated earlier and in our discussion the other night in closed testimony, there were discussions with the Central American Task Force chief. There were discussions with the station chief and two station chiefs or their deputies in two different Central American countries.
Did anyone at headquarters, in regard to those conversations with the chief of mission for the CIA in two Central American countries, did anyone at headquarters authorize you to make those direct contacts that you made with those individuals?
Director Casey.
But no one else?
No, sir.
No one else.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Colonel North, I want to thank you for your testimony before these committees. As you know, I didn't vote to grant you immunity from prosecution because as a general principle, I think government officials should be fully accountable for their actions. You've stated numerous times during the past few days that you didn't think you'd broken any laws, and you may not have. In any case, if you felt so strongly that you hadn't, I had a little difficulty understanding your reluctance to testify without immunity.
It's very simple.
But nevertheless, you did, counsel, did you have an answer to a question? I did.
No, I was so shocked at your statement with regard to the Fifth Amendment that I interrupted before you were through, and I apologize. I would.
All right.
You may.
That's a new first for you.
Well, I interrupt when I find things so appalling, Congressman.
Yes.
Do you know anything about the Fifth Amendment and its purpose?
I said, and I would say again, I had a little difficulty understanding why the colonel, if he thought he had broken no laws whatsoever, was reluctant, it seemed, in their discussions with the counsel for the committee and with you about immunity. And I didn't vote for it. And if you don't like that, I'm sorry.
I don't care whether you voted for immunity.
Sorry.
We prefer not to be up here at all.
Thank you.
But don't ask any questions about the Fifth Amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I've had quite enough listening to Mr. Sullivan. He's a distinguished criminal lawyer. But you know, we didn't hire him as our lawyer, and I don't need him to advise me.
I believe this exchange has just convinced the chair, as I feared, that about this time we all get testy. And that being the case, not desiring to present to the people of the United States a distorted picture of what is happening here, I will recommend to my colleagues that after listening to the questioning by Senator Rudman, we recess until tomorrow morning.
Your Honor, may I?
At any rate, Colonel, you did play a central role in the events that we're charged with investigating. And we're not here to prosecute anyone for accepting gratuities or diverting public funds, destroying government documents, lying to Congress, or any other conduct. We are here to determine only what did happen and the serious impact these activities may have had on the conduct of American foreign policy and indeed on our national security. And I want to tell you that I believe your testimony has been quite revealing. And the most revealing thing to me has been that you confirmed that you were not acting alone. And you put it, I believe, that you were not a lone wolf. And lieutenant colonels in the Marine Corps simply don't have that kind of authority. I was one. You've testified very persuasively that you had lots of help. And I thought you did. The Defense Department helped, provided the missiles and the Hawk parts, modified the tows to meet the specs. The Department of Justice helped, provided DEA agents, held off the FBI. Department of State helped. The ambassadors were used to facilitate the movement of weapons, construction of clandestine airstrips. And despite what Assistant Secretary Abrams said about not knowing nothing about nothing, he had to be authorized to tell the truth, you recall. It was very clear that you testified that he didn't have to ask. He already knew everything you were doing in Central America. The CIA helped. You testified. You talked to Director Casey several times a week, worked closely with him. The CIA bought the missiles from the DOD, sold them to Iran. CIA operatives assisted in setting up and running the air supply into Nicaragua. And of course, you were not the only one at the National Security Council involved. You testified that everything you did, all of the machination, the operations, the phone call, the traveling, was supported by your superiors, Mr. McFarland, Admiral Poindexter. Your secretary, Ms. Hall, even testified that your travel was authorized by someone higher than you. And you've testified repeatedly that you thought you even had the help of the President of the United States. Now, Colonel North, you've added a great deal to our knowledge about the involvement of a large number of people in these events. Most of these activities could have been carried out by these same people in the normal course of their duties. They would have had to comply with certain accountability provisions, like written findings, as provided by the President's own National Security Decision Directive 159, reporting to the House and Senate Select Committees on Intelligence, as required by the Intelligence Oversight Act, reporting to the Foreign Affairs Committee, as required by the Foreign Military Sales Act, and I guess they would have had to deposit the proceeds in the U.S. Treasury, since those missiles were paid for with taxpayers' money. Now, instead, this elaborate scheme was to carry out these activities was worked out with a government within a government. And it's a rather interesting variation of now you see it, now you don't. The U.S. government was acting as a party when needed, and it was a private citizen when it came to reporting to Congress or counting the profits. And I believe, Colonel North, you testified that Director Casey really wanted an more or less off-the-shelf, independent, standalone, self-sustaining operation for covert activities. Was that your understanding of what he requested?
Yes.
Now, according to the statute which created the National Security Council, and I want to read a part of it so people know what it said. It said, the function of the council shall be to advise the President with respect to the integration of domestic, foreign, and military policies relating to the national security, so as to enable the military services and other departments and agencies of the government to cooperate more effectively in matters involving the national security. That's what it's about. Now, Colonel, the National Security Council was never intended to be an operating agency of the federal government, was it?
An operating agency of the federal government.
Operating agency, as...
It is the President's staff.
I don't follow you. As the
The
President's
National
staff?
Security Council staff is a staff of the President of the United States.
And it was authorized as, and the functions were authorized, as I just read from the statute, to advise the President.
You have just read the provision for the National Security Council, which consists of the President, the Vice President, Secretaries of State and Defense, with 2 statutory advisors,
Correct.
the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Director of Central Intelligence.
And you think the staff was not bound by the functions of the Commission, of the Council?
I don't believe it was.
Well, notwithstanding your insistence on that, someone must have been pretty nervous because there was a lot of altering and shredding and removal, destruction of official documents. Now, Colonel, are you familiar with the Presidential Records Act of 1978?
No, sir.
Well, I'll tell you then, that act was passed in an effort to prevent White House documents from being shredded or burned in fireplaces or removed from history in other creative ways, as we had seen in the Watergate case a decade and a half ago. And it provided that documents generated by the President and his staff are the property of the United States government and are not to be disposed of unless certain requirements are met. And that law was intended to prevent the very thing that you did with the support of Admiral Poindexter, I concede. But certainly, the loss of the documents that you shredded has altered our understanding of our nation's history, if not the course of history itself. And I would ask you, would you retrieve those documents from the shredder today, if you could?
Congressman Brooks, I have testified to the facts as to what I have done, to those who told me to do what I did, to those with whom I was involved throughout. I have answered every question about those facts that I possibly could in the last 5.5 days. I've now been told we're going to extend it further, and I don't think it's appropriate now, nor is it any point in this for me to answer hypothetical questions about things that can never be.
Colonel North, in your work at the NSC, were you not assigned at one time to work on plans for the continuity of government in the event of a major disaster?
Mr. Chairman.
I believe that question touches upon a highly sensitive and classified area, so may I request that you not touch upon that, sir?
I was particularly concerned, Mr. Chairman, because I read in Miami papers and several others that there had been a plan developed by that same agency, a contingency plan in the event of emergency that would suspend the American Constitution. And I was deeply concerned about it and wondered if that was the area in which he had worked. I believe that it was, but I wanted to get his confirmation.
May I most respectfully request that that matter not be touched upon at this stage. If we wish to get into this, I'm certain arrangements can be made for an executive session.
Well, we'll do that in another forum, I believe, but this week...
I must say the inferences from that statement are ridiculous.
Mr. Chairman...
We will decide whether it's ridiculous or not.
That's right.
Mr. Brooks?
This week, Mr. Chairman, we are celebrating the not ridiculous biennial of the Constitution with a historic session of the Congress in Philadelphia on Thursday, and I look forward to going down there. It should serve as an occasion to remind all of us that Article 1 of the Constitution provides for a bicameral U.S. Congress, gives it great powers to set the policies of this nation, domestic and foreign, including the decision of when to conduct wars. President Reagan said on April the 27th of 1983 in an address to the House and Senate that the Congress shares both the power and the responsibility of our foreign policy. Then again, on December the 6th of 1986, in a radio address from Camp David on Iran-Contra situation, President Reagan said, what he said was, quote, "We live in a country that requires we operate within rules and laws, all of us. Just cause and deep concern and noble ends can never be reasons enough to justify improper actions or excessive means," end quote, from the President's statement of 86. That lofty principle appears to have gotten caught in somebody's shredder. Instead of operating within rules and law, we have been supplying lethal weapons to terrorist nations, trading arms for hostages, involving the U.S. government in military activities in direct contravention of the law, diverting public funds into private pockets and secret unofficial activities, selling access to the president for thousands of dollars, dispensing cash and foreign money orders out of a White House safe, accepting gifts and falsifying papers to cover it up, altering and shredding national security documents, lying to the Congress. Now, I believe that the American people understand that democracy cannot survive that kind of abuse. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair is pleased to recognize the Vice Chairman of the Senate Select Committee, Senator Rudman.
Chairman, thank you very much. And, Mr. Chairman, although I understand the Chairman's comment, as one who can be testy at any time of the day, I would like to see if maybe we could demonstrate that even though the hour is late, that we all could maintain civility. I have some, I think, important questions to ask the Colonel, and I would hope, Mr. Chairman, that we might be able to complete this evening for a whole variety of reasons. And I think if we all try hard to stay within our time and prove that the Chairman occasionally can be wrong, that the in a way post 4:30 testiness rule does not prevail, maybe we get through the afternoon.
I'll do my best from over here, sir.
Thank you, Counsel. Colonel North, I'm going to try to ask you some questions which I think your counsel prefers, those which require declarative answers. I would just say parenthetically at the beginning of what I have to say and ask that it's kind of the world turned upside down, that a subordinate takes responsibility for superiors. In the Army I served in the Marine Corps you served in with distinction, and in government generally, superiors are supposed to take responsibility for subordinates. And I must say, the statements out of the White House when this all broke, pyramided by the fact that you were, to use any other word, reassigned, fired what you want, and your superior was allowed to gracefully resign, gave a clear message, aided and abetted by source stories about you and what you did, that have proved ultimately, in my view, false, but in fact were designed to make you the scapegoat, whether you liked it or not. And evidently, it wasn't until you came here a week ago today and testified for the first time that some folks must have finally found out a phrase that you will understand, Colonel. Somebody didn't get the word. I want to talk to you about Director Case's legal opinions. And I want to start out by saying that I have concluded at the end of your testimony, but actually before you came here, in reviewing literally hundreds and thousands of documents, that you indeed were authorized to do what you did in terms of the policies. I'm not going to talk about the collateral issues of shredding and statements to Congress and other personal matters, but the basic things that you did. Not only is your testimony candid and believable, but it's true and it's supported and it's corroborated. And it will be corroborated by other witnesses. You relied on others for their view. You testified, and I have the transcript, I don't want to go through it, but you essentially testified that Director Casey told you that the NSC was not covered by Boland. Am I correct?
That is correct, sir.
He also told you that the Defense Department, the CIA, the State Department were covered, but the NSC was not. Whether he was right or wrong, that is what this respected lawyer and the head of the CIA told you.
Yes, sir.
The thing that disturbs me, Colonel, and again, I am not being critical of you, but I want to lay this all out, is that you were employed by DOD. Your superiors knew it. Admiral Poindexter knew it. I've checked to make sure I am correct, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but since the day that you were assigned to NSC, you have been compensated as a Marine from the Marine Corps. Am I correct?
As a major and then a lieutenant colonel, sir.
That is correct, Colonel. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Scaroni,
in his opinion said, although the NSC is not subject to the Boland Amendment prohibitions, nevertheless Lieutenant Colonel North might be, as he evidently is on a non-reimbursed detail from the Marine Corps. He went on to say if it was reimbursed by the NSC, then it might change. But the fact was it was never reimbursed by the NSC. Am I correct?
I don't know that it was, and I don't know that it wasn't. I assume it was not.
I will represent to you that it was not. So your superiors took some liberties with the law, because it's my understanding from talking to our staff and from what we know that no one ever said to you, either Poindexter, Casey, McFarland, or anyone else, Colonel, if you want to continue this activity, either you resign from the Marine Corps or we do something else, because you were prohibited by Boland, and yet they ordered you to do what you did. Is that correct?
No, sir.
That's not correct.
Because it did not occur to any of us that my salary, whether I would be paid as a lieutenant colonel in ADAC or whether I was being paid as a lieutenant colonel in the NSC, was covered by that particular proviso. And in fact, Director Casey, I think, accurately pointed out that this was to avoid using appropriated monies of the CIA, of anybody, to pay off or the costs of doing business in Nicaragua or doing the business of the democratic resistance. And it never in my wildest dreams occurred to me that my salary would be subject to that kind of a proviso.
Well, let me just say, Colonel, that Casey may have been right about some things. There are many who think he was wrong about that, but that's not your problem. No one at the White House ever told you that you were prohibited. Am I correct?
That is correct, sir.
And Admiral Poindexter knew who was paying you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I want to turn to your speech-making and your fundraising. You made an oblique reference to it, and I want to have a couple of questions about that. Colonel North, there is not one shred of evidence before this committee that you ever personally asked anyone to donate money to the Contras.
Thank you, sir.
And no one has ever said that. At least this senator hasn't said that, privately or publicly. As a matter of fact, each speech that you gave, you were authorized to give. It is my understanding.
That is correct.
So we're not talking about the speeches. I want to characterize Mrs. Garwood's testimony to you, because in no way was I using a pejorative phrase. I was saying it probably more in awe. Mrs. Garwood told us that you sat in the Hay Adams with Mrs. Garwood and Spitz Channel, and you went over all of the needs of the Contras, and you left. What happened after that, you probably only know from public testimony. She also testified that you met her in Houston, that you told her about the needs of the Contras, and said specifically, quote, I am not asking you for money. I am not supposed to. Continued to lay out the need and left. Thereafter, on both occasions, the evidence is clear that Mr. Channel asked for money and received it. I assume that you knew that Mr. Channel was engaged in fundraising. You may not have known the details of his representations, but you certainly knew he was a fundraiser. He was an individual American. He had a right to do that.
I did.
Well, Colonel North, the point I was making that day, I'll make again to you today. In fact, I'll even amend it. Watching you testify here for 5 days and noting the fervor with which you speak, I will amend it to say that the 1-2 punch wasn't necessary. Only the one punch. You made a strong case, and it was only natural that people gave funds. Do you want to deny that that was, I won't use the word scheme, but it was certainly part of an effort to raise money for the Contras? That's my question.
Quite clearly it was.
Thank you. I only have 2 other points. I want to talk about the Dawa prisoners in Kuwait. I've read your testimony very carefully, and as I understand that testimony, Mr. Hakim made his 9-point representation. Part of it was for a method to get these prisoners released, but not by the United States, in a way that the United States would not be accountable, and that you, in fact, according to your sworn testimony to Mr. Lyman, said, And did you include in the approval that you sought the item about presenting a plan for the release of the Dawa? Colonel North, yes. Mr. Lyman, did you get the approval? Yes. Is that accurate so far?
Yes.
Here's the problem I have with all of this. Let's agree, and some of it's classified, won't talk about it, that the effort would be done by someone else, that the United States would not have its fingerprints in any way on these people.
Absolutely correct.
The thing that troubles me, Colonel, and you might explain, if you could briefly, these people, and you understand this better than anyone, they're not unlike the people that killed Natasha Simpson or Robert Steedham, Leon Klinghoffer. They're not unlike Abu Nadil, who you thought might be threatening your family. How in the world could the United States, either directly, tangentially, or any other way, not your policy, NSC policy, we'll ask Poindexter, how could we possibly be advocating in some way that they be released?
I don't believe that what I was talking about was an advocacy for release. It is a simple fact of reality that there will come a time when those 17 will be released. It is not unusual in that part of the world to see those kinds of transactions work. We have seen it with our friends, with our allies, and quite simply, we have seen it with our adversaries. There will come a time when those people will walk free.
I hope not, Colonel North.
I am simply making a bald statement of fact. We have seen it happen countless times. We have seen Americans who have been convicted of the most heinous crimes possible turn loose to walk free in American cities.
Well, Colonel North, you will hear testimony next week or the week after that you'll find interesting, that when the President of the United States, after you had left your President assignment, learned of some efforts tangentially to talk about the Dawa prisoners, that to use your term, he would have gone ballistic. To use my term, he went hyper-orbit, out of sight. This was a stated policy of the President, and I would only make the observation, and you had authority for what you did, and others will speak to it, Colonel North, but it seems to me if we ought to learn anything around here, we ought not to talk about people like that who are scum in return for anything.
I could not agree more, Senator. But the fact is, if those people were going to come to be released anyway, and I believe they will because history is a precedent in that particular part of the world, and with those kinds of groups, then there ought to be some benefit derived from that for us, not just for the two parties transacting that kind of a release. And it will happen as sure as I am sitting here.
Colonel North, finally, everyone else has had something to say to you. I have something to take some difference of opinion with you on, and it's in your statement that you delivered here last Thursday morning. You said about the Congress, I suggest to you that it's the Congress which must accept the blame in the Nicaraguan freedom-fighting matter. Plain and simple, you are to blame because of the fickle, vacillating, unpredictable, on-again, off-again policy towards the resistance. You're entitled to your view, but I want to share some of my views with you. It's interesting that national polling data over the course of the last 3 years have shown that under the latest Harris poll in June, 74 to 22 people in this country oppose aid to the Contras. In April of '86 was an astounding poll, which I think totally refutes your idea that the American people somehow don't understand what's going on. That indicated that 56% of the American people were aware of the threat which Nicaragua poses to its Latin American neighbors, that 50% of those polled believe it's in the long-term interest of the United States to eliminate communism from Latin America. So far, so good. And then 62% of the same polling group say no aid to the Contras. And I can tell you myself, Colonel North, from campaigning in New Hampshire, a fairly conservative state, in the fall of last year, as one who has, with reluctance on occasion, but in the final analysis found there was no other solution, voted for that aid to the Contras. But people in this country just don't think that's a very good idea. And that is why this Congress has been fickle and vacillating. Now, you may suggest that some of us voted anyway, even though it's against what our constituents believe. I want to point out to you, Colonel North, that the Constitution starts with the words, "we the people." There is no way you can carry out a consistent policy if we the people disagree with it, because this Congress represents the people. The President of the United States, the greatest communicator probably we've seen in the White House in years, has tried for 8 years and failed. You have tried, and I think probably failed in that. We'll see what the polls show in 2 or 3 weeks. And this relatively obscure senator from New Hampshire has tried with no success at all. You know, Colonel North, I go back to Korea in 1951. We won and then we lost, and we were in a position to win again. And Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower, who succeeded him, recognized that although it was a crime to leave the North Korean people to the subjugation of North Korea, we walked away. We could have won that war at that point. We could have liberated the North, and many of us who were there wanted to. But the people didn't. They had had enough of the killing. 550,000 casualties. Lyndon Johnson wrecked his presidency on the shoals of Vietnam. I guess the last thing I want to say to you, Colonel, is that the American people have the constitutional right to be wrong. And what Ronald Reagan thinks, or what Oliver North thinks, or what I think, or what anybody else thinks, makes not a whit if the American people say enough. And that's why this Congress has been fickle and has vacillated. That is correct, but not because the people here necessarily believe differently than you do. But there comes a point that the views of the American people have to be heard. Finally, Colonel, I want to thank you for your testimony. You have been an extraordinarily helpful witness. You have filled in many details that are necessary, and we appreciate that very much. Thank you.
The hearing will stand in recess for 10 minutes. I have concluded that in the best interest of the hearing, the witness, and the members of the panel, we should stand in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. However, before doing so, I'd like to place the following exhibits in the record. OLN 215 to 220, 222 to 230, 232 to 233, 235 to 237, 240 to 242, and the following are classified exhibits and will be placed in the classified annex unless declassified prior to publication: 221, 231, 234, 238, and 239. Following the Colonel's testimony tomorrow morning, which will be in this hearing room, the committees will hear again from Mr. Robert C. McFarlane, former National Security Advisor to the President of the United States. Mr. McFarlane requested an opportunity to return for further testimony in the light of certain statements made by Colonel North. We decided to grant this request for the sake of a complete record and as a matter of fairness to Mr. McFarland, who testified at a time when neither he nor the committees had any knowledge of what Colonel North would say. After Mr. McFarland's testimony, the committees will receive testimony from Mr. James Radzimski, the former security officer for System 4 documents at the White House. And after that, the committees will receive testimony from Admiral John Poindexter. The hearing will stand in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Good.